professor of medicine, and a clinician researcher in the Division of General Internal Medicine at UCSF. Okay, we'll start now. Anne Raldo.
Hello, I am an assistant professor at UCLA, also a radiation oncologist, and I have no updated conflicts of interest.
Thank you. Annette Langer-Gould.
Hi, I am the regional lead for clinical and translational neuroscience at Kaiser Permanente, Southern California, and a clinician researcher. I have no updates to my conflicts of interest.
Thank you, Annette. Bob Collier.
Let me unmute it. My name is Bob Collier. I'm a patient advocate for 30 plus years working with researchers with a group called Patient Advocates in Research. I have absolutely no conflicts.
Thank you, Bob. Elizabeth Murphy.
Hi, I'm a professor of medicine at UCSF and chief of the Division of Endocrinology at San Francisco General Hospital, and I have no conflict.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Felicia Cohn.
Good morning. I'm Felicia Cohn, a bioethics director for Kaiser Permanente in Orange County and a clinical professor at the University of California, Irvine. No conflicts.
Thank you. Jeff Klingman.
Yeah, hi, Jeff Klingman. I am the chair of neurology at Kaiser Permanente in Northern California, and no conflicts.
Thank you, Jeff. Catherine Phillips.
Good morning, everybody. Catherine Phillips, professor, health economics, University of California, San Francisco. No new updates.
Thank you, Catherine. Ralph Brindis.
Hello there, Ralph Brindis. I'm a clinical professor of medicine at UCSF, trained in cardiology and cardiovascular outcomes science, and also the senior medical officer of the American College of Cardiology's National Cardiovascular Data Registry. And I have no new relationships to disclose.
Thank you, Ralph. Richard Seiden.
Good morning, Richard Seiden. I'm a patient advocate and I have no conflicts.
Thank you, Richard. Sanket Duvra.
Hi, Sanket Duvra. I'm an assistant professor of medicine at UCSF. I'm a staff cardiologist and health services researcher based at the San Francisco VA Medical Center. And I have no new updates to my conflicts of interest.
Sai Lee.
Hello, this is Sai Lee from UCSF, Professor of Medicine, Division of Geriatrics. No conflicts.
Thank you. And Tony Sowry.
Good morning. I represent the National Patients Advocate Foundation. I have no conflicts.
Okay, and Joanna Smith.
I'm Joanna Smith. I have a practice as an independent healthcare advocate in Berkeley, California. No updates.
Thank you, everyone. At this point, we will also ask our individual patients and clinical experts to introduce themselves and declare any potential conflicts of interest if they have any to disclose. Dr. Sarah Kremen, Dr. Victor Henderson, Laura Jones, and Matthew Baumgart.
Yes, this is Matthew Baumgart, Vice President of Health Policy at the Alzheimer's Association. The Alzheimer's Association received 0.89% of its total 2020 contributed revenue from the biotech, pharmaceutical, diagnostics, and clinical research industry, including 0.15% from Biogen and Eisai.
Let me, hold on, I'm sorry, I apologize. I skipped a CTAF member, my apologies. Jeffrey Hotch.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jeffrey Hotch. I'm a professor and chief of the Division of Health Policy and Management in the Department of Public Health Sciences at the University of California at Davis, and I have no updated conflicts of interest.
And that was my fault, so I just saved the best for last, Jeff. Sorry about that. Okay, back to Dr. Sarah Kremen.
I'm Sarah Kremen. I'm a behavioral neurologist and a and chair of my division, and I am at the Jonah Goldberg Center for Alzheimer's and Memory Disorders at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, and I served as a site PI for Aducanumab trials Prime and Engage, and I have no other updates.
Thank you. Dr. Victor Henderson.
Hello, I'm a professor of epidemiology and neurology at Stanford University. I direct the Stanford Alzheimer's Disease Research Center, which is NIH supported, and no conflicts and no updates.
Thank you. And Laura Jones.
Good morning. I am a former caregiver of a patient, and I have no conflicts.
Thank you, everyone. I would also add a reminder to everyone, whether it's later during the policy roundtable or during any public comment, that any individuals making public comments announce any financial relationships with industry or other potential influences on judgment before you speak. We will also present this information publicly on slides. And at this point, I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Steve Pearson, President and founder of ICER. Steve.
Great, thank you very much, Rena, and members of the CTAF and all those watching. Also a special thanks now and at the end of the meeting, we'll make sure to make further note of the thanks we give to our clinical experts and patient experts and all those who will provide input into today's meeting and who have already had an important influence on our report development over the past 8+ months. So at each CTAF meeting, we start with a quote from the patient perspective about the burden of disease or about the need for treatment. And I realized that I would assume almost every single member of the CTAF, certainly many of you watching, will have the sense that you could fill in this quote yourself on behalf of you or your family. And so partly because it also discloses my own personal interest and stake and perspective, I'm going to give you a patient perspective with my mother. This is on the web, there's a memorial advocacy award named after my mother, Joanne Pearson, who died several years ago. My mom was a brilliant woman. She raised me and my brother and sisters in California. And after doing that, she started a business. And then she got really invested in environmental and land use activism. Through that, she led a lot of different efforts. She ended up becoming president of our town council, but she also led the San Diego City Council and the California Coastal Commission to adopt new measures to protect the coastline of California. And she received numerous awards for her activism and her work in that area. She was at full flower doing this when the first signs of Alzheimer's began in her mid-60s. And she never wanted to talk about it, but we started to notice the problems, and it kind of accelerated in fits and spurts over the years, as it often does. But ultimately, it decimated her and my father and was a huge burden to our family. They had to move from their home of 50 years because he wanted to stay with her, but he couldn't take care of her at home, and we had help at home. My brother and sisters and I were flying to California and spending time with them on a regular basis, doing everything we could. We all had that personal sense of physical care of my mom. And, you know, my dad started to show signs of Alzheimer's as well. So we had to move them into an assisted living facility, but it broke his heart to have to do that. But he wanted to be with her. And she started having difficulty ambulating, difficulty speaking at all. And as his Alzheimer's progressed, he was in true agony because he felt his memory slipping away. He realized that he didn't even sometimes remember that he was married, and that devastated him when it came back to him. So this was a very hard time. He passed away first, and she just continued to decline. She couldn't walk at the end at all, lost the ability to speak. But it was always her baseline characteristic was to smile. And it was the last thing that she would always do with all of us when we came to visit. The last time I did visit, she had declined further and was basically catatonic. And this is how she spent the last month or so of her life. And so this reality, this burden, it affects many of us, maybe all of us at some point right now. And so we often ask at the beginning of our ICER meetings, why are we here today? And obviously, patients, families, we as a country hope for a future with effective ways to prevent and treat Alzheimer's disease. This is a common shared hope for a better future. So we're here today because there's a new treatment that's been approved by the FDA. And the day that happens, there is usually a conscious sense of celebration. And the celebration is a hope of having something to try, something to do. It's a celebration also of years of commitment and input from patients doing the clinical trials, of the risk and the investment of manufacturers and others in the venture capital and investment community to support new innovative treatments. So there's a real sense of celebration, tempered frequently by questions. There are questions always about who should use this new treatment, because there's always some uncertainty about the evidence at launch. And that translates through to questions clinically about who should who should be treated with something. How do we talk about risks and benefits? There are coverage questions at the beginning. Day one after FDA approval, patients were showing up asking for Aducanumab, and doctors didn't have good answers to questions about coverage. But we'll be talking a fair amount today about how this is evolving and some of the perspectives on this headed forward. And there are almost always concerns about the price and the cost, both for individual patients, but others in the healthcare system. And this is an important part of why we're here today. I told you a story about my own mother. There are others in the system who aren't even on this phone call, this webcast, and another few stories to tell you briefly, because others in the healthcare system also hope for a future with effective treatments, but they also live a daily existence, a daily reality of dealing with rising healthcare costs. So the first gentleman at the left, Mr. Edlow, is a pharmacist himself, and he's been very active in his community in Virginia, trying to give voice to the challenges that people in underserved communities face in trying to afford their drugs, but also their overall health insurance. And he's dedicated much of his career to serving that community, both, again, at the bedside, if you will, as a pharmacist, but also advocating for better coverage and better affordability. These other folks were all in publicly available articles in the news, facing challenges with their own healthcare costs. The Whitman family in Alaska was a story of a family that had to give up health insurance. They couldn't afford the premiums. They didn't qualify for Medicaid. And the parents were very worried because their kids had had several injuries that they didn't feel that they could take them to the emergency room for, just leading to a lot of stress and obviously concerns about their health. And the McCoo family in Minnesota, this was in the news relatively recently, their daughter has cancer, and they as a family have gone deep into medical debt, despite having insurance. And so we have this confluence of problems in our healthcare system that we know, in some sense, many families, while obviously wanting treatments and hoping for treatments, there are others in the system, all of us, who also have to think about the broader affordability and the effects on real people of healthcare costs increasing. Just another fact to steer us on that, I was surprised to read, though, that in a survey done recently by a company called Credit Karma, 21 million Americans are in medical debt in April of 2021, facing collection. 21 million Americans in our country. That's obviously unacceptable, but it's also just part of the broader framework in which we meet today to talk about the evidence and the value of Aducanumab. So ultimately, I chose this graphic because I mentioned my mom started a company. It was a plant and seed company. As we talk about the need, as we talk about the hope, as we talk about the pain, the suffering, the loss of the individual patients and their families, We just have to remember that around us all is a community of others, other families, and people whom we have to think about as we build a future healthcare system that works for everybody. One in which we can absolutely drive for the best available treatment and have enough resources to create new innovative approaches for that patient at the center of our focus without losing the sight, if you will, in our mind's eye of the needs and the future of other people around us. So this is why we're here today, and I'm glad you had a chance to be introduced to the members of the California Technology Assessment Forum. I need to tell you just a little bit of background about ICER, which is the convening host for today's meeting. First, our sources of funding, which is kept updated on our website. As you can see, the majority of our funding comes from nonprofit foundations, not associated with the healthcare industry. The primary funder there is the Laura and John Arnold Foundation. We also receive about 21% direct contributions from life science companies and health plans and provider groups to support a separate policy summit and our other non-report related activities. And we have about a 10% funding from government sources. I should note that Biogen is one of our manufacturers that contributes to our policy summit program. The ICER report that's the backbone of the discussion today started well over 8 months ago. It was an extension because of the extended timeline for FDA approval, but it began with scoping. That's input and guidance from patient groups, clinical experts, the manufacturer, and other stakeholders to really kind of help us know what we don't know and to steer us towards really understanding, especially from the patient perspective, what is the need, what is the view of the diversity of the experience with the condition, and how do we understand value from their perspective. So we take that guidance and we do a review of the evidence, and we also do cost effectiveness modeling, which goes through several cycles of public comment and revision. And we're also fortunate to have expert reviewers. In this case, you've already been introduced to two of them, Dr. Henderson and Dr. Kremen. We also had Peter Newman, who's the director of the Center for the Evaluation of Value and Risk in Health at Tufts. And we had a panel of reviewers from the Alzheimer's Association. None of these folks should be assumed to agree with everything or anything specific in our report, but they help provide very important feedback to us, and we appreciate that. So in the report, our report is structured with evidence and perspectives to support a broader discussion about value. And just to show you, in a sense, how that is structured, we think about value as a very complex, comprehensive concept. It's hard to grasp all the different facets of it. But at the bottom, if you will, at the base, it starts with whether treatments can help us live longer. Some do, many don't. Other treatments, though, can help us return to better function or help us slow our decline from the condition, from the disease that is being suffered. We look at the total cost overall when we talk about cost effectiveness. We're not just concerned about what's going to be spent on pills or doctors or hospitals. We're concerned about the total costs within the health system because it's that total cost that really affects what we have to pay for health insurance premiums and what the trade-offs are with the benefits and the harms that we do as those costs increase. So beyond those, in some sense, core measures, there are other really important aspects of value. We call potential benefits beyond health, and we'll have votes on some of these specific aspects of how even health as it improves can give us broader benefits in ways that we want to try to capture. And we also have special or specific social and ethical priorities around how we want to try to redress past inequities, or we want to take into consideration conditions that are particularly severe in certain ways. So we want to make sure that we have a perspective on that as we talk about value. So this is all considered in the ICER report and will be certainly at the heart of our conversation today. The agenda for today starts with this set of opening comments, followed by 45 minutes each of a presentation of the comparative clinical evidence summary with questions from the panel and input from clinical experts and patient representatives, and 45 minutes of discussion on the cost effectiveness analysis research. Then we will have a 30-minute section of manufacturer comment and and discussion back and forth. We'll have public comments and discussion following that, with lunch at approximately 11:45 Pacific time. Coming back 45 minutes after that to start further deliberation and votes. We'll have a brief break, and then at 1:45 Pacific, that's 4:45 Eastern, we are going to have a very important policy roundtable discussion. That's going to cover what are we now going to do with the facts on the ground and the reflections on the evidence that we've heard. How do we look forward and think about what's going to happen at the bedside, what's going to happen in the hallways and in the rooms at insurance companies, what's going to happen in the research community, what's going to happen in the pricing considerations at Biogen and other manufacturers. We're going to tackle those with a distinguished roundtable group starting at 1:45 Pacific. We'll have final reflections from members of the CTAF and then be adjourned by 4 p.m. Pacific time. You've already been introduced to the clinical and patient experts, and thank you again for them being with us. They are part of the meeting from this moment forward. In addition, they will be part of our policy roundtable. And so with that, let me hand it off to Professor Grace Lin, who is going to lead us through the analysis of the clinical effectiveness information that is contained in the ICER report. Grace?
Thank you, Steve. Hello, everyone. As Steve said, I'm Grace Lin. I'm Associate Professor in the Division of General Internal Medicine and the Philip R. Ley Institute for Health Policy Studies at UCSF. And I was the lead evidence author on this report, along with my outstanding team of Patty Sinnott, Avery McKenna, and Emily Nahn. Our disclosures are listed there on the bottom of the slide. Next slide, please. So as Steve has already put into context for us, Alzheimer's disease is a very common and expensive disease. It's the most common cause of dementia in the United States and the fourth leading cause of death. The chart on the left shows the current population of patients with Alzheimer's disease, and this is projected out to 2060. Currently, there are approximately 6 million people that are estimated to be affected. As our population ages, that number of people affected will increase, and by 2060, the projection is over 13 million people will be affected, with the majority of those being 85 years old and older. There are racial and ethnic differences in the prevalence of Alzheimer's disease, with Hispanic Americans and Black Americans 1.5 to 2 times more likely to develop Alzheimer's than white Americans. On the right side of the screen, you'll see a pie chart of estimated direct healthcare costs. Since the average life expectancy of a patient with Alzheimer's is between 4 and 8 years, but can be as long as 20 years, depending on their age of onset and their other comorbidities, this population accrues a lot of healthcare costs. The pie chart shows the breakdown of cost by payer. Not surprisingly, Medicare it bears the majority of the $355 billion estimated direct healthcare costs, with smaller proportions paid for by Medicaid and commercial insurers, which is the other category. And approximately 1/5 of the costs are estimated to be borne by patients and families themselves. Next slide, please. Here are the stages and symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. There are 5 stages, each of which is defined by symptoms and functional impairment. The population we'll focus on are the mild cognitive impairment due to Alzheimer's disease, or MCI due to AD, and the mild Alzheimer's disease population. While memory loss and impaired judgments are hallmarks of Alzheimer's disease and start at when you have mild cognitive impairment, when symptoms start to interfere with everyday activities, such as having language problems, mood swings, and personality changes, this is when the patient gets diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. As patients progress through the disease, there are more and greater deficits, ultimately culminating in the loss of the ability to perform their activities of daily living and the need for 24-hour care, either at home or in a long-term care facility. Next slide, please. As you can imagine and may have experienced, Alzheimer's disease has a tremendous impact on patients and caregivers. Patients suffer a loss of independence, which may be manifested early on, for example, by the loss of the ability to drive and manage their own finances, to later in the disease, losing the ability to care for themselves. They may also begin to have personality changes, which has often been described as a loss of self. These changes also result in a huge caregiver burden. An estimated 15.3 billion hours of unpaid caregiving is provided by family and friends. And as a result, caregivers can suffer both physical and mental health issues. They have a greater risk for anxiety, depression, and a poorer quality of life compared with caregivers of people with other medical conditions. Women, spouses, and those in lower socioeconomic groups appear to be more vulnerable to these impacts, and caregivers of those who need an intense amount of supervision were the most likely to experience negative physical health consequences. Next slide, please. The current standard of care for patients with Alzheimer's includes supportive care and non-disease modifying drugs. Physical exercise, for example, is associated with some improvements in cognition, and care planning and coordination is important to link patients and caregivers with services and thinking about and planning for future needs. Some patients may require medication to treat the cognitive and behavioral symptoms of the disease. Before the approval of Aducanumab in June, the last approval for a medication to treat Alzheimer's disease was in the early 2000s. The acetylcholinesterase inhibitors, for example, donepezil or Aricept, and the NMDA receptor antagonists like memantine are the primary treatments for these cognitive and behavioral symptoms. Also often used are psychotropic drugs, for example, antidepressants and antipsychotics as adjuncts to improve neuropsychiatric symptoms of the disease. Next slide, please. Our review examines the clinical and cost effectiveness of adding aducanumab to supportive care in patients with MCI due to Alzheimer's disease or mild Alzheimer's disease. As I mentioned on the last slide, supportive care includes non-pharmacologic and non-disease modifying pharmacologic interventions for symptom management. Next slide. In terms of key outcomes, these come from our clinical trials. So the primary outcome of the phase 3 clinical trials was the clinical dementia rating sum of boxes score. This is a scale that assesses 3 domains of cognition and 3 domains of function based on interviews with the patients or their caregivers. Scores can range from 0 to 18, with higher scores indicating a greater disease severity. Secondary outcomes of the trials included other cognitive and functional scales, such as the mini mental state exam and the ADAS-Cog13, and biomarkers including amyloid and tau based on PET scans and cerebral spinal fluid. Next slide, please. As Steve mentioned, throughout this review, we've engaged in discussions with various patient groups to better understand patient and caregiver experiences with this devastating disease. We learned that some of the main challenges include dependence on others and worry about being a burden on others for care, and the impact of the disease on mood, emotions, and social life. So the treatment goals are to maintain independence and identity. As I described earlier, caregiver burden is also substantial and increases as the disease worsens. Surveys of caregivers show that they spend the equivalent of a second job, up to 40 to 60 hours a week, on caregiving tasks. There are a number of care gaps that were identified by our patient groups. There is an issue of underdiagnosis. Often patients and physicians don't pursue diagnosis due to the lack of a disease-modifying therapy. There's also counseling and coordination of care for future planning that doesn't always happen, even though Medicare now reimburses for these services. Finally, patient groups discussed some of the limitations of current patient-important outcome measures. First, especially in later stages of the disease, measures rely on observations from caregivers, so it's difficult to disentangle the patient and the caregiver point of view. Also, the measures focus on cognition and function and not necessarily quality of life and aspects of the disease that may be important to patients and caregivers, so may give an incomplete picture of what's really going on. Next slide, please. So with that background, let's turn to the evidence. The history of disease-modifying therapies for Alzheimer's disease has been filled with failed therapies, and aducanumab is the first disease-modifying drug to be approved by the FDA. But the story of aducanumab's path to approval, as you all know, was not smooth, starting from promising phase 1b trials to phase 3 trials that were stopped for futility, some subsequent reanalysis of the data that found possible effect of the drug, and controversy at the FDA advisory committee meeting back in November of 2020. So for the next few minutes, I'll go through some of the data from the aducanumab trials and try to address some of the questions about the data that have been debated by the FDA, clinical experts, and that you may have heard about in the media. So our two phase 3 clinical trials are ENGAGE and EMERGE. These were contemporaneous, identically designed, randomized clinical trials. They each enrolled about 1,600 patients with MCI or mild Alzheimer's with confirmed amyloid pathology via PET scan. The majority of the patients had the apolipoprotein E4 gene, or you'll hear me refer to that as ApoE, which reflects the general Alzheimer's disease population, where the majority of the population is positive for apolipoprotein E4. About 80% of the patients in the trials were diagnosed with MCI, and the average age was around 70 years old, which, if you recall from one of my earlier slides, the average age in the United States tends to be a bit older. The trial follow-up was planned to be 18 months with an interim pre-specified futility analysis scheduled with data collected until December of 2018. Now, next slide, please. This is an important slide. This is where we're going to describe the dosing regimens in the trials. Patients were randomized 1:1:1 to placebo, a low dose of aducanumab, or a high dose of aducanumab. The dosing was stratified by ApoE status. For patients without ApoE4 gene or ApoE negative patients, the low dose was 6 milligrams per kilogram, and the high dose was 10 milligrams per kilogram. For ApoE positive patients, because of a heightened risk of swelling in the brain that was seen in earlier anti-amyloid antibody trials, dosing was lower. The low dose was 3 milligrams per kilogram, and the high dose was 6 milligrams per kilogram at the beginning of the trial. Notice that the ApoE negative group remained at 10 milligrams per kilogram throughout the study. This is going to be something important to remember as we go through the data. Subsequent data demonstrated that ApoE positive patients could be safely titrated up to 10 milligrams per kilogram. And so in a protocol amendment in March of 2017, which is called protocol version 4, and you'll hear that throughout the presentation, patients in the ApoE positive high dose group were allowed to be titrated up to 10 milligrams per kilogram. All other groups remain the same. Enrollment in both studies was completed in July of 2018, and so the futility analysis was planned for December 2018. As you know, the initial results from the futility analysis showed that both trials were not likely to meet their primary outcome, which was a statistically significant change in CDR-SB, and so the trials were discontinued at that point. However, additional data subsequently became available, and the manufacturer did analyses with a larger data set, and which I'll share some results with you right now. Next slide, please. So here on this slide, we have the change in amyloid as measured by PET scanning in both trials. The ENGAGE is on the left and EMERGE is on the right. The blue line is placebo, the orange line is low dose, and the gray line is high dose arm in each graph. You can see here in both trials, the drug was very effective at removing amyloid from the brain, with the largest amount of amyloid removed in the high dose arm. One thing we should remember, though, is that amyloid is a biomarker for Alzheimer's disease, and while it's correlated with the development of the disease, the correlation with clinical improvement isn't 100% clear. Next slide, please. So in terms of clinical outcomes, The CDR-SB at 78 weeks was the primary endpoint in both studies. And remember, in this, for CDR-SB, lower is better. It represents slower decline. So we're looking for lower numbers. In eMERGE, and we'll focus on the intention to treat analysis, the CDR-SB was 0.39 points lower in the high dose group, which is represented by the red line, versus placebo, which is represented by the black line. And this was statistically significant and represented a 22% decrease compared with placebo. However, you'll note in this graph that the curves did not really separate until that 78-week time point. Next slide, please. And so then we have ENGAGE, its sister study. And again, this is the intention to treat analysis. And you can see here that at 78 weeks, there was no statistically significant difference between the groups. The groups don't really diverge much. And in fact, the high dose group, which is that red line again, actually did a bit worse than placebo. In both studies, the secondary endpoints, as I mentioned, that those were other cognitive and functional outcomes like mini mental state exam and ADAS-Cog, went in the same direction as the primary endpoint. That is to say, they trended towards improvement in eMERGE and no benefit in ENGAGE. Next slide, please. In terms of the harms, the main harm is the so-called amyloid-related imaging abnormalities, or ARIA. These are changes in the brain seen on MRI and come up in two varieties: brain swelling, or ARIA-E, and brain hemorrhage, or ARIA-H. Symptoms of ARIA include headache, confusion, and dizziness. 41% of patients in the aducanumab high dose group, that's the 10 milligram per kilogram group, experienced ARIA. Most cases were asymptomatic or mild and resolved on their own, but severe cases did occur. In the trial, those with no or mild symptoms were able to continue on the drug without interruption, but anyone with moderate or severe symptoms had interruption in treatment. If the ARIA resolved, they were allowed to continue treatment. If the ARIA did not resolve, they were discontinued for treatment. Most did end up resolving. The main risk factor for ARIA appears to be ApoE status. Patients who are ApoE positive are more likely to develop ARIA. That was why there was a difference in dosing in the first place. 9% of patients in the trials discontinued aducanumab. And the other harms besides ARIA that we're seeing were headache, falls, and diarrhea. Next slide, please. So that was a brief summary of the data. So let's tackle some of the controversies surrounding this drug. That is, why did ENGAGE and eMERGE show different results? Next slide. So here's what we know. These were identically designed trials that ran in parallel. Next. Next, the trial populations had similar baseline characteristics, and they were stopped at the same time based on predicted futility. Two questions that came up for us during our review were whether it's a fair assumption that the eMERGE results were the correct ones and the ENGAGE results were wrong. That is, that ENGAGE was a false negative instead of eMERGE being a false positive, and whether it was appropriate to do post hoc subgroup analyses to try to explain the results. Let's dive into these questions. Next slide. One hypothesis is that you need full dosing, which is defined as 10 consistent doses of 10 milligrams per kilogram to see an effect. ENGAGE started about 1 month before eMERGE, which meant that fewer patients were affected by the protocol amendment that increased the dosing in the ApoE group, positive group. The protocol version 4 influenced 56% in eMERGE and 49% in ENGAGE. And so patients who received all 14 doses of the 10 milligram per kilogram dose was slightly different, slightly more in eMERGE than ENGAGE. So can that explain the results? Next slide, please. This figure shows the percent difference in CDR-SB for the high dose arm compared to a propensity matched placebo group. So again, this was a post hoc analysis, so we've lost randomization here. So what they've done is they've matched the intervention group with patients with placebo who are similar. The yellow bar represents the percent difference in CDR-SB in patients who received at least 6 doses of the 10 milligram per kilogram dose. Green represents those who received at least 10 doses and so on until the purple bar, which are patients who receive more than 14 doses of the drug. And you'll see on the left side is engage, with the higher number of doses and the greater, translated to a greater effect. However, on the right side, in emerge, you can see that the relationship doesn't seem to be present, that the number of doses doesn't have a great impact on the difference in CDR-SB in emerge. Next slide, please. Let's look at those results by dose in another way. Let's play the game, name that dose. So here are 4 graphs, each showing CDR-SB scores in the post-protocol 4 population. So this is after the protocol amendment, and this is stratified by ApoE status. I'd like the CTAF members to turn to the last page of your evidence summary, and there you'll find a copy of this slide. Please take a moment to guess which graph is the emerge ApoE positive group, which one's the emerge ApoE negative group, which is engage ApoE positive, which is engage ApoE negative, and then see if you can figure out whether you can see which are the high, medium, and low dose groups in there. So I'll give you a moment to do that. Okay, well, so let me share with you the results. So in the top left-hand corner, we have the engage ApoE group. And you can see here that the dots generally follow what you'd expect if dosing mattered, that the high dose did better than low dose and placebo. Recall that in the ApoE negative group, the high dose got a consistent 10 milligram per kilogram dose throughout the trial. And so this is engage, this was negative trial. Now, if we look at emerge, which was a positive trial, again, this is the ApoE negative group, and we can see here that there is very little difference between the groups, and the placebo group actually had the best result in this group, with doing better than high dose and low dose. So not exactly what you would expect. For ApoE patients in engage, ApoE positive patients, next slide, please. You can see again, the high dose group does better than the low dose, as you might expect. And then for the emerge ApoE positive group, when we look at this, again, you'll see that the labels don't follow that order, and that the low dose group in this trial actually did better than the high dose group. So based on these 4 graphs, it's not clear that dosing is the main driver of differing results. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, the assumption was that emerge, the positive trial, is correct, and that engage is a false negative trial. But if you take into context prior amyloid trials, you could see how that assumption could be called into question. So what we have here is a forest plot of the pooled estimated effects of amyloid reduction on mini-mental state exam. This was published in the British Medical Journal just this past year. And you can see on the graph that all of the trials were non-significant, with the confidence intervals crossing that center line. And at the bottom, you'll see in the red box, the Aducanumab trials, which follows a similar pattern. And in fact, when you pool all the trials with that bottom red square, you see that the published antibody data results in the results in potential harm, actually, it made results that amyloid reduction may be harmful, in fact, rather than helpful. So really, although again, the results were not significant. So really, it's the prior amyloid trials really don't show any effect of amyloid reduction on clinical outcomes, at least for this mini-mental state exam. Next slide, please. So why might aducanumab have shown positive results then when others did not? One reason that was brought forth by the manufacturer was that aducanumab targets aggregated forms of amyloid, which is different from some of the other anti-amyloid drugs. It specifically targets an oligomer of amyloid, and there is some thought that the oligomer could be the toxic form. As we saw in an earlier slide, aducanumab was very effective at removing amyloid. Next. Furthermore, there were some differences in the trial design from earlier clinical trials. Emerge and Engage recruited patients earlier in the disease course and who had confirmed amyloid pathology by PET scan, which previous trials had not been able to do. And they were able to use the dose titration to decrease the risk of ARIA. However, amyloid plaques accrue in the brain decades earlier than symptoms start to occur. Some of our experts have told us that the damage some of the damage has likely already been done and may not be reversible by that time, by the time symptoms appear. So in thinking about the pathophysiology of the disease, it's not clear that removal of amyloid at the MCI or mild Alzheimer's disease stages would necessarily be helpful in changing the course of the disease. Next slide, please. This slide sums up our concerns about the data and the results. So there's some methodologic concerns. We're concerned that there's inconsistent results between the two identical trials, that the analyses that showed positive results were post hoc analyses, which are usually exploratory in nature because they break randomization, and thus there may be some unobserved factors that influence the results. Additionally, there's a small concern that there may have been functional unblinding of the groups due to ARIA, since patients had more intense monitoring and treatment stoppages if ARIA occurred, although the data that we've reviewed suggests that this isn't a major factor. We're also concerned about the clinical significance of the results. There isn't a widely accepted minimal clinically important difference for CDR-SB. In the literature, some have suggested that 1 to 3 points is clinically significant. If that's true, then the 0.39 absolute difference in CDR-SB scores in the eMERGE study are likely too small to be clinically relevant. This was confirmed by our clinical experts. They also mentioned that there's an uncertain link between amyloid reduction and clinical efficacy, as I mentioned previously. In terms of safety, we know that note that there was intense monitoring of patients in the clinical trial for ARIA that won't be required in the real world. In the trials, participants had a total of 7 MRIs during the trial, but only 3 MRIs are required by the label. We're concerned that cases of ARIA may be missed or that cases may be more severe because of the decreased amount of monitoring. Finally, there's some questions about generalizability. There are no data for this drug in the moderate to severe Alzheimer's disease population, and there was also a lack of racial and ethnic diversity in the trial. And as I mentioned, the trial population was on the young side compared to the general US population with Alzheimer's. And so this calls into question whether how generalizable these results may be in the US population. Next slide, please. There's some other potential benefits and contextual considerations that we took into consideration in reviewing the data. Mainly that there is a very high unmet need for effective disease modifying therapy, and that the disease has a major impact on patient and caregivers' lives and their quality of life. The drug is delivered as an IV infusion every 4 weeks, plus the MRI monitoring that's required. And this may be burdensome to patients, particularly for a population that may have more difficulty traveling to appointments. The impact that the drug may have on health inequities is unclear, as is the impact on long-term care need in this population. Next slide, please. So what I've reviewed with you so far is what we've presented in our Evans report. We received some public comments after the release of the draft report, including that the harm from ARIA is not severe since most of the cases are asymptomatic and or resolved. However, severe cases do occur, and it's not clear that whether or not there may be more severe or symptomatic cases outside of the careful monitoring of the clinical trial. This drug is the first in its class to be approved for Alzheimer's, and the first to show potential efficacy, and that shouldn't be discounted as a springboard for further innovation. But I will point out that prior trials of anti-amyloid antibodies, as I showed you earlier, did not show any clinical efficacy. This treatment could have some value in reducing health disparities related to diagnosis and treatment of Alzheimer's disease, especially since Black and Hispanic Americans are at higher risk and bear a disproportionate burden of disease. But that improvement would only be seen with an effective treatment. Ineffective treatments might actually worsen disparities. Next slide, please. So just to sum up, hopefully I've showed you that eMERGE met its primary endpoint and ENGAGE did not in the intention to treat analysis. Some post hoc analyses were more supportive of positive results, but concerns remain about the validity of such analyses and the possibility that eMERGE was the chance finding and not ENGAGE. ARIA is a concern. While it was mostly mild, it was common, and there are severe cases. And again, the clinical significance of the change in CDR-SB is unclear. Next slide. All of this leads us to conclude that there is low certainty that aducanumab will provide clinical benefit. We also know that harm can occur as patients on aducanumab, some of them will develop symptomatic ARIA. And as a result, we have had an evidence rating of insufficient for the net health benefit of aducanumab compared with supportive care for the treatment of MCI and mild Alzheimer's disease. So that concludes my review of the clinical evidence. And now I'll pause for questions or clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lin, for that outstanding presentation and review of the clinical studies and the evidence. We have about 10 minutes budgeted for questions. Questions could be asked by CTAF panel members, by our patients, or our clinical experts. Please use your raise hand function, and I will call on you. Elizabeth Murphy.
Thanks for that excellent review. One of the things I noticed when you were looking at the change in CDR-SB graphs was kind of the depressing thing of how big a change there was from baseline. And I just wanted to make sure, that I was seeing that right, that the change from baseline in all groups, whether or not they were on any treatment, was far greater than any change or potential change by the drug effect. And I assume that was all significant, that patients were just worsening.
Yes, that's correct. And in the economic review, I think Melanie will talk about the hazard ratio of how many people transitioned between MCI and mild Alzheimer's, because people did transition and progress through the disease throughout the clinical trials.
Okay, Annette Langer-Gould.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lin, for that great summary of the evidence. Can you talk a little bit more, because the trials were stopped early, when we talk about ARIA occurring in about 40% of people, is that over, how many people completed the 18 months of follow-up, and then how many people completed significantly less time?
That's a great question. So, sorry, let me pull up. So the question of ARIA is interesting. The development of ARIA is interesting because a lot of it occurs early on in the disease. So about 25% of the patients developed ARIA within the first 6 months. And this is significant because in the FDA labeling, there's the requirement is a baseline MRI and then not another MRI until the 6-month mark, I believe. So certainly a proportion of people will develop ARIA before they get that next MRI, or they're required to get that next MRI. In terms of the numbers of people that that completed the trials versus the number of people who were not able to complete the trials. I'm trying to pull up, I'm sorry, I don't have that number off the top of my head. I'm trying to pull that up. Patty, I'm just gonna ask my colleague, Patty Sinnott. Patty, do you have that at hand?
I'm just pulling it up now.
One of us will get that number, but it was, I believe it was 60%, 50 to 60%, I believe, somewhere in the neighborhood, 50 to 60%, but we'll get that exact number for you that completed the trial.
And then I had one other question. Typically drug companies will do sort of open label extension trials, and I'm wondering whether they have they shown any data that ARIA may have a delayed effect on cognitive decline. So one of the concerns in other neurological diseases, stroke and multiple sclerosis, is that people can take sort of big hits, be relatively asymptomatic in terms of lesions or make a great recovery from that stroke, but then the dementia or cognitive decline kicks in a few years later, whether we have any information on the potential long-term harm of ARIA.
Yes, that's a good question. No, we do not. The open label extension, which is called EMBARK, is now ongoing, and it's not scheduled to be completed, I believe, until 2023 or 2024. So we don't really have that long-term data as of yet.
Let's turn it over to Ralph for a question.
Thanks. Great presentation, Grace. I have a question related to safety. My understanding in both trials, patients who were excluded if they were on anticoagulants. And my understanding, certainly in this age group, a substantial number of patients might be needed to be on anticoagulants for atrial fibrillation or valvular disease or other indications. So I'm concerned about the interaction of anticoagulants and this drug. Since again, my understanding is FDA did not say you did not need to be on anticoagulants to be on prescribe this drug. So my question is, do we have any data on the safety or the onset of ARIA or brain hemorrhage in patients on this drug who are on anticoagulants?
That's a great question, Ralph. We don't have any detailed data on that. All we have are the overall safety data, which reports that I think approximately 10 or 12% of the ARIA was ARIA, the hemorrhage type, ARIA H. And as you mentioned, the patients with anticoagulants were excluded from the trial. And I don't know, I don't have data on whether or not any patients were started on anticoagulation during the trial. That would be important information, I think, as we go forward to find out.
Let's turn a question over to Bob Collier.
I'm interested. Was the main difference between these trials just that they were at different sites? Because it's clearly supposed to be the same protocol, and the different sites would explain the slight month difference in timing. The other thing that I want to be totally clear on is the primary endpoint was CDR, not reduction in amyloid, correct?
Yes. So the answer to your latter question is yes. Their main primary endpoint was CDR. The reduction in amyloid was a secondary endpoint, and as I think someone pointed out in the chat that it was actually a small sub-study of the trial that had the PET amyloid done for that study.
I'm sorry to interrupt again, but that's one of my questions. Reduction in amyloid was spelled out as a secondary endpoint in the protocol?
It was spelled out, yes.
Protocol or one of the updates?
That was in the original protocol, I believe. And in terms of, yes, the trials were done in different sites and started at slightly different time points, a month apart. And those were the main differences in the trials.
Okay, let's take a question from Say Lee, and then maybe one more after that.
Grace, a great presentation. One question that I think would help me and other clinicians and maybe even kind of others advocates hear a little more about what some of the more severe adverse effects of ARIA, clinical adverse effects of ARIA may be. It sounds like the majority were asymptomatic, but of the ones that were not asymptomatic, one of the things that I worry about is certainly in caring for patients with Alzheimer's who may get agitation, oftentimes this can lead to kind of this cascade of difficult choices of, do we prescribe other medications to try to control the agitation, which themselves can have risks. And so I'm wondering if we can get a little additional data on some of the symptomatic ARIA, and so to get a better handle on the magnitude of harms.
Yeah, that's a great question, Say. We don't have a lot of data in terms of, what we do have is about 46% of patients had headache, 14% had confusion, and 10% had dizziness. There were 13 participants who were reported to have serious ARIA-E, and approximately 69% of them resolved within 12 weeks of all ARIA. So I think I don't have any information on, for example, hospitalizations or changes in medication or anything like that that was reported to us and that we reviewed. So I unfortunately don't have that information in terms of how severe the severe group was. There was, I think, one reported death or a couple reported deaths in the phase 1B trial. And that, I think, was the most severe, obviously the most severe adverse event.
I would say we have time for, I'm sorry, maybe one more. So Elizabeth Murphy, I think if you have a brief question.
Yeah, I'll just be, and this has kind of already been alluded to, but you're talking about death as one of the severe outcomes. And I assume the other things are neurologic deficits that are permanent. Could you have some other examples of what's defined as severe? Just so we have a sense of how impaired patients may be by this.
Yeah, let me just, let me just pull up the data that we did have. I mean, what we have that was reported by the manufacturer. So we don't have these reports so far have not yet been published. So we don't have any published data except for case reports. And so let's see. I'll just report one of the case reports. And basically, the symptoms included headache and encephalopathy in the trial. This was someone who had aducanumab in the trial and ended up with encephalopathy as the most severe form. So, for example, that was one report of a very severe case.
Well, as always, our CTAF members have really outstanding questions. I'm sorry to not get to all of them, but trying to keep us on time. I'm going to pass it back to Grace Lynn for you to introduce Dr. Whittington.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. Next, Dr. Melanie Whittington will present the long-term cost-effectiveness modeling that the ICER team did related to aducanumab. Mel?
Thanks, Grace. Hi, everyone. I'm Mel Whittington. I'm the Associate Director of Health Economics at ICER, and I'll be presenting Chapter 4 of our report, which is the long-term cost effectiveness of aducanumab. And before I get started, you might all be questioning, and certainly many public commenters did, how can you conduct a cost effectiveness analysis when on the slide before you're saying the evidence is insufficient? And it's a very good question. It's a question we've spent many months pondering. And if you believe engage is truth, if you think that is a true story, then you don't need to listen for the next 45 minutes. You don't need an economic model if you don't believe there's any possibility for a clinical benefit. There would be no price aligned with value. But if you're uncertain what the effectiveness might be, if you believe emerge is truth, or you engage, or you believe it's somewhere in between engage and emerge, you might be wondering what you do. And what you do is you build a model with evidence-based assumptions. And so that is what we did. And I'll spend quite a bit of time detailing what those evidence-based assumptions are, so you fully understand the approach that we took to this analysis. Next slide. Before I get too far, I want to acknowledge two individuals in particular, Dr. John Campbell and Noemi Fluch. They are key members of our economic team here at ICER, as well as this review. Next slide. The objective of this portion of the review is to estimate the cost effectiveness of aducanumab in addition to supportive care as compared to supportive care alone. And supportive care can include non-pharmacologic and pharmacologic, but non-disease modifying therapies. Next slide. This says methods in brief, but I'm not going to be all that brief in the methods because, again, this is very important to understand the methods and the evidence-based assumptions we made given the insufficiencies in the evidence. Next slide. So let's start with population. Our population that started our economic evaluation and thus were assumed to initiate aducanumab treatment were individuals restricted to early Alzheimer's disease. So this was defined as mild cognitive impairment due to Alzheimer's disease or mild Alzheimer's disease. And this was in alignment with the clinical evidence and the updated FDA label. The table on this slide shows patient characteristics, including the mean age was 70, which aligned with the trial population. This influences baseline mortality and utility. The percent female was 52%, also in alignment with the trials, and this influences baseline mortality. The clinical stage at baseline was 55% MCI and 45% mild Alzheimer's disease. And these estimates are from population level estimates and ideally represent that mix of individuals who we believe might initiate this treatment. The setting of care was also tracked in this model, and in our model, 8% started in long-term care. Next slide. The model that we made was a Markov model, which I'll show a schematic on the next slide. But our setting was the United States, and our perspective was actually a co-base case perspective, where we had a healthcare system perspective and a modified societal perspective. The healthcare system perspective focused on the direct medical costs and health outcomes of the patient. And then in the modified societal perspective, we also included patient productivity, caregiver quality of life, caregiver time spent caregiving, and caregiver direct medical costs. And we have presented these as a co-base case analysis. Now, if you've seen our report, you may notice that our incremental cost effectiveness ratios and our incremental findings between these two perspectives don't differ that much. And that's because these are incremental findings and are driven by a relatively small effectiveness of aducanumab. We have included these as a co-base case analyses because we understand through our lived experiences, our engagement with patients, caregivers, and patient advocacy groups, the enormity of these costs for the societal perspective. And so it was important for us to keep these as co-base case analyses, although the effectiveness of aducanumab didn't differ, there were the incremental findings between these two perspectives. Our time horizon is that of a lifetime. And so although we start our population in early Alzheimer's disease, we do follow this population over a lifetime time horizon and therefore track them among higher levels of severity of disease. All future costs and outcomes are discounted at 3% per year, and our cycle length is an annual cycle to align with the evidence and other economic models in the space. Our primary outcomes was the cost per quality adjusted life year gained, cost per equal value of life year gained, cost per life year gained, and cost per year in the community gained. The cost per equal value of life year gained, if you aren't familiar with this metric, this is a metric that for any period of life extension, it assigns the same utility score, essentially that of average of the general population. So in an upcoming slide, I'll show disutilities assigned specific to Alzheimer's disease. And this outcome, those were not assigned in that period of life extension. And then the cost per year in the community gain, this is something we heard as very important from the patient advocacy groups and patients we talked to at the beginning of this review, how important it is to individuals to stay in the community and outside of long-term care. And so we have included that as a separate outcome. Next slide. Here's our model schematic. This is a typical model schematic of a Markov model. You see 5 ovals. These represent our health states that are mutually exclusive and exhaustive. So an individual is within one of these at any given time. You'll see we have a health state for MCI, mild Alzheimer's disease, moderate Alzheimer's disease, and severe Alzheimer's disease. We also have a health state that represents death. There are numerous arrows on this model schematic to show the flexibility and structure that the model allows. You'll see there are some bidirectional arrows. So you'll see there's an arrow from severe Alzheimer's disease to moderate Alzheimer's disease. And so the model structure is advanced enough to allow for those what you might think are backward transitions, although those were quite infrequent in the evidence. In addition to severity of Alzheimer's disease, our model tracked the severity of care, so a community dwelling versus long-term care dwelling. And we assumed once patients progressed to long-term care, they stayed there until death. And this model schematic is set up in alignment with what we heard from patients, in that what really matters to them is clinical benefit and reducing the severity of the disease. And so reducing progressions to more severe levels of Alzheimer's disease and to long-term care is what's driving our findings here. Next slide. Key model assumptions. We're going to spend some time on this slide because this is where it's really important for us all to understand what the model assumed in order to interpret our results. And really the key model assumptions are those assumptions that we made for the aducanumab treatment effectiveness given the uncertainty and the insufficiency in the evidence. So the first bullet, what did we assume for the aducanumab effectiveness for transitions out of mild cognitive impairment? And so assumption one is, did we assume a benefit? And the answer to that is yes. We assumed that aducanumab did slow the progression out of MCI. And so then the second assumption is, well, how much? And what we did there is we took a blend of the treatment effectiveness from the two trials, ENGAGE and EMERGE. And so we don't know which is truth, ENGAGE or EMERGE. And so our assumption was, let's blend them. Let's take this pooled estimate between the two. It is worth noting, this might be assumption 3 on this bullet, is given the model schematic is focused on transitions of severity of care, the input that we really need for the model is a hazard ratio on transitions out of MCI. And Biogen provided that to us for the EMERGE study. They did not provide us that for the ENGAGE study. And so we relied on the relationship with the CDR sum of boxes that Grace provided. So the second bullet is on the effect on disease progression from mild. I'm going to skip that for just a second and skip to the third bullet, which is the effect on the disease progression from moderate. So in MCI, we're assuming this is going to work, and it's this blend of ENGAGE and EMERGE. In moderate, through calls with stakeholders, it was not believed that aducanumab would reduce the disease progression from moderate Alzheimer's disease. And so we assumed the same thing. We assumed a hazard ratio of 1, that it doesn't reduce the disease progression from moderate Alzheimer's disease. It is worth noting we didn't assume that it could increase the rate of disease progression in moderates. We didn't assume that there's this catch-up period that occurred once an individual reached moderate Alzheimer's disease. We simply assumed a hazard ratio of 1. So now let's go back to the second bullet. And the second bullet is, what is the aducanumab effectiveness on mild? This, we did not have evidence for transitions from mild to moderate or severe Alzheimer's disease. So we took kind of pieces of information from bullets 1 and 3, where MCI, we assumed this blend of ENGAGE and EMERGE that is a hazard ratio less than 1. And then for moderate, we assumed it didn't work and was a hazard ratio of 1. So for mild, we didn't have evidence on transitions here. So our evidence-based assumption is that it would be in between. That aducanumab is 50% less effective on transitions out of mild as it was on MCI. And so, for example, if the MCI hazard ratio was 0.8 and then moderate was 1, and mild, we would assume 0.9. So we did that midpoint between those two numbers. All right, now to the fourth bullet here is another key model assumption, and that is that patients stop receiving aducanumab once they enter the severe Alzheimer's disease health state. Now, these are key model assumptions. These have been tested extensively in sensitivity and scenario analyses. In my talk today, I will present an optimistic and conservative treatment benefit scenario that varies the first 3 bullets on this slide. And then in our report, there is a scenario that varies the last assumption as well. Next slide. Here are key model inputs, clinical inputs. I've touched on most of these on the previous slide, but just to reiterate this one more time, for the aducanumab hazard ratio for transitions out of mild cognitive impairment, we assumed this blend of the ENGAGE and the EMERGE trial. For the ENGAGE trial, we didn't have the hazard ratio, and so we used that relationship that Grace provided on the change in CDR sum of boxes. So on her slide, it was that plus 2%, and actually the wrong direction as to what we might expect. And so we've converted that to a hazard ratio of 1.02. And then we blended that with the hazard ratio that Biogen provided to us from the EMERGE trial that's currently academic in confidence. And then the third row in this table is the aducanumab hazard ratio from moderate. That's where we again assumed a hazard ratio of 1. And then for mild, the second row in this table, we took that midpoint. It was 50% as effective as a hazard ratio from MCI. Other key clinical inputs to emphasize are the safety inputs, ARIA. So the probability of symptomatic ARIA in the model was 10%, which was also the amount of discontinuation due to adverse events. We did assume that ARIA occurred within the first 18 months of starting aducanumab. And although this slide presents the 10% discontinuation due to adverse events, yes, that did occur in the first 18 months, but discontinuation then occurred every single cycle over the lifetime time horizon due to patients transitioning to severe Alzheimer's disease. The average duration of ARIA was 12 weeks, which is important for how disutilities and monitoring costs were assigned. Next slide. Here are our utility inputs. You'll see the patient disutilities at the top part of this table with the caregiver disutilities that come into play in our modified societal perspective at the bottom portion of this table. I know there's a lot of numbers here, and so I'm just going to point you to a few key takeaways on this. First is that disutilities worsen along with disease severity. And so you'll see, looking at the patient disutilities for MCI, we have a disutility of minus 0.17. This increases dramatically to severe Alzheimer's disease of minus 0.53. You'll also see a typical worsening as the patient goes to long-term care, as represented by a larger disutility. It is important to note that these values for disutilities are a measure of central tendency. And so this isn't saying everyone with severe Alzheimer's disease is minus 0.53 disutility. Of course, everything has a range, but this is one midpoint that's used. Our caregiver disutilities on the bottom portion of the slide was challenging in the literature. It is something that I'm sure we'll have a conversation on today, and it's something I would like to see in research and literature going forward as more work in this space, because there's a lot of literature that suggests that caregiver disutility does not differ by Alzheimer's disease severity. Now, this was something, again, through our experiences and engagement with patient advocacy groups and patients that we just couldn't reconcile. And so we did find literature to be able to reflect this increase in disutility with Alzheimer's disease severity. Next slide. Cost inputs. For aducanumab, we assumed $56,000 per year plus a 6% markup related to infusion. A few things to note here: the year one cost would be lower due to the titration that's characteristic of aducanumab over the first year. Another thing to note here is that this is based as a weight-based dose. And so this price is representative of kind of the average weight of a patient with Alzheimer's disease of around 74,000. There are two vial sizes here. I believe it's 300 milligrams and 170 milligrams. And so individuals with a lower weight will likely still need 3 vials to receive their full dose. Individuals on a higher weight might need to receive 4 vials, which would be a price above $56,000. We assume a price for brain MRIs. Brain MRIs factor into the model in 2 places. There are 3 brain MRIs in the first year to align with the FDA label, as well as 3 brain MRIs for each ARIA occurrence. The last row on this table is caregiver time spent caregiving. This comes into play in our modified societal perspective. And you can see the enormity of these costs across all disease stages, but how they dramatically increase as Alzheimer's disease severity increases. These values estimates are presented here are monthly, and they were monetized in the modified societal perspective. These values are also for community dwelling patients. The time spent for long-term care dwelling patients is 44% of these values. Next slide. All right, let's get into the results. Next slide. This slide presents the undiscounted years in the health states. And so our columns represent aducanumab, and then our last column is supportive care alone, and our rows are each health state. And so you'll see that aducanumab in our model, those who received aducanumab in addition to supportive care spent more time in MCI and mild Alzheimer's disease. In MCI, this translates to approximately 3 months. In mild, this translates to approximately 1 month. And so there are around 4 more months in earlier stages of Alzheimer's disease, which does coincide well with some of the public statements within the range of time expected to be in earlier health states. Next slide. Here are our model inputs. The first half of this table represents the healthcare system perspective, and the bottom half of this table represents the societal perspective. The total cost increase in the aducanumab arm is difference or incremental results, aducanumab versus supportive care over the lifetime time horizon was $204,000, where the vast majority of this is represented by aducanumab costs. You'll see in the societal perspective, you see how much larger the costs are per arm. So in aducanumab, it was $546,000. This increases to $838,000 in the societal perspective. So this is capturing the enormity of these costs. But the incremental findings in this are not that different. $204,000 in the healthcare system perspective, $202,000 in the societal perspective. So there are cost offsets that are captured here. And the reason why the societal perspective is lower is because in our model, aducanumab does have more, those treated with aducanumab have more time in MCI and mild Alzheimer's disease, which is associated with less time spent caregiving. So those cost offsets are there. They're just not large due to the minimal effectiveness. The incremental qualities gained, equal value of life years gained, and life years are also presented in bold. These are relatively small, and again, the societal perspective slightly higher than the healthcare system perspective, and that's driven by there is some additional time in the lower levels of Alzheimer's disease severity, and so that transfers to a few quality gains and a few cost offsets. The life years and community outcome is also presented. Next slide. Here are our incremental cost effectiveness ratios. Again, the top portion of this table is the healthcare system perspective, and the bottom portion of this table is the societal perspective. In the healthcare system perspective, there was a cost per quality gained of $1.33 million per quality gained, and a $1.02 million cost per equal value of life year gained. A societal perspective had ever so slightly more favorable incremental cost effectiveness ratios of 1.27 million for the cost per quality gained and 938,000 for the cost per equal value of life year gained. Next. We conducted numerous sensitivity and scenario analyses. The one-way sensitivity analysis, the full tornado diagram is available in the report, but it's clear from that tornado diagram, there's one input that really influences cost effectiveness findings, and that is the aducanumab treatment effectiveness. Varying that input alone resulted in incremental cost effectiveness ratios that ranged from dominated, so more costly, less effective, this is kind of the engage world, to approximately $600,000 per quality gained. Next slide. Here are the results from our probabilistic sensitivity analysis. This varies all of the parameters at once, and 0 of the iterations were beneath a threshold of $200,000 per quality gain or per EVLYG. Next slide. Our scenario analyses, it will highlight two, one being an optimistic treatment benefit scenario, and the second being a conservative treatment benefit scenario. And I'll talk through the differences when I'm showing the results. Next slide. So here is our optimistic treatment benefit scenario. This differs from our base case in two ways. The first is that we are saying emerge was truth. We are no longer going to blend the emerge hazard ratio with the engage hazard ratio for transitions from MCI. So we're assuming that emerge hazard ratio for transitions from MCI. So that's difference one. Difference two is that for transitions from mild, instead of assuming it's 50% effective, we're going to assume it's 100% as effective. So essentially in this optimistic treatment benefit scenario, we're taking that hazard ratio from emerge and applying it to transitions from MCI and from mild. And that produces incremental cost effectiveness ratios that range from 329,000 per equal value of life year gain in the societal perspective to 454,000 per quality gain in the healthcare system perspective. Next slide. And here are the results of our conservative treatment benefit scenario. This differs from our base case analysis in that we're going to keep the blended emerge and engage hazard ratios for transitions from MCI. That stays the same. What differs is transitions from mild Alzheimer's disease, we no longer assume an effect. So instead of assuming it was 50% as effective, we're assuming it's not effective any longer once a patient has reached mild Alzheimer's disease and assign a hazard ratio of 1. This scenario produces incremental cost effectiveness ratios that range from 1.36 million per equal value of life year gained in the societal perspective to 1.96 million per quality gained in the healthcare system perspective. Next slide. Limitations. Before I close, it's important to consider the limitations when evaluating this model. So the first is that evidence on the effectiveness of aducanumab is inconsistent between the two pivotal trials. Our base case analysis used a blend of evidence from these two trials and required a treatment benefit assumption. We remain uncertain as to whether this average point estimate represents the true effect of aducanumab. And so additional evidence on the effectiveness of aducanumab is needed to reduce the uncertainty and the cost effectiveness as well. The second limitation here is that evidence on aducanumab's effect on health state transitions is limited. We really only had evidence on health state transitions out of MCI and for the emerge study. And so this is something we'd like to see going forward, is looking at transitions out of later disease stages as well. The third is that utilities for the patient and caregiver from cross-sectional studies, which can be challenging to capture quality of life changes over time, as well as the sensitivity of these metrics is always a concern. Next slide. Public comments received. We are grateful for the numerous public comments we did receive. One comment was about how thresholds above commonly used thresholds are maybe appropriate for Alzheimer's disease. And we are aware of the academic literature that has suggested higher thresholds for more severe diseases like Alzheimer's disease. We're also aware that this work suggests a lower threshold for diseases that are less severe. And the methods by which to assign those thresholds for higher severity and lower severity are not well established in health economics or value assessment. And that's partially because it requires a single view of a societal view for severity. And also any divergence in thresholds when we assign a lower threshold for less severe and a higher threshold for more severe, this creates this winners and losers with equal gains of health for some patients perceived as more and other patients perceived as less. Another common public comment was that we pooled the effect from emerge and engage. And we're with you. This is something that we had to do due to the insufficiency in evidence. We remain uncertain as to if our approach represents truth, and that's why we've conducted numerous sensitivity and scenario analyses. But we thought this was an appropriate evidence-based assumption as somewhere in between the two trials, given they showed different findings. Next slide. So to conclude, an annual price of $56,000 for aducanumab is not in alignment with its clinical benefits, even under a scenario with optimistic treatment benefit assumptions. And uncertainty in the effectiveness of aducanumab percolates through to uncertainty in the cost effectiveness estimates, where we receive this wide range in cost effectiveness estimates ranging from dominated, more costly, less effective, all the way to around 350,000 per equal value of life year gained. Next slide. And with that, we'll take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Whittington, for the work that you and your collaborators did here and the presentation to us. Really outstanding. We have time for questions from our panel, and I'd like to also specifically ask our clinical experts if there are any assumptions, clinical assumptions in the model that they would like to comment on, and we'll use the raised hand function. So let's start with Say Lee.
Thank you, Dr. Whittington, for a very clear presentation of a very complex topic with lots of unknowns. One of the things that I was wondering about was the population that was being studied, and therefore the population that was modeled versus the population that we're thinking that this may be used in. And so one of the, and this may be actually, so what is the upper end of the age limit of the folks that were in the model? And is the average age of 70 kind of a realistic average age of the population that's going to be using this, and how do the results change if the average age of the folks using aducanumab increase? And I also wanted to ask about long-term care. How many long-term care residents were actually included in the original studies, and how would the results change if we modulate the numbers in long-term care already?
Great question. So to answer the age question first, this is taken from the trial, but is also pretty well aligns with other demographic estimates for this population in early Alzheimer's disease. This was a variable that we assessed uncertainty around, and to be honest, the variation in the age doesn't matter as much as the aducanumab treatment effectiveness, right? So it's just, sure, could there be differences by age? Absolutely. This will be going in our interactive modeler that'll allow you to be able to change the age and retrieve specific estimates. But what's really driving is the aducanumab treatment effectiveness. As for long-term care, we did model transitions to long-term care. The population started 8% in long-term care. Over time, transitions to long-term care were quite high, and so population in long-term care at the end was considerably higher. I am not aware of any evidence on the clinical evidence side looking at how many of the individuals treated were in long-term care.
Okay, let's turn to Jeffrey Hotch.
If it pleases the chair, I'd like to invite Dr. Phillips to go first. She's been patient and in front of me. Is that all right?
By all means.
Sure. Well, related to what we just heard, equity is very important. We all want to see equitable care, but do we have any evidence here on how the results varied by subgroup, by race, is there just no evidence that we could use to even look at that?
Yes, I do think this will be brought up later on in our meeting, but the representativeness and diversity of the patient population was quite limited. And so the evidence was not there to be able to model, unfortunately.
Okay, Jeff.
Thank you. Dr. Whittington, wonderful job creating a collage for us of what's there and helping us appreciate what's not there. I wondered if I could ask you some questions about the tornado diagram.
I knew you were going to, Jeff.
Oh, shoot.
I would expect nothing less. Yeah, ready.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly and understanding it's going to tell us, I think, some of the variables that we don't know and whether or not they make a big difference in the results. Is that right?
You're absolutely right.
Okay, I think I just lost the ability to share. Yep, can't share anymore. Okay, so looking at table, so if anyone else wants to follow along, we're on figure 7 in the evidence summary.
And you might all be saying, this doesn't really look like a tornado.
I'm not going to critique. I mean, I can't make a better tornado, but I think if I could show it to the group or the group could look at it, I think you're telling us the main message is there's one variable that really, really, really matters. And although we might know we may not know a bunch of other things, they don't have as much of an impact on the findings or the conclusions. Is that right?
Beautifully said.
So just can you remind me, what's the one thing that A, we don't know, and B, has a gigantic impact on whether we conclude this is low value, medium value, or high value?
That is the aducanumab treatment effectiveness. And in that tornado, why don't I get risky and see if I can share my screen? Nope. In that tornado, it actually represents really the top 2 bars that are presented. The first bar is the hazard ratio on transition out of mild cognitive impairment. And you'll see that's like the really long rectangle. That is really driving the results here. And the second bar is transitions out of mild Alzheimer's disease. Now, that's dependent on MCI because we assumed it was 50% as effective. So that's why these transitions out of MCI are really driving the results. You might notice on that tornado diagram, there's a bar only off to the left. And yes, so this doesn't look like a tornado, and that's because the top input matters so much that you don't see this funnel that we typically see because our scale is very wide. That top bar it goes off to the left, where our axis in these tornado diagrams represents our base case incremental cost effectiveness ratio. So off to the left, we have this long bar, and off to the right, we don't have anything. And this is a particular challenge with tornado diagrams, in that off to the left are values less than your incremental cost effectiveness ratio. So say if our incremental cost effectiveness ratio is $1.33 million in our base case, when we use an even more favorable treatment assumption, it becomes around 600,000 per quality gained. So that's off to the left of our axis. But a challenge with tornado diagrams is when we make our treatment effectiveness less favorable. So we now assume a hazard ratio greater than 1. So kind of what we saw in the ENGAGE trial. This actually results in a negative incremental cost effectiveness ratio. This is less effective, more costly. Well, a negative value is also to the left of our incremental cost effectiveness ratio, darn it. So our rectangle is only off to the left side. And so that's no error of our report. That is purely math, and negative numbers are to the left of our incremental cost effectiveness ratio.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the summary. I think maybe I'm getting the bottom line. Cost effectiveness could be easier if we had better measures of effectiveness.
Got it.
Got it. Thank you.
Let's turn to Ralph Brindis.
Thanks, Mel. Great presentation. I viewed it as a personal tutorial in cost effectiveness, and I learned a lot. Although I suspect it wouldn't matter much, in any of your calculations, do you look about incorporate the costs of safety issues where we have problems with the drug or issues related to stroke and these sorts of things in our cost effectiveness calculations?
That's a great question, and we do. So our primary issue here was in ARIA. And so this influences our model in 2 main ways. One is on the cost side of things. So individuals who had ARIA then received a brain MRI every 4 weeks for the duration of ARIA. Because the average duration was 12 weeks, this becomes essentially 3 brain MRIs per occurrence of ARIA. So that affects costs. Those aren't free. Another way that ARIA factors into our results, the safety piece, is in a disutility. And so for symptomatic ARIA, we applied a further reduction in quality of life for the duration of that event. Rena, sorry, you might be on mute.
I'm sorry, my fault. Sanket, your question.
Thanks, Rena. Thanks so much, Mel, for a great presentation. This was extremely helpful. I have a question about the imaging. So the brain MRIs were included in terms of follow-up, but can you talk about were costs related to PET scans also included? My understanding is that PET scans were an entry requirement into the clinical trials, and if we have any information on sort of what might be expected in terms of follow-up PET scans as well, and their role there.
That's a great question. As for PET scans as a diagnostic portion of our model, that was not included. That was assumed to kind of occur prior to aducanumab treatment. And I believe this will come up in our policy roundtable or maybe before then about coverage for that and the practices of doing that. And so PET scans were not captured in our model.
Catherine.
Utilities. Could you tell us a bit more? I mean, that's really tough, right? You said that the caregiver utility data were pretty poor. What about the patient utility data, and how good do you think that is? And would it make any difference if we assumed a worse utility from having this disease?
Great question. The utility evidence, I would say, seemed a little dated, but not inconsistent on the patient side. So our estimates are from many years ago, but there have been recent smaller studies that have relatively similar numbers. There's been a meta-analysis that was recently published looking at patient utilities, and the estimates we use in the model were very similar to those. And so that seemed to be not as uncertain as the caregiver disutilities. Now, the value of those, getting to the second part of your questions, what if a larger decrement was assumed? What's really driving in the model is the difference between the values. So like between MCI and mild, that difference is what's driving the results. And so, say we shifted all of those values down 20, that wouldn't change our results as how it would if the increment between those became larger. So it is an input that the model is sensitive to. It would produce different results. Nothing along the magnitudes that we saw with aducanumab treatment effect.
Yeah, the incremental point is huge.
Yep. Yeah, but I would say there was more consensus on patient utilities. I think there's obvious questions of like, how do you capture utilities from a patient with Alzheimer's disease, and can caregivers be a good proxy, and are these instruments sensitive enough? So there's a host of issues, but there seems to be a relatively good consensus.
Bob Collier.
Yeah, Mel, I appreciate the, I'd like to kind of put you on the spot, because I end up doing this sort of with patient organizations, advocacy organizations, kind of at the end of the meeting. I'm afraid it gets lost sometimes. But the disutilities, the costs, the societal impacts, the numbers that we continually do not have, that all of the comments about each report criticize us for not having and not integrating in there. Where would you suggest they come from? I personally really try to put I think a lot of that burden goes on the large patient organizations, because there is no one else to do this. And they could at least hopefully put some pressure on the drug companies to integrate some of that into the trials themselves, in terms of an on-the-spot related to this particular trial data collection. But the patient organizations themselves are the ones that have direct access to the sources of that information. And yet they appear to be putting in no effort whatsoever really on their own to gather that up and provide that to us for these kind of analyses. Anyway, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you're dealing with it. You're the one that ends up having to have this bucket here that produce a report for us. Do you have any more insight into where that stuff should come from?
Yeah, I would say, just like we have a healthcare system, this value assessment and the generation of evidence, I think, is also a system. And I think it's everybody's responsibility to either be advocating or collecting these data. So I don't think it's fair to put this on one group. I think this needs to be a system level effort. And I will say, I think there has been very advanced research done by patient advocacy groups that we have engaged throughout this review. We've worked very closely with them. They've provided us fantastic evidence. So I think some things are on do the data exist? And there's certainly gaps, as with everything, but there's also methodological considerations, like do we have the appropriate methods to be able to capture this or serving as proxy, that I think is another issue that needs to be observed. So I don't think I answered your question. I think I added another issue, but that's what I'm going to stick to.
Jeff, did you have another question?
Really quick question again about tornado diagrams. I really respect Bob's point about getting you what you need. If you could make one wish and someone was going to collect the data that you as a person interested in value felt would most improve your analysis, what are the data that you would want collected going forward, let's say?
Yes, this is on my shopping list.
Yes.
I would like the hazard ratio of transitions out of MCI and the hazard ratio and transitions out of mild.
Why did you do those?
Because that will drive the result. Now, if I can be really choosy, I'd also want it out of moderate, but I will settle with MCI and mild because that's what drives the results.
Okay, well, that was an excellent question answer period. We are going to move to the next portion of our meeting with time for our manufacturer comments and discussion. I'm pleased to welcome and introduce Chris Liebman from Biogen. And Chris, before you begin, please declare any potential conflicts of interest.
Great. I'll do a brief introduction and then I'll allow Maha Radhakrishnan, our Chief Medical Officer, as well, to make an introduction at that point, and can make the comment. And I just want to say first off, thanks. It's a real privilege to be here. And not surprising, I say that as a privilege, not because I agree with everything in the clinical interpretation or in the work from Dr. Whittington, but because it's a real privilege to be part of a first of its kind meeting like this. Just like we've seen with oncology, where there's been, I think ICER's conducted 7 meetings, 7 assessments for more than 25 products over the last 4 years. I can only hope where we may be here in a few years. And similar to, the way Dr. Pearson, Steve started the meeting with a very passionate, I know like many on the panel here, we all share a similar commitment here and long-term view that we absolutely need treatments in this space and our society requires it. And that's why I'm here today. I made a life decision a long time ago. I'm a past Alzheimer's caregiver and a Alzheimer's caregiver support group facilitator. These are support groups for Alzheimer's caregivers. And after doing that for a number of years in La Mesa, California, I made a decision I didn't want to work in other areas. And so now for more than 15 years, I've been focused in Alzheimer's, tragically, in most cases on failed trials and failed programs. And that's actually what led me to make a decision to come to Biogen in 2014, because some of the programs I had worked on had failed at other companies. And I wanted to be at a company that was taking enormous risks in some of the most challenging areas, at a time when many companies were making very smart decisions to instead go in other directions and announce very publicly they would no longer fund Alzheimer's research and focus on oncology, focus on immunology, focus on infectious disease. So to be part of this meeting, it's a real privilege, it's a real honor, and not just because of today, but because I envision and hope, like we all do, that I'll be coming back here with ICER in multiple meetings over the coming years to talk not only about adjuvant, but multiple other treatments. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. Let me turn it back to you, Dr. Fox, or over to Maha.
Okay, thank you. Well, we certainly have time now for questions from the panelists and.
I'm sorry, Dr. Fox. So Maha was going to make
Yeah.
Maha was actually going to make our formal statement as a company. So I apologize for that confusion.
Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. Thank you, Chris. And as Chris said, hello, everyone, and thank you to the panel, the esteemed panel, the audience, and obviously ICER for this opportunity to comment on this analysis. Just like Chris, I've been in the Alzheimer's space for more than 10 years now, and Chris and I actually have come across and worked in parallel in different companies, and then finally at Biogen, really helping pioneer in the space. And Dr. Pearson's comments in the beginning today were just heartwarming, in terms of just listening to what his mother had to go through and what many of us are going through, either as caregivers impacted directly or indirectly by this condition. We welcome today's discussion about Aduhelm, and I will also take the opportunity to respond to some of the statements that I heard that were made during the presentations earlier today during my comments. As you know, the FDA has approved Aduhelm under the accelerated approval pathway based on reduction in amyloid plaques, a biomarker that is reasonably likely to predict clinical benefit. Aduhelm has been studied extensively in clinical trials, and we refer you to the data as set out in the USPI, the US label, which outlines the results of these studies. As the indication statement in the USPI sets out, Aduhelm is an anti-amyloid beta-directed antibody indicated for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. Treatment with Aduhelm should be initiated in patients with mild cognitive impairment or mild dementia stage of Alzheimer's disease, the population in which treatment was initiated in the clinical trials. There are no safety or effectiveness data on initiating treatment at earlier or later stages of the disease than were studied. The indication is approved under accelerated approval based on the reduction in amyloid beta plaques observed in patients treated with Aduhelm. Continued approval for this indication may be contingent upon verification of clinical benefit in confirmatory trials. We are at a historic juncture in the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. I feel honored and humbled to be here to speak to you, not only about the discovery and the FDA's accelerated approval of Aduhelm that has brought us to this point, but also to what we believe has the potential to mean in the lives of people with Alzheimer's disease, their caregivers, their families, friends, and the physicians, nurses, and so many others that help take care of these patients, as well as, most importantly, to the scientific community that can build on this and drive further innovation. A diagnosis of mild cognitive impairment due to Alzheimer's disease or mild AD before the 7th of June 2021 was different from being diagnosed today. Today, there is something we can offer to appropriate patients, which is confirmation of amyloid pathology, a diagnosis made in the earlier stages of the disease, so a right window for intervention in the MCI due to AD or the mild AD stage of disease, and there is a treatment option. Amyloid beta accumulation in the brain of patients with Alzheimer's. Research shows that the intervention in the early stages of disease may provide a window of opportunity to treat patients before they reach a certain threshold of irreversible neurodegeneration. And in clinical trials, Aduhelm reduced amyloid beta plaques. We cannot lose sight that this is the first approved treatment that targets a defining disease pathology rather than just the symptoms. We believe we are on the path that diseases like MS have been before, where the treatment that was first approved sparked further innovation and builds on the scientific understanding that we now have. Our focus must be now on working together to support access, to care for the right patients at the right time with the right medication, and work on future innovative treatments to change the course of disease. Assessing the first treatment for Alzheimer's disease is a complex matter that requires innovative thinking and new methodological framework. We regret that the ICER assessment missed the mark on this. The central problem surrounding this assessment that it applies a surprisingly narrow framework to the burden of Alzheimer's disease and the value of Alzheimer's disease treatments. The report discounts the possible holistic value of Aduhelm and does not accurately reflect the potential effect of treating older adults with MCI due to AD or mild AD with a drug that targets and removes amyloid plaque. Anti-amyloid treatments tested so far did not show a removal in amyloid and hence showed 0 changes in CDR sum of boxes. Many AD patients and caregivers looking into a future after an AD diagnosis are terrified. Many suffer from depression, anxiety, agitation as they cope with this new reality. This is not just limited to a small group of individuals, but magnified as patients have an average of 3 caregivers. And caregivers and their families certainly struggle with Alzheimer's psychological and, more importantly, physical impact. They witness it destroy their loved ones, but feel helpless and alone. There is no cure for Alzheimer's disease. And until Aduhelm's approval, there was no drug approved since 2003. At Biogen, we have been researching a treatment for Alzheimer's for more than a decade, learning from setbacks, following the science, and persisting in our commitment to the community and the patients with this condition. And yet, this report undervalues the burden of Alzheimer's disease and this moment in history. There is a reason why a total of 11 public comments on this report, the universal theme was, this analysis underestimates treatment value to patients and their caregivers. Every public comment has highlighted that ICER's assessment can't regard the challenges of AD in the same way as the other diseases. It can't value Aduhelm with the same measures for less severe diseases. Biogen disagrees with the underlying assumptions of ICER's report, including the inappropriate pooling of data, assumptions on duration of therapy, and efficacy as well. It is inappropriate to blend trials with different characteristics. The assessment wrongly assumes patients had the same exposure to high-dose treatments between the trials. This makes the base case fundamentally flawed and undervalues AD treatments for patients and caregivers. Models are based on assumptions. ICER's model makes a number of pessimistic assumptions. For example, the report assumes that patients remain on therapy beyond the time period in which the physician would deem it appropriate to continue to treat. These ultimately underestimate the value of a treatment option to Alzheimer's disease patients and their caregivers. The report's price threshold is also inappropriate for the severity of the disease. The assessment uses price thresholds applied to other diseases that are too low to capture the value in Alzheimer's disease. And again, what this means is that it undervalues Alzheimer's disease treatments for patients and caregivers. In my lifetime, it is a privilege to be part of this moment here and now, where I can tell my family members, my friends, and this community that there is now a new treatment option, but we believe there's likely to catalyze a renaissance in the future of AD medicines. While we look to launch Aduhelm, we are also continuing to invest in more than 30 clinical development programs. These include several potential additional treatments for Alzheimer's disease in our pipeline and other debilitating neurological conditions such as Parkinson's disease, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis or ALS, and stroke. Today, Alzheimer's disease is a progressive disease, but as the field continues to innovate, our hope is that one day it will be different. I thank you for your time.
Thank you both very much. We have time now for questions from the panel. And again, please use your raised hand function. David Rind.
Thanks. So I appreciate the comments there. I have concerns about a few of them. The first is this issue about blending the trials. These are two identically designed trials that started a month apart. If we don't blend them, we have to pick one of them. And the assumption seems to have been all along that the one we should pick is the positive trial. And the assumption that we should pick the positive trial seems to be based on an analysis that was done to try to figure out why the negative trial was wrong. We looked really hard at this question, and you saw the data and the graphs presented by Dr. Lin, that basically, if you do the analysis that Biogen did to try to find why the negative trial got it wrong and to make it look like the negative trial shows that high dose is better than low dose is better than placebo, that as soon as you do that, you cause the positive trial numbers to just look ridiculous. They don't make any sense at all. Why should we believe that analysis? Why should we believe that it's the negative trial that got it wrong and that that explanation makes any sense? I have more questions after that, but I'll start with that one.
And I'd also like to ask Mel Whittington if she has any additional comments or questions at this point.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. No additional questions from me, but to point everyone that we did conduct a scenario analysis of patients discontinuing at moderate Alzheimer's disease. That is included in our report. That's table E22 on page 109. That is a scenario analysis that we captured, and none of the incremental cost effectiveness ratios dipped beneath commonly cited thresholds or the 500,000 per quality adjusted that is being suggested.
So if either Maha or Chris want to reply at this point.
Yeah, just give me a second. I'm just looking to some of my slides. So Chris, if you want to respond to any of those, please feel free, and I will be back with you in just a second.
Sure. So I guess, David, once you pull some of the information together, as everyone has seen, this has been an ongoing conversation now for a period of time, and it's complex. And we acknowledge that complexity. But as has been described quite exhaustively in other forums, and discussed, in fact, actually in another meeting that both Steve and I were in yesterday with a number of expert clinicians and payers, they've talked about these were identically designed trials. However, they are not identical trials to be pooled. And we should be very, very careful in doing that. And keep in mind, we have an experience in doing that, in pooling, in making assumptions related to our initial futility analysis, which we've acknowledged should not have happened. And so I think that's a bit of a cautionary tale on concluding based on pooling in an unadjusted fashion. There are clear differences in what came from the trials that Maha can speak to. And I think that's from our standpoint, and we've said this repeatedly, and it's been debated in different forums, why we believe eMERGE is the primary basis in many ways, along with other supporting information from the analyses produced.
Yeah. And just to add to that, to respond to Dr. Rind and the other questions from Dr. Huntington is, we actually looked at not just the eMERGE and ENGAGE, but also the data from the PRIME study was submitted. And as we've also seen from the FDA ClinPharm review, is the prior studies of anti-amyloid lowering antibodies that did not really show any reduction in beta amyloid, essentially did not show any change in the CDR sum of boxes. So if you come back to the question of pooling, if you look at those studies, and as I said earlier in my comments, it all comes back to the differences in the exposure to the doses. And when you look at the right exposure, the right dose for the right amount of time, you do see that consistent reductions, not just in amyloid, but also changes in the clinical parameters in these studies.
So why is it then that you see a much greater reduction in amyloid with the high dose in ENGAGE, but worse CDR sum of boxes outcomes in ENGAGE than in the low dose?
Yeah,
and in placebo? Why would that be if really the issue is how much amyloid is removed when you see this dramatically greater reduction with the high dose and ENGAGE?
Yeah, so if you were, I know when Dr. Lin presented the clinical data, she did talk about the PV4 or the amendment, protocol amendment version 4. So if you look at the ENGAGE data in the post PV4 analysis, the reductions are similar to what you see in eMERGE.
Right, but that isn't actually what I asked. Because if you don't look at the post PV4, you also see these dramatic reductions in amyloid in the whole population. The problem with looking at the post-PV4 numbers is that that is a post hoc analysis, whereas one of the FDA people pointed out, you have the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, where you've drawn the bullet holes and now you've put the circle around it. And here you've put the circle around the group that did well. And when you put the circle around that group, the post-PV4 group that did well, you get the results that make no sense in eMERGE if you put that circle around the same post-PV4 group in eMERGE. So yes, you can cause ENGAGE to seem to make sense in a post hoc analysis, but having done that, eMERGE doesn't make any sense. And if you look at the full group and you just say, gee, let's look at the full group in ENGAGE, where we have this big reduction in amyloid, why didn't CDR sum of boxes do better with high dose than low dose or placebo with this large reduction in amyloid in ENGAGE?
Yeah, so I think I would have to refer you back, and obviously we won't have enough time to get to that here, refer you back to our submissions, the data package we submitted in terms of the data on the rapid progressors in the ENGAGE study, and also the differences in exposure given, and I think it was mentioned before, given the time of start of the studies between ENGAGE and eMERGE. So, so it definitely goes beyond, just allow me a minute, it goes beyond what is in the label, but I definitely think sections 12.2 and 14 in the label are important. But I would definitely say that, it's part of what was made public as part of the advisory committee, the documents and the data we submitted.
Stop there, thank you.
Mel, is your comment or question on this round of comments, or is it a different topic?
Yes, just one more thing I meant to add related to the response to the public comment. First, thank you both for being here. And the part that I should have mentioned earlier too is that the model is sensitive enough to capture very favorable cost-effective and incremental cost-effectiveness ratios for a treatment that has a favorable effectiveness. And so we have a scenario in our report of if we assume a treatment halts progression, keeps individuals in MCI or keeps them in mild Alzheimer's disease, value-based prices would be quite high per year. And so our model is sensitive enough to be able to produce those estimates and to capture that.
Yeah, thanks, Mel. I think, and first off, I'm not sure if David or Steve or Mel or anyone will make comment to this. I mean, the complexity here of some of the things we're speaking about is why, Biogen as an organization, we made a choice at the beginning of the assessment that this is complex, this is first of its kind. We need to really be supportive and engage directly with ICER throughout the process. And we've done that multiple times in discussions. And I just want to say our teams, enjoyed that opportunity. We appreciate that. Even when it became clear through the process that much of the questions were directed only on the clinical efficacy or on certain aspects, and it seemed that it was quite critical. We made the choice then, this is complex, it will take time to understand, and we continued to do that. And I hope that is appreciated. I have to say, in the case of Dr. Whittington's team, our team members, who we have a lot of experts who they've gotten to know, enjoyed working with the team there. And we still recognize the one primary point here, which is this is driven by assumptions. These models are assumptions. And I think, Mel, you said it extremely well, which is, the treatment effectiveness and your assumptions on that drive a lot. And when the primary direction of the conclusion from the results, before we even get to that, are that the data is insufficient, it becomes difficult then to assume that all of the assumptions that would follow are not equally pessimistic. And I can say we have our own models. We've shared much of that information and some of our own data with the ICER team. And our models very much do support our price. And in some of the assumptions there, Mel spelled out. So I applaud Mel for calling out some of the specific assumptions, which we do take exception. And while I would say, yes, we all want more data and this area needs to advance. And I saw Steve's comment that we would talk a little bit about some of the areas for advances to bring this into the 21st century. I look forward to that discussion because we're the first here. We're going to be doing more assessments, unlike oncology and MS, where we have tried and true models that have survival of the fittest over time. We're all doing this as the first time. And what Mel shared and showed, I applaud their efforts. It's extremely complex, and we're trying to catch up from the last assessments that were done on treatments 20 years ago and advance the field at the same level that the science has. So anyway, I just wanted to thank the team again for all the engagement that we've had through the process, despite the fact that we may disagree fundamentally on a number of the assumptions.
I'm going to make sure we get to a few other questions in the remaining time. Say Lee, and then I thought Jeff Klingman, if you still do have a question, but let's start with Say.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. So first of all, I wanted to thank the representatives of Biogen for being part of this panel, even recognizing that some of the model results were not what they had hoped. We certainly appreciate getting the manufacturer's perspective on this. A couple of things that I wanted to get their thoughts on. First of all, from Dr. Radhakrishnan kind of expressing the hope that this is really going to be the start of a new generation of studies. I wanted a comment on, I think one of the things that happened fairly early on in the process after FDA approval was kind of surprise and dismay from members from the FDA as well as other communities talking about the timing of when the follow-up studies showing clinical benefits on this study was going to be. I believe the CEO of Biogen talked about it, data being available at 2020. And if we're talking about this being the start of this new renaissance of additional studies, that feels like not a great time frame of getting new information. So that's point one. And I'm sorry to stack questions, but the second question that I really want to get to is, it feels like the approval and the rationale for Aducanumab is really focused on the amyloid hypothesis. And even though I remember learning about it in medical school, and I certainly think about now that we have meta-analyses showing that the summary effect of targeted therapies testing the amyloid hypothesis is actually negative, and if anything, somewhat harmful. It feels to me, I'm wondering how that jives with the BMJ meta-analysis that Dr. Lynch showed earlier, and how that jives with the ultimate effectiveness, which, and that's, yeah, so I'll stop there.
Thank you,
Okay,
Dr.
thank
Lee.
you. Thank you. Let me just note that we'll talk about the confirmatory trial and other research implications in the policy roundtable. So if you want to respond to the question about the meta-analysis and the amyloid hypothesis, please feel free to do so.
No, definitely. And I think I can also tackle that question on further innovation in the space. So as we have heard within the month that, we got approved, we also heard about breakthrough therapy designation allocated to 2 more assets in development. One is our co-development compound, lecanemab or BAN2401 with Eisai, and donanemab from Lilly. So it's definitely giving that stimulus to really move forward and take this field to where MS was about in 1993, where the first accelerated approval was granted to beta-seron, as we all know. And today we have 20 plus treatments to treat patients with MS. The quality of life, their view towards life is totally different from, I remember when I graduated medical school, I remember MS patients, every one of them being in wheelchairs. And today, when I walk into an MS clinic, there are hardly any patients coming in sitting with wheelchairs because of the advances in therapy. So I definitely hope that this is going to be the trigger for more and more innovation and more advances to come. And as Dr. Pearson said, we could potentially talk about the PMR in the other session. And then your question about accelerated approval and why this path? So this is an accepted pathway, as we all know. It's an accepted regulatory pathway that has been more common in areas like oncology, MS, as I just alluded to. And the way I approach the accelerated approval with Aduhelm is that it has been approved based on the fact that it is really focusing on the pathological hallmark of Alzheimer's. It is targeting the amyloid pathology, and amyloid beta amyloid is considered to be a fairly reliable biomarker of predicting impact on clinical aspects. So so I would say, as we say, the pathway is a respected, well-recognized pathway, and this is the basis for our approval. And as you all know, the update in our language, as I stated earlier, essentially calls out the right patient, the right time. So early enough, confirmation of pathology with the right drug. hopefully will give us what we need.
Yeah, and Maha, if I could just add briefly, you know, the one part I do think I wish there was a bit more in the, since this is, we're going to transition to the next section. In the first clinical presentation, I really appreciate in working with Dr. Lin throughout the process. But I wish some of the discussions in the meeting that we were in yesterday, where there were experts from the past 20 years, there was payers there was CMS, FDA. I really wish some of that discussion could have been captured a bit more, and some of that could have been put forward in the presentation. And there were areas and discussions there on why past amyloid trials from 2010, 2012 have no reflection for this new era of treatments, including not only Aduhelm, but 3 additional treatments, why those aren't reflective in any way. Aspects of ARIA management, aspects of the treatment meaningfulness that we've seen from EMERGE, and also even just the reflection of amyloid data and the hypothesis and all of the collective information that's emerged in the last number of years. So I'm sorry that wasn't a bit more of the clinical review.
And I think there's just one point. I know we'll discuss details, as Dr. Pearson said, on PMR later, but I do want to emphasize the sense of urgency we are working on within the company right now. We're working closely with the regulators, physician groups, patient advocacy groups, and even the CMS to really think about aspects of the trial design. How could we get things in place? Plans are in place. So all efforts are being made to get the study up and running quickly.
Thank you. We're going to make sure we get a couple more questions in. Jeff Klingman.
Oh, thank you for being here and talking about this. You mentioned that there's a lot in development, and you're right about multiple sclerosis, that when we first got effective treatments, and we've come in with many more with different mechanisms that have been far more effective than the original ones. And that leads me to the question, you've put a lot of emphasis on the fact that this drug is effectively reducing amyloid and therefore should be approved because of that. My concern is, are your follow-on studies all reducing amyloid? I've seen several drugs in the pipeline all look like they're reducing amyloid. And my concern is, I'm not 100% convinced that reducing amyloid is the effective treatment for this, given that there's a lot of questions on the clinical results. I mean, it sounds a lot like data torturing to go into one study, pick out specific groups that seem to be effective, discounted in the other one. Are the drugs that you're looking at all amyloid reducing? Because we've seen this in other areas. For example, Duchenne's muscular dystrophy has a theory that reducing a protein is going to be effective. That led to 2 follow-on drugs being approved, none of which have actually ever been shown in clinical trials to show clinical effectiveness. Is Biogen's other drugs looking at other mechanisms?
Yeah,
just ask if the response can maybe be kept to just a minute so that we can get maybe one more question in after that. So
sure, Dr. Fox. Thank you, Dr. Klingman. Yes, absolutely. We are exploring a wide variety of mechanisms. And as you rightly said, it's a pretty complex pathology, this condition. So we're looking at amyloid, we're looking at tau, we're looking at many other modes of really trying to impact the underlying pathophysiology of this disease.
Okay, Anne Raldo. And I think that will be our last question for this session.
Yeah, hi, thank you for being here. One question I had, or that you mentioned, was that you thought ICER had used willingness to pay thresholds that were too low. I believe there were probabilistic sensitivity analyses that went from 50,000 per quality life year gain to 200,000. I was wondering what threshold you would suggest that ICER use and why.
Yeah, thanks, Anne. So this has been a ongoing discussion for a period of time, but particularly in the last 2 years, there's been a number of publications, or several publications, I should say, specifically talking about this and calling out Alzheimer's, in fact, as a condition that likely has much higher willingness to pay and should have a higher threshold than other conditions. And I actually applaud the ICER team for putting that in the report, of saying this has been a complex and controversial topic, and actually calling out that there is different levels that people have called for here for a condition which, for patients over the age of 55, is the most feared disease. It's pretty clear that if we do the research, we would find higher willingness to pay thresholds. And that's why, despite some discussion on that, there's been one publication which talked about the levels could be 5 times. It could be even higher than oncology, which we've seen from other research numbers quite high. So we've advocated for and believe that threshold should be 250,000 per QALY. We believe that could be supported by research, and we're taking active efforts, as we will in many areas, to continue to develop research here to support why those estimates we believe will be accurate. It may actually be higher. There's been some who have said it will be higher than that, but for us, we decided we would target 250, and that's what we've looked to publish.
I want to thank all the speakers and commenters on the questions and helping us to just have this really excellent discussion among all of us. I do have to transition us to the next section and hope we can continue this spirit in the second half of the day. But for now, we're going to move to the section of our meeting for public comments and discussion. And I'm so pleased to introduce the patients and organizational representatives that we have joining us today. We'll do one at a time. So I'll introduce, and then you can please make your comments. And before speaking, please declare if you have any conflicts of interest. Before delivering your remarks, we will start with Pam Montana.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. As you've already heard, my name is Pam Montana, and I am currently living with early stage, early onset Alzheimer's disease. I was diagnosed in 2016 and have embraced my diagnosis by participating in clinical trials, using my voice to help us find a cure, raising money, and advocating for research, and to remove the stigma of Alzheimer's. I'm doing well, and earlier this week, my neurologist agreed that indeed I am doing well and I am stable. My progression has been slow, and for that, I am very grateful. For years leading up to this moment, I've spoken to many audiences about my hope for an Alzheimer's treatment that could help future generations and potentially even help me. I've spoken about hope and how important such a drug would be for me. I've spoken about my children and my grandchildren and my husband and how important more time is with them. My message has been this: I need more time. And now, maybe, this just might be possible. If my doctors at UC San Francisco agree that I'm a good candidate for an Alzheimer's treatment, I will gladly take it, even if it were to be a huge commitment for me, because for me, it would be worth it. All drugs have side effects, but I trust UCSF and I trust my neurologist. If together we decide a treatment is worth the risk, I would hope that the availability, the cost, and the insurance coverage would allow me to pursue a potentially life-changing option. I know the newest treatment won't cure my Alzheimer's, but it will give me more time, and that is what I want and what I value. More time to enjoy my family and to use my voice to raise awareness about Alzheimer's. I want more time to travel, to spend time with my friends, and to achieve my life goals. After my diagnosis, the hardest, most difficult discussion I had was with my oldest grandson. He asked me if I would remember him when my disease progressed. I told him that I would never forget him, but that I might not know his name. A treatment could give me a chance to remember his name for more days, more weeks, and more months. This would matter to me. As you make your decisions, please keep this and all the others living with Alzheimer's desires for more time in your mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pam. I'm going to turn to Laura Jones. Laura?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. First of all, I'll state that I have no financial relationship with anyone that affect anything that I have to say. My name is Laura Sukkanen Jones, and I was caregiver to my husband, Jay Jones. Jay was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease in November of 2006 after 3.5 years search to find a solution to a confounding set of symptoms. Our daughter was 3 at the time, Jay was 50, and I was 45. Jay died 12 years after diagnosis on March 11th, 2018, excuse me. He was 62. His story is about a disease. we don't always think of diseases as having the impact that they really do, because a disease is not the same as an injury nor an illness. A disease is long-term, often permanent, sometimes terminal, fatal. Disease has an impact not only on the patient, but also on a caregiver and on society. The impact is physical, meaning resources such as money, intellectual, meaning skill set, awareness, and also emotional. If you think about the overall impact as a pie, in the beginning, the burden is carried, for instance, maybe 95% by the caregiver, by the patient, 4% by the caregiver, 1% by society. That changes over the years. The balance will shift based on capabilities and resources of the family or lack thereof. What I needed back then was a huge dose of hope, some help, and more time. Think balance, equilibrium. So this is my goal, to help the patient and care partners live a peaceful, healthy life without fear, without insecurity. There's no drama, it's manageable, it's not overwhelming. It is sad, but there's time and energy for joy. Time and energy for joy. The patient deserves this, the caregiver deserves this. My daughter deserved that, but she didn't get it. I do know about this drug. In fact, about 8 years ago, I participated on a panel at Biogen focused on participant retention for its trial. I'm not a pharmaceutical expert, but it seems to me until this new drug, we only had really 2 drugs approved. Neither is the be all or end all. Both targeted symptoms, not the underlying disease. One of them had too many side effects for Jay to use, so we didn't. The other we did use, and we used a slew of natural and off-label things as well. We had the choice to use it or not to use it. It was our choice. Now we have another drug. Not all drugs work for all patients. More choices is certainly better. Side effects vary and eligibility varies. You cannot know until you try it. How Jay made his choices for treatment was probably not very scientific. When it was all his choice to make, he simply wanted not to decline. He wanted to be able to bear much of the care himself for longer. He wanted to remain as independent as he could for as long as possible. That's what he valued above all else. He didn't really necessarily think about living longer. For him, it was about being present and physically capable. He wanted to see his daughter grow up for a little bit longer. The longer he remained independent, the easier it would be for me to get everything done. The legal and financial plan needed to be formalized and carried out. I needed education on what the future would look like from all sides. I needed to arrange everything. I just needed more time to think calmly. And I needed that for the duration, but in the beginning, it was very important to me. I lived a juggling act of epic proportion. I was only trying to buy more time on a daily basis. I just hoped I'd get good at managing it all, that tomorrow I'd find a magic button that made him cooperate in all things like getting and staying dressed. Maybe they would find a magic pill to stop the decline before he declined too much for it to even work for him. Maybe they would find a cure before it was too late for him. Maybe I could get to work fully dressed and without mascara tears running down my face and on time for once. So I'm reminding you again, for me, it was all about balance, equilibrium, managing the impact on Jay, managing the impact on me, and also managing the impact we were having on society. So in closing, I really need to say this. My husband was dying with zero hope of a cure. That's harsh, but why would anyone question his right or even my right to evaluate the pros and cons of an option that may have been good for him in any way that we could have hoped? Can't get worse than this. Like, why would we not be able to choose or to continue or discontinue its use based on the side effects he experiences, based on our own unique set of circumstances, of our strengths and our weaknesses to cope with whatever came up, of our ability to, cope with any variables and not to cope with others? Really, this disease is a killer. It kills the patient, but it also kills caregivers. Cancer, stroke, heart attacks. I had 2 heart attacks. Suicide. These people need some hope. They need some power to choose this tool to help manage their balance. I'm really grateful to be here, and thank you so much for listening to what I have to say.
Thank you so much, Laura. Matthew Baumgart.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, good morning. On behalf of the Alzheimer's Association, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present comments today. And thank you to Pam and Laura for their telling their very personal stories. Let me begin by repeating my disclosure from earlier. The Alzheimer's Association receives 0.9%, less than 1% of its total 2020 contributed revenue from the biotech, pharmaceutical, diagnostics, and clinical research industry, and that includes 0.15% from Biogen and Eisai. The Alzheimer's Association is the leading voluntary health organization in Alzheimer's care, support, and research. We are the world's largest nonprofit funder of Alzheimer's research and are committed to funding efforts by scientists around the world to find preventions, treatments, and ultimately a cure for Alzheimer's disease to bring much needed relief to millions of American families. As a science-based organization, we undertook a thorough review of the evidence and clinical trial data on Aducanumab and consulted with numerous scientific experts. We heard very different views, but in the end, we concluded that while it is not a cure and not the best treatment that will ever be available, Aduhelm does offer as many as several years of positive benefits. Benefits for a devastating, heartbreaking, burdensome, and fatal disease for which there is no alternative. The FDA made the right decision to conditionally approve Aduhelm. And now that the FDA has approved the treatment, we must turn our attention to ensuring all those who could potentially benefit from the drug have access to it. We must eliminate all barriers to access at every stage of the process throughout the patient journey. Access means individuals must have the ability to get diagnosed and to see an appropriate specialist. Access means the ability to get to PET and infusion facilities. Access means a drug price that is not unacceptably high, and thus price set by Biogen is unacceptably high. And access means payers must cover the drug. And it is this latter point that concerns us about ICER's report. Some payers have already cited ICER's report as an excuse not to cover Aduhelm. And this will continue to happen because the report does not assess the full and true value of the drug. A true value assessment must take into account what is truly of value to patients and caregivers. For patients, it is maintaining their independence and their identity, extending their ability to live their lives on a day-to-day basis. For caregivers, it means reducing distress and burden and increasing their ability to achieve their goals in life. To both patients and caregivers, the value of this drug is being able to spend more time together as a family. In addition, Aduhelm fills a huge unmet need, which is of tremendous value to those with the disease and their caregivers. As I said, they have no other alternatives. Having one, finally one, even one that falls short of perfect, adds value. Having an alternative to nothing adds value in another way. It is a spark for innovation and the gateway to additional and better therapies. In response to public comments, ICER argued that approval of Aduhelm will stifle research on non-beta amyloid therapies and therefore hinder innovation. We categorically reject this ahistorical assertion. Whether it is therapies for LDL cholesterol or treatments for HIV/AIDS or even the symptomatic treatments for Alzheimer's 2 decades ago, history repeatedly shows that the first approved therapy spurs research and development in a variety of avenues and pathways and mechanisms that lead to the second and third and fourth therapies, each improving on the earlier treatments. There are more, but let me raise just one additional item of important social value in the case of Alzheimer's. Even without a disease-modifying therapy, the benefits of an early diagnosis of Alzheimer's are well documented and well known, including, for those who want to focus on patient costs, lower health and long-term care costs. Unfortunately, too many individuals with Alzheimer's are diagnosed too late, if they are diagnosed at all. And the problem is even more acute among underserved communities. Many primary care physicians say they doubt the value of diagnosing a condition for which there are no treatments, and nearly half of primary care physicians in one survey said they sometimes choose not to even assess an individual's cognition because if the individual's eventually diagnosed, treatment options are limited. The value of a treatment is that many in the healthcare system will finally recognize the value of a diagnosis. Aduhelm will help drive earlier diagnosis, which has numerous personal, social, and economic benefits, even if the direct effect of the drug is limited. It is a shame that the ICER report does not fully take into account the value of Aduhelm, and it is unfortunate that this report will be used in efforts to deny access to this drug for those who could benefit. You, the CTAF panel, can partially mitigate that when you vote after the lunch break on contextual considerations. We strongly urge you to vote to give a very high priority to the desperate need for a treatment and to note the positive effect Aduhelm would have on the day-to-day lives of those with the disease and their caregivers. Thank you again for providing this opportunity to share our views.
Thank you so much. We'll turn the microphone to Russ Paulson.
Thank you. First, my disclosures. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Us Against Alzheimer's, which has received funding from Biogen and its competitors. I answer to a board of directors, which has no representation from Biogen or any pharmaceutical company. Us Against Alzheimer's is a patient and caregiver-driven nonprofit organization that exists to conquer Alzheimer's disease. We press for greater urgency in the quest to end Alzheimer's and related dementias, and we seek to ensure that voices of those living with this awful disease are heard, and we thank you for hearing us today. I'm going to address most of my comments to the economic model as we mostly engage in that aspect of the report. I would also ask the panel to listen to the consistencies, though, in the three previous commenters and mine, and hear the voice of those who are very close to this disease and what we believe. We at Us Against Alzheimer's really appreciate the ICER research team's engagement with the Alzheimer's community, your willingness to consider the experiences of those living with Alzheimer's. Specifically, thank you for acknowledging and incorporating the quality of life, health, and productivity for the caregiver in your base case analysis. Also pleased that ICER considered the finding of our What Matters Most research and our research on caregiver burden. These are huge steps forward in the economic model, and we truly applaud the ICER team for that work. We do need to talk about some limits, though. We appreciate the report's acknowledgement of the limits. We appreciate that Dr. Whittington went over some of those earlier, and we can't paper those over. Here are three of concern for us in particular. One, costs that increase as Alzheimer's progresses have significant limitations in the data that could affect the overall results. One example of that, healthcare costs by disease stage were based on a study conducted in one US county in Minnesota that is nowhere near nationally representative. It also didn't include all healthcare costs. Caregiver quality of life, their disutility, as you all in the health economics world call it, is estimated primarily from a study from 20 years ago that has known methodological limitations to detect changes as AD progresses. This study, if you look at the comments on the draft evidence report, provoke comments from nearly everybody because it just doesn't pass the red face test. It lacks face validity. And finally, the model assumes only one caregiver per patient, which again, just flies in the face of everything we know about the ratio of caregivers to patients. And these are just three examples. Dr. Whittington went over some other ones. If you review the evidence report, you'll see more. And I want to be clear, this is not the fault of Dr. Whittington or the team. The published research for these inputs was not available. That said, we did expect to see more in the report to account for the missing and underestimated inputs and the impacts they could have. The sensitivity analyses were relatively limited given all of these limits. And in light of that, we were surprised then to see ICER's report estimate a value of aducanumab down to the $10 level. That level of precision with all these unknowns is kind of like measuring the volume of a swimming pool by counting 5-gallon buckets of water that went into it. Somebody pointed out that one of the buckets has a dent, so it probably wasn't 5 gallons anymore. And someone else noted that one of the workers was sloshing water over the edge, and it was hot. And probably there was evaporation, but also rained a little. But then the report on the pool filling comes out and says that the bucket was the best bucket they had around. The workers were the best they could find. We think probably the rain offset the evaporation. So we counted buckets, and the headline of the report is that there's 4,320 gallons exactly. And the problem is this isn't about how big the pool is. This is about people's lives, as you've heard. Because let me be clear, the alternative to aducanumab is what Steve and our previous speakers now have so movingly articulated. It's a relentless decline into death, but first into dependence in the most feared disease among older Americans. We shouldn't let that happen in America. So our plea, until better source data is available, the findings of this model should be considered interim. They should be considered informative but not definitive. ICER should commit to an annual update of this evidence report, adding newly available data to improve the accuracy of the results. Now, to a dialogue earlier, all of us, and it's not clear why ICER should not be included in this, all of us should conduct research to address the knowledge gaps identified in the report. Us Against Alzheimer's has already called on Biogen to complete their phase 4 trial much faster than the original plan and with an actual diverse population. And we believe that if there ever was a case for careful, comprehensive collection of real world evidence, that this is the time. Quickly, I want to make a comment on efficacy because we recognize our uncertainty there. As you've heard already, and as we've heard consistently, patients know this is not a silver bullet. This is not penicillin, but the alternative is a miserable death. And we shouldn't treat Alzheimer's patients like second-class citizens. Accelerated approval pathways for someone else, not for them. Thousands and thousands of lives have been saved, for example, in lung cancer, thanks to accelerated approval, and Alzheimer's patients should get the same benefit. Finally, quickly, we recognize the uncertainty of the data. We encourage ICER's leadership to not overstate the findings in the report. We rate the evidence to be insufficient is a far, far cry from, quote, the FDA has failed in its responsibility to protect patients and families from unproven treatment with known harms.
Thank you so much, Russ. I'm going to wrap us up because we have to make our time for our last commenter.
Thanks.
Okay. Brian Callahan. Brian, can you turn off your mute and turn on your camera? Brian Callahan, I see you on the gallery, but we're not hearing you or seeing you. Okay, well, if Brian would joins us later, that would be fine. In the meantime, we do have a few minutes for questions for the patients and speakers that we've just heard from in this section. Questions from CTAF or clinical experts are welcome. I'm not seeing any questions at the moment. I would just personally like to reflect that all of these comments made in this section have been really extremely moving. I think I saw a couple of tears in some of the windows. So I just wanted to thank the group and each of the speakers for presenting your perspectives. Very much appreciated. I do see a hand from Mel Whittington.
Yeah, just to respond quickly, and fantastic comments. The question about the healthcare costs from the Minnesota study, we did not directly use those costs. We used that to calculate a multiplier. And as Russ pointed out, that was what we could best assume as best available evidence, even through multiple engagements with their shop as well. So we used that to calculate a multiplier that was then applied to general population cost that was representative from the US population. So there's a little bit of a nuance there.
I don't see any other raised hands. Steve, would you like to make a comment?
No, I was just going to say, if this is now, and it's too bad, Dr. Callahan, he could come back for 1 minute, but if he's not available, then why don't we go ahead and break for lunch, middle of the afternoon here on the East Coast, closer to lunchtime on the West Coast. We will come back, as I mentioned earlier, at 12:30 p.m. Pacific, 3:30 p.m. Eastern for further deliberation on the evidence and the votes of the panel, followed by the policy roundtable. So we will see everybody back at that time. Rena, I know that we'd said that I would introduce Dr. Callahan, but you can go ahead and do it, and then I'll just take over when you're done.
Okay.
And I see Dr. Callahan. We'll be starting in about 1 minute.
Thanks so much. Sorry for missing. Something came up with a patient.
That's all right. The tension has built. Everybody's curious to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Steve.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for rejoining the meeting. We are going to start with bringing in one of our speakers who we did not get to include during the public comments and discussion. This is Brian Callahan from the American Academy of Neurology. So we're just going to thank you for rejoining and being able to provide us with your comments. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. My name is Dr. Brian Callahan, and I'm making comments today on behalf of the American Academy of Neurology. The American Academy of Neurology is the world's largest neurology specialty society, representing more than 36,000 neurologists and clinical neuroscience professionals. Its members have specialized training in diagnosing, treating, and managing disorders of the brain and nervous system, including mild cognitive impairment and Alzheimer's disease. AAN members are dedicated to promoting the highest quality patient-centered neurologic care by providing safe and effective treatments, but are unsure if aducanumab is the best option for their patients based on the current data. The AAN has been monitoring aducanumab's approval process and is concerned about the implications relating to several considerations highlighted in ICER's report, including drug efficacy and costs to the healthcare system and patients. The AAN appreciates many of the considerations included in the ICER report related to the ENGAGE and EMERGE clinical trials. The highly irregular clinical trial process leaves a plethora of questions about the efficacy patients and providers can expect from aducanumab as it begins to see widespread use. Many AAN members now face pressure for appropriate prescribing, given the uncertainties surrounding efficacy. The AAN also echoes ICER's concerns regarding the lack of racial and ethnic diversity in the clinical trial population, given the disproportionate impact of Alzheimer's disease on Black and Hispanic individuals. Given the current data, future clinical trials are needed to firmly establish or refute efficacy of aducanumab and to see if results are generalizable to other populations. The AAN was heartened to see the FDA update the label to patients with mild cognitive impairment or mild dementia, as this is in line with the recommendations we sent to the FDA prior to aducanumab's approval. However, as noted in ICER's revised evidence report, Biogen has set an annual price for aducanumab at $56,000. Unfortunately, patients are likely to bear a significant amount of financial hardship given the rising out-of-pocket costs of many neurologic medicines that has occurred over the last several years. Furthermore, the impact on Medicare Part B spending cannot be overstated, as aducanumab could cost more than $1 trillion before its clinical benefit is adequately demonstrated, depending on how many patients take the drug. The AAN agrees with ICER that due to the high systemic and out-of-pocket costs, aducanumab could only be administered to a very small number of patients before the need for federal policy changes to address access and affordability. The budget impact on the healthcare system and individual patients is very concerning, including factors not included in the ICER analysis, such as ancillary costs associated with infusions and testing. The AAN is grateful to ICER for conducting this thorough review of a drug that will have such an impact on neurologic patients and our health system broadly. We hope this report continues to inform stakeholder discussions on critical questions for aducanumab, including the required phase 4 clinical trial and insurance coverage. And with that, thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Does anyone on the CTAF panel have a question for Dr. Callahan or a comment? Okay, thank you again very much. I'm glad we were able to get the audio squared away.
Thanks so much.
Looks like you're taking care of patients today, so I hope it's a good day. All right. Okay, so now we officially shift gears to the further deliberation and the voting questions. I just want to make sure all the CTAF panel are, yep, they've been back for a while and I can see you. What I'm going to do is just we'll show the first voting question, and then again, we're going to take a step back and reflect on the evidence, reflect on the comments that have been made. And so why don't we go ahead and advance to the first question. If folks can advance the slide, please. There we go. So we only have one drug, obviously, under consideration today. And the first question is the core one on clinical effectiveness. The wording is the available evidence adequate to demonstrate that the net health benefit of aducanumab plus supportive care is superior to that provided by supportive care alone? Let me first invite Grace Lynn to give a very brief, again, summary of the key findings in the evidence review and summarize the ICER evidence rating. Grace?
Thank you, Steve. Let me remind you that we found that aducanumab was effective in reducing beta amyloid on PET scans. However, in the two clinical trials, Emerge and Engage, showed disparate results, with one of the trials, Engage, showing no clinically significant difference on CDR-SB, and the other, Emerge, showing a small statistically significant difference on CDR-SB when looking at the intention to treat population in the high dose 10 milligram per kilogram group. In your evidence summary, you'll also note some additional figures that show the effect in the post-protocol 4 population. This is the population for which the drug, the high dose group in the ApoE positive was titrated up to 10 milligrams. And again, that shows a small effect in the high dose group. Finally, I'll just draw your attention to the fact that the harms of the drug in terms of ARIA-E and ARIA-H, and the fact that approximately 40% of patients in the treatment group experienced ARIA. And then in terms of our evidence rating, we rated the evidence insufficient to assess whether aducanumab provided net health benefit over supportive care only, due to the low certainty of benefit and the certainty that some harm will be experienced by patients.
Okay. Again, I also want to thank Matthew and Laura for their public comments, and they're, again, with us as we have this conversation, along with our clinical experts. We haven't engaged you guys very much so far. We certainly opened up the floor if you guys had comments or questions. But let me just invite you now, before I even take questions or comments from the CTAF panel. You certainly, this is not the first day or month that you've been thinking about these data. You've been involved in some of the trials yourselves. How would you give your perspective on the data to the CTAF panel as they weigh it again before they vote? Dr. Henderson, may I ask you to start?
Yeah, thank you. It's really hard to disengage the two trials, Engage and Emerge. I think it's hard to take one without considering the other. And so in that sense, trying to explain why one trial, the findings in one trial differ from the other, I think is not really the most important question to be asking. I also think that even in the Emerge trial, the magnitude of the effect was very small. I think on average, it is too small to be clinically meaningful. It's too small to be noticed by family members, by patients. And it concerns me that we want to have a treatment that is statistically effective, but really may not make the kind of difference that we really want, we really need in patient lives. And I'll make one other comment, and this is more of a question, but I think I saw in some of the FDA slides that there really wasn't an important correlation between the amount of amyloid removed from the brain during the course of these two trials and the change in the primary outcome, which was the CDR sum of boxes. And if it's really the underlying biology that's driving the effect, why was there not this kind of correlation that one would expect to see? What is that really telling us about what's going on?
All right, and I'll circle back certainly if others have questions on some of those points. Dr. Kremen, did you want to jump in and say anything? Oh, hopefully we will. I know her laptop is open. Hopefully we'll get her back in time. Dr. Henderson, I wanted to follow up on that, and I'll invite the ICER research team to reply, because I know that they were working with Biogen. And again, I think a lot of praise should go to the company for engaging with us throughout the review and for coming and participating meaningfully in the public meeting. And I know that this was an area in which the team had tried to work with Biogen to understand better. And you saw those slides that, in a sense, kind of showed anonymized findings and then revealed which were the high dose and low dose groups to show that there was no consistency across the trials and trying to track a way to link the dosing with the outcome. But team, Grace, perhaps, can you let us know where you got with trying to investigate the relationship that Dr. Henderson mentioned, which was the per patient relationship between their amyloid level and their cognitive outcomes?
Yes, so that was presented by the FDA statistician, and he did a correlation analysis where the scatter plot that did basically show no relationship between amyloid removal and CDR-SB outcome. What we understand, and perhaps someone else with more expertise in this area can comment, but that there are some issues with the FDA statistician's analysis in terms of whether or not how you examine the longitudinal relationship between amyloid pathology and CDR-SB. I have heard some clinical experts say that, in fact, the FDA statistician did that incorrectly, and that is also what we heard from Biogen. And so that's something actually that we were unable to get confirmation one way or the other, whether or not the appropriate analyses were being done either by the FDA statistician, because we were unable to speak with him and get his point of view versus the Biogen explanation.
Thanks. Dr. Kremen, thanks. I'm glad you're back. Did you have, I don't know if you heard my question earlier, it was just as Grace had summarized their view of the evidence and the evidence rating. Did you have any perspective that you wanted to share before the panel starts to ask questions and comments?
I would just say that, the data is very complicated, and I appreciate the time and all of the different analyses that were done to the best of my knowledge of trying to understand it all, because it is so complex. And I think that's really my major point, is it's very complex.
Okay. All right. So CTAF panel, do you guys have questions of clinical experts, patient experts, or the ICER team, or just your own view on the evidence that you'd like to start to say?
Yeah, I think this may be a question for our clinical experts or Grace or Dr. Lin, but I keep coming back to when I kind of looked at to see if in the most positive frame, the positive clinical, the statistically significant clinical improvement seen in the one study. I feel like is it Emerge or Engage? I don't.
It's Emerge.
My reading of I'm not familiar with the CDR scale, and I certainly don't ever use it clinically. And so my best reading is that it doesn't get anywhere close to what are commonly accepted thresholds for minimally meaningful clinical benefit. And when I looked at the research literature before this, it was kind of, you needed a benefit of at least kind of 1 to 3 or 1 to 2, somewhere in that range. And the benefits seen in the positive trial is like 1/3 of that or 1/4 of that. So it feels like it's, even though potentially statistically significant, that this is not necessarily clinically significant. And I was wondering, I wanted to get experts who are used to kind of evaluating this scale, because it is not something that I use clinically, if my reading is incorrect or correct.
Well, I think that's right. You know, it surprised me a little bit that in the clinical trial, they defined a primary endpoint, which was the CDR sum of boxes. And I think for this kind of study, that is not the only acceptable endpoint, but certainly a very reasonable one. And so I have no concerns about that. But usually in clinical trials, one also wants to specify clinically meaningful difference. And I don't think that was done in this case. And as many of you may know, that with a very large sample size, you can find clinical significance on just about anything. And so having a clinically meaningful difference is really an important consideration. And I think 0.39, 0.4 points on an 18-point scale like the CDR boxes is really not enough to be noticed by patients, by family members. And so I think it's too small. The sort of supporting evidence is, if you look at one of the secondary outcomes, which was the mini mental state examination, in the Emerge trial, I think the average difference was, you know, it was less than a point, I think 0.5 point, and someone can correct me what the exact number is. So also, you know, very small and a brief scale, but one that we're more familiar with. And so again, the average difference isn't really enough to make a difference. And that's what's really so frustrating, that we need something that does more. And I don't think that this is it.
Okay. Bob, you have a question or a comment. Go ahead.
Let me just go straight. Grace left a comment in the chat earlier that like struck a chord with me, because I had noticed it before looking at the graphs. And we haven't mentioned rapid progressors. She did mention that. The one that really caught my eye earlier that she also mentioned was, and I know clinical trials extremely well. I know we can't pull one apart and put it into the other one. However, in this case, these two trials are supposed to be virtually identical, if not identical, from an original protocol, and the placebo groups do not match up. If we switch them, we're going to get different results for both of them. And just for grins, Grace, did you happen to actually try that and see what the numbers came out as?
That's a good question. No, we didn't try that, but that was one of our concerns, is that there was rapid worsening or greater worsening in the placebo group, and perhaps that actually accounted for the difference in CDR-SB in Emerge compared with Engage.
Okay, good question. Jeff.
Thank you. I wanted to ask Dr. Lin, if you struggled at all in your classification choice, did you struggle at all between I, which is insufficient, which means certainty in the evidence is low, and I believe that was the option you went with, versus choosing like a P/I, which is promising but inconclusive, which means moderate certainty of a small net benefit, small likelihood, perhaps, of a negative net benefit?
That's a great question, because that's exactly the struggle we had, going back and forth between the insufficient and the promising but inconclusive. And what it really came down to was two factors. One is that we really had questions about the validity of post hoc analyses. And so if you take, the ITT analyses and the fact that the trials were identical, it's just as likely that Engage was true as Emerge. We can't discount that possibility. So that was what brought us the low certainty part of the rating. And then the harm part of it really affected our thinking that, even if there is very small clinical benefit, there's also harm, and some of it, as we said, many of the cases of ARIA are asymptomatic, but some aren't. And 40% of people actually suffered ARIA, which is a pretty large proportion of the population. So we felt like, if there's no benefit at all, then basically you're exposing people to a drug with no benefit, but certainty of harm. If there's a small amount of benefit, you still have that certainty of harm. So that's why we ended up on I rather than PI.
Thank you very much, Steve. Is it possible for me to ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
I wondered if Dr. Henderson or Dr. Kremen had anything to add along what we've just been discussing as we think about how we vote. Specifically about what Dr. Lin just said, are you kind of more or less in agreement, or do you see it differently?
I think I'll jump in then. I do see it similarly. I think, if there were treatments such as this that had, clear benefit, then I think the potential harms would be manageable. But given the very small level of potential benefit, given the known harms, I think it's a different balance. And I agree with Dr. Lin's statement.
I would also echo that. There may be some small number of people who will benefit. It's hard to know from the study who that would be, and without more information, and I don't even know if we have that data. And therefore, given the data such as it is, and given the risks from the standpoint of do no harm, it makes one feel uneasy. And so I agree, it's sort of where we come to as a resting point.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. I've got Jeff and Annette, and then I want to actually let Matthew have a comment. I have a question for Matt. I hope you don't mind my asking you a question in a few minutes. Jeff, go ahead.
Thanks. For Dr. Henderson and Kremen. Much has been made. We heard from the patient advocacy groups and from the manufacturer about the notion about this expedited approval and how we should have this available to neurology drugs just like we do to oncology drugs. And I'm curious as to what you think. What's the correlation? Is that a justifiable kind of thought, or what do we make out of that? Because this was approved. We're talking a lot about efficacy, but my understanding is it was largely approved on its efficacy on removing amyloid rather than on the actual clinical benefits. So I'm curious as to what you think, whether that's a reasonable approach.
I'll allow it. It's a quasi policy roundtable question, Jeff, as you know, but I'll allow it for the moment. It sounds like it's a question of the clinical experts. It's a tough question. It's both about the amyloid hypothesis and about accelerated approval and about oncology. So put all that in the blender and see what you come up with.
I'll let Dr. Kremen first.
Yeah, I mean, it was approved based on the change in a biomarker, which is not clinical efficacy in this case, or it's a surrogate. And I think the issue is that although we know that having amyloid in your brain is not necessarily a good biomarker, it also doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to develop Alzheimer's disease later on down the road, at least when you have normal cognition. Obviously, this is being tested in people who have mild cognitive impairment and mild dementia. And so I really do understand, truly understand the position from where patients and families are coming from, because I see patients every day. I was a PI in this study, and I really know the dedication of the people that were in this study and in every study. And that's what makes this very, very hard, actually, is that though I know it can pull amyloid out of the brain, and I don't think anyone would dispute that. That's been proven. I mean, absolutely, this can pull amyloid out of the brain, which is really, really an exciting finding. It's just that we don't have the best data that this leads to something clinically significant in terms of everyday cognition and function. That's what it comes down to, I think.
And if I might add also, and I certainly agree with that, for Alzheimer's disease, perhaps more than any other illness I can think of, there is an unmet need. And I can see why the FDA, I can see why others are interested in the accelerated approval process that recognizes that an unmet need is an important part of the consideration. I think where the analogy with oncology drugs fall apart, though, is that using a biomarker as an outcome really is sort of a step until there are efficacy measures available. And here it's different. We had two large, well-conducted phase 3 clinical trials. I think they were well designed and seemingly well implemented, and we do have efficacy data. And the efficacy data are at best very modest. And I think in aggregate, there is no evidence for really clinical efficacy here. And so having a biomarker as the endpoint rather than taking advantage of the efficacy data we have here, I'm just not sure why the decision was made the way that it was.
Okay, thanks. Annette, go ahead.
Yeah, so I make two comments. One is, I have a lot of concerns that, we're talking about an 18-month trial, but because of the futility analysis was cut short and most of the patients only completed 12 months. Even in the positive trial eMERGE, the non-clinically significant difference, yet statistically significant difference in the primary outcome wasn't seen until 18 months. So we're talking about a subgroup of a subgroup of a subgroup. And that makes me really nervous given what we've seen in all of the other beta amyloid trials along with the ENGAGE trial. So I find that very troubling. That even when we talk about something being positive, it's not entirely clear to me what happened there. And then the second comment I will make, I heard Biogen creating this narrative that this is going to be like MS, and that's my area of specialty. And there are some extremely important distinctions. So in the initial MS drug approvals, they use clinical relapse as their primary outcome, but that is not necessarily an objective measure. And so the FDA had a hard time with it and turned down the first drug, which was Copaxone. Because they did not have any supporting surrogate marker data. Beta seron came along, even though their clinical outcome was positive. The beta seron came along and they did have the supporting evidence on MRI, which is an objective measure. There is a super strong correlation between MRI disease activity on a group level and relapse rates on a group level. So that's what's missing here. So they hit their primary outcome clearly in multiple trials, and B, the surrogate measure that pushed it over to approval was something that is super strongly correlated with a clinically meaningful outcome. So I don't see that analogy really taking place here. And that if I hear Sarah, Dr. Henderson and Dr. Kremen correctly, the evidence over the last 20 years actually suggests that decreasing beta amyloid, once cognitive impairment has kicked in, no longer corresponds with improvement or slowing of decline in memory loss. Did I get that right?
Okay, let me go to Matthew, if you wish to make a comment, because I have a feeling that you feel like you're sitting through the AdCom of November 2020, and you've been here before. You've heard these discussions, you've heard the arguments, and I know that, as you mentioned, the Alzheimer's Association is a very sophisticated group and has been tracking the science for years. So I wanted to offer the chance for you to make a comment and observation as you've heard the discussion so far.
So thank you, Steve. I'm not the scientist, so I'm the policy guy. So I can't get too in depth into a lot of the technical stuff on the medical and clinical side. I just keep coming back to the fact that this is a fatal disease where there is no alternative. And right now, something, even a little something, is better than nothing. I look at the, I know this is a clinical question, but when you get to the economic question, if this drug is no benefit, then the economic evaluation would have come out as zero, right? So, because the cost-effective price of a drug would be zero if there was no benefit to it. So there is some benefit to this, and given that there is no other alternative, this is definitely, from our perspective, better than the status quo. I think the debate on the CDR. I mean, this is the FDA has said this is a valid way to measure this, and we're going to accept this in our review. So I just keep coming back to what from the public comment that we heard from Pam and Laura, what they go through, and giving patients the choice of this.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Say, I think we're going to have one more comment, and then we will vote on this question, so we have time to discuss and vote on the other questions. Say, go ahead.
So I want to make sure that I understood kind of Grace and Mel's kind of points, which I feel like Matthew just kind of highlighted what feels to me like a common misperception. Because ICER is presenting a cost effectiveness number, it must mean that the drug is effective, because if there is a cost effectiveness number, it means that they have concluded that it is effective. What I heard from Mel was that we are not actually saying that we agree that this is effective, but if it is effective, then this is the most effective number that we can give. Because I certainly do not, my reading of the evidence, it seems like it is not at all clear that this is effective, but the numbers that, it feels like what Matthew just said is what I worry is going to be a common misinterpretation of the report.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Mel, would you like to respond?
No, I would just going to respond to that as well, is that the uncertainty of our estimate definitely spans from not effective and zero to closer to being effective. So we have to keep uncertainty in mind through all of this.
Okay.
Let me just add one more thing to that, Steve, which is, I think on the comparative effectiveness side, we concluded the evidence was insufficient. And that's our bottom line on that. We do not think we know whether this drug works or does not work. For cost effectiveness, we pretty much always try to use point estimates to make our best guess in doing cost effectiveness. And in this case, we essentially averaged the negative trial and the positive trial to try to do a cost effectiveness number analysis and put some numbers on this. But our evidence rating is our judgment on the question you're really asking. On our evidence rating was that we thought the evidence was insufficient, that we can't know whether this drug does or doesn't work, and whether there is net benefit or net harm to giving this drug.
Okay, all right. Why don't we go ahead and put the voting slide back up? And I know that CPAC has the ability to now vote. So is the available evidence adequate to demonstrate that the net health benefit of aducanumab plus supportive care is superior to that provided by supportive care alone? A is yes, the evidence is adequate. B, no. And just to triple check, we should have 15 voting members. So I will wait till we have 15. Okay, see the results, please. Okay, 15 no and 0 yes. All right, let's go forward. So that will ground a discussion later, certainly, but for those watching and unfamiliar with ICER's voting procedures, again, given that broad perspective on value, We also ask questions about the context and special kind of ethical values, if you will, and other potential benefits that might be even beyond the health benefits of a treatment. So the first one here, there's a long intro. It basically says, when you're thinking about long-term value for money, what's the relative priority that we should give to any effective treatment for Alzheimer's disease? So here, we're not asking to think about aducanumab, any effective treatment for Alzheimer's disease on the basis of two contextual considerations. The first of which is the acuity of need for treatment of individual patients based on the severity of the condition being treated. So again, this is basically the context of Alzheimer's disease, the acuity of the need for treatment of individual patients based on its severity. Would you say that we would give any effective treatment very low priority, average, high, or very high priority? All right. Now, I know, again, everybody has their own perspective on Alzheimer's disease, personal, family, friends, as we've talked about throughout the course of the day. I'd like to invite one of our patient representatives, if you'd like, to say anything more. I know you've had your chance for public comment. Was there anything more you'd like to say to the CTAF panel before they take a vote on that question about the acuity of the need for treatment?
I think I'd ask Laura, who
She has her hand up.
lived through this, to comment on that. Laura.
Sounds good. Laura?
Everyone, thank you. For me, I'm very interested in the trial process. I learned a lot about it many years ago when I was on that panel. And I also love math. So I keep thinking to myself that I remember when I was first in this world, I heard an expert say, if you've seen one patient with Alzheimer's, you've seen one patient with Alzheimer's. And I'm trying to figure out, how can we really make judgments on what this drug may have done to change my daily life with my husband, when I really feel like there wasn't enough people with enough variables represented in the trial. And I think that that's possibly an impossibility. In my work with, I have a support group for about 10 years that my husband started, and I've met a couple of hundred people through this group. And the commonality of the behaviors that are most challenging to deal with is there, but they're really very different from patient to patient. And I just can't get myself comfortable with the fact that I don't believe you've tested enough different people. And the reason I say that is mostly because the trials came out different and the placebo results are different. This tells me you didn't have a big enough selection. And that makes me say, please don't take this away from people just because of that. Because what this would do is it would open up more people to show if there really is a chance with this drug. And I think that the people would need to be very well educated on really what were the side effects, and if in any way we could come up with some sort of an understanding of, is there a common thread between the people who had the worst side effects? Like, for instance, my husband could literally feed himself with a fork until within 2 weeks of his death. There are people who can't walk in the first year. My husband walked until the end, and you know what? And then he was bedridden for over a year. And one day he got up and started walking again. What is the commonality between the people who really suffered with this drug? And how do we know that there isn't some subset of this vast group of people that would benefit greatly? And I'll cut it there because I know everybody can take that to greater length. Thank you for listening.
No, thank you, Laura. Thank you very much. All right. I think we can go ahead then and vote on the first question, which is the relative priority for any effective treatment in the future. Now, thinking about Alzheimer's as a condition, what relative priority do we want to give any effective treatment based on the acuity of need? So we'll wait till we have 15 votes again. Okay. All right, we have 12 very high priority, 2 high priority, 1 average priority. Great, thank you. Let's go to the next question. Again, the same preamble about thinking about any effective treatment. And here, as opposed, if you will, to the acuity based on the severity, what about the magnitude of the lifetime impact on individual patients of the condition being treated? Maybe just a quick comment, perhaps from one of the clinical experts. I know we have some who care for people with Alzheimer's on the panel itself, but either Dr. Kremen or Dr. Henderson, what would you say about the magnitude of the lifetime burden? Over years, how would you frame that for the panel?
Well, I would say that there's great burden over the lifetime because this disease is not over usually in a year. I mean, we're talking about years. And we don't know how long that will be, but it could be 5 years, it could be 10 years, it could be 15 years. So there's great burden.
And I agree.
Okay. Any questions or comments before we vote? Jeff.
Thank you. I have a question about the question. Are we thinking about only the burden on the individual, or are we also able to consider the burden on the caregiver?
The caregiver question is actually coming up next. Not next, but like 2 votes from now. So it's coming. So in this case, we're talking about the magnitude of lifetime impact on the individual patient. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that question then. All right, see the votes. All right. 12 said very high priority and 3 said high priority. Good. All right. Going forward, now we are shifting a little bit from the frame of talking about any effective treatment for Alzheimer's disease to thinking about aducanumab and its potential kind of spillover benefits, if you will, outside the way that we sometimes narrowly define health. Now, health obviously helps us achieve other broader goals in our life. And not all of that can always be kind of well captured in a cost effectiveness model, especially for treatments of chronic illness. So the question here is, what are the relative effects of aducanumab plus supportive care versus supportive care alone on the following outcomes that, again, can inform judgments of overall long-term value for money for this treatment? So here, the first one is on patients' ability to achieve their major life goals related to education, work, or family life. So here again, you are asked to think about your view of the relative effects of aducanumab. And I know it was a unanimous vote that there was not adequate evidence to demonstrate its benefits over best supportive care. So factor that in, but the question here is not any effective treatment, it is aducanumab itself. What do we think about its potential broader, if you will, ability to help patients in this way? Any questions about the question? Okay, anybody want to ask?
Steve, this is Ralph. I have a question because it's written a little differently than it has been in the handout sent to us. So where 1 was major negative effect and 5 was major positive effect. Can you describe how you want us to vote again for this?
I'm sorry, can you put the voting slide back up again? That's the way it should be. Yeah, major negative to major positive. So I'm seeing the same voting scale, Ralph. So I'm sorry, what's the question? It's about, so this is asking, does aducanumab have from major negative to major positive effect on patients' ability to ...
I now see that, but on the voting question that we sent doesn't have it listed that way.
Sorry.
Vote it the way this slide has.
Got it. Okay, 2 other questions. Rena?
Just to clarify, we should also take into account if we choose to side effects for the answer to this question.
Yes, the basic, it's the effectiveness in terms of the overall effects of aducanumab. It's its effect on patients' ability to do these things, to achieve these things. Liz, yeah.
Yeah, and does that also include sort of negative impact of kind of financial loss to the family, and so less money for support services and things like that, if they're burdened with the cost?
Yes, I think it's fair to consider that that's part of if we're talking about the broader effects on patients, then I think the broader effects of the treatment are fair to include, yes. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that question. Again, A is 1. You can see the scale there. Just don't get them mixed up. Okay, we have all the votes. All right, so we have 2 votes for major negative, 7 votes for minor negative, and 6 votes, I believe it is, for no difference. All right, moving forward to the next question. This is the caregiver question. So it's the same. We just didn't want to continue to repeat all of the words. So to get a bigger font, this again is talking about aducanumab specifically, and its spillover effects, again, if you will, on caregivers' ability to meet their quality of life its effects on caregivers' quality of life and or their ability to achieve major life goals related to their education, their work, or their family life. Not any effective treatment, aducanumab specifically. Any questions about this that you'd like to ask of patients or clinical experts or each other?
It's Annetta. Just to clarify, here we are also supposed to consider the financial toxicity.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Excellent. Okay. Fairly similar to the previous one. We have 3 having a major negative effect on caregivers, 7 having a minor negative effect, and 4 having no difference. All right. Excellent. Okay, we have one last voting question. This one is about aducanumab, just as we've talked about in its broadest sense, thinking about whether aducanumab is likely to have a major negative effect to major positive effect on society's goal of reducing health inequities. And just to make it clear as day, this is a mix of its clinical effectiveness, its harms as part of that, the financial repercussions. Sometimes it has to do with its mechanism of delivery, whether it would be more able to reach people in underserved areas, et cetera. So it kind of includes all of that as we think about the possibility that aducanumab will help society reduce health inequities. Anybody want to, I know we're going to bring this up in the policy roundtable in terms of opportunities to think forward in time. Does anybody have any questions about aducanumab and where we are today in relation to this voting question?
Steve, this takes into account the price
yes.
of the drug? Yes.
Yep. Yes, it does. Catherine, I'm sorry, that was Catherine's question. There you go. Anybody else have a question or a comment? Jeff.
So building on what Dr. Phillips said, not only does it maybe take into account the price, but also whether people have insurance that might cover that price. How are we to think about it? Should we think about what we think is most likely to happen, or should we assume everyone's got insurance or everyone doesn't have insurance? Or
the way that we have asked you to vote on these in the past is to consider the world, well, I wouldn't say best case scenario, but you don't have to think of it as if you could start from scratch and make a healthcare system where everybody is insured with the same insurance. As this would roll out in the American healthcare system, do we think, because there are some interventions, the reason that this is a common voting question, obviously, is because this is an important goal of society, and because there are some interventions that might have special abilities by the way that they are delivered, targeted, et cetera, in a way that would help us reduce health inequities. So it's to capture that potential benefit of effective drugs. So again, here you're factoring in Aducanumab and whether you think it is or isn't effective, to what extent, its cost implications, and all of the other aspects of the health insurance and delivery system. Do we think that Aducanumab coming in will help us reduce health inequities? To what extent? Major negative or major positive, and in between? Okay, great. Any other questions or comments about that? Not seeing any. Let's go ahead and take a vote. All right, so we've got 9 major negative effect, 4 minor negative effect, 1 no difference, and 1 minor positive effect. All right, since we have just a few minutes, we can end early and take a slightly longer break before the policy roundtable. But would anybody like to comment on their votes and things that they would like to tee up for the policy roundtable in relation to some of these votes? This one obviously is one that we will be addressing, but anything in reflecting upon your votes that you'd like to mention at this point? For instance, somebody who voted, oh, sorry. Yes, Sanket.
Thanks, Steve. I just wanted to comment on, very helpful to have these votes and to think about the patient's perspective, the clinical perspective. And I think one thing that led me in terms of concern was around the costs, not just to the healthcare system, but also to individual patients who might be required to go to various tests and have significant co-insurance and other out-of-pocket costs. I think that ended up informing my, in the context of the evidence and in the context of the value assessment, I think thinking about the burden that might fall and perhaps the negative implications to other aspects of care, the sort of standard of care and supportive care, that might be helpful. Just want to comment that I think that potentially is a big burden that could fall, and that led me to concern.
All right, thank you, Sanket. Annette?
Yes, so I had mentioned before that I practice in ICER, and we have a lot of middle class and also people on public assistance programs. And so I am very, very concerned about this driving up inequities because so many patients, most of the patients who have inadequate insurance or no insurance are people of color. And so it does make me worry, given the other thing I worry about, of course, I've mentioned this a couple times, is that we are being asked to believe that the brain hemorrhages and edema that this drug causes are of no clinical significance or of minor, only cause major complications in a few people, but we really haven't been presented with the data. We've only been presented with 1 year worth of data and not accounting for the potential for lag in harm in these patients. So it's very possible that there's no benefit for a year, but 5 years from now, their cognitive decline accelerates in the people who developed ARIA on this treatment. So, I worry, and I think this is teeing it up for the roundtable, that we're talking about reverse Robin Hood again here, where we're talking about taking little bits of money from the average American and through the healthcare system and transferring it to the stockholders of Biogen. And that it's, again, a healthcare system set up to benefit, wealthy white people. So that influenced my voting. Both of those considerations influenced my voting a lot.
Okay, thanks. Ralph.
Hi, Steve. Just a general question related to a bunch of comment related to a bunch of these votes. I remain concerned about the drug safety in patients on anticoagulants, particularly on those with atrial fibrillation or valvular disease. Not only do I have a concern about the increased risk ARIA and brain hemorrhage with patients on both therapies, but I also worry that patients and clinicians may actually stop anticoagulants to justify taking this unproven drug and then suffer cardioembolic strokes when discontinuing scientifically proven, evidence-based anticoagulant therapy. So that's a significant negative value for me.
All right. right, thanks. Yeah, we're going to come back to considerations around insurance coverage criteria and what they will do with that kind of issue in coverage criteria. So I'm glad you mentioned it again. All right, we're going to, in about 5 minutes, we've got 4 hands up. So they're going to have to be pretty quick, both on the question and any kind of answer I might have. So I'll be quick too. First up was Catherine.
Well, Alzheimer's is a terrible disease. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. My mother died from it. But what I keep returning to, and I hope we can cover in the roundtable, is there are other terrible diseases out there. And we need to think about the big picture. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Say.
Just to kind of my explanation. So I think like so many people here, my mother had Alzheimer's and she died 6 years ago. It was incredibly, I kept thinking as a geriatrician, even among doctors, I of all people should be able to handle this. And I frequently felt completely overwhelmed. So I absolutely hear everybody saying we need therapy. We need an effective therapy for this. However, with my clinical researcher hat looking at the data, I feel like if I had to guess, and there's clearly substantial uncertainty, if I had to guess, I think the data is stronger for net harm than it is for net benefit. It's hard for me to believe that 40% of people having brain swelling is something that we can safely ignore. Maybe it is, but I think that is incumbent on the manufacturer to prove that it is, because if I hear 40% brain swelling, I think I just start out with a lot of concern. And that combined with the cost, and I think this is something that I think we absolutely could worsen disparities. I also worry about how it could potentially dramatically improve the quality of life for caregivers and for Alzheimer's patients if we could actually funnel that money for more in-home help. There's so many things we could do with this amount of money that to spend it on a medication that I feel like it's more likely to be harmed than help, it seems really ill-advised.
All right, thanks. And Joanna.
So I think for me, the economic cost was certainly a driver in this discussion. And I look at the overall access to healthcare, and I worry about the impact of the cost of this particular drug and how that will affect access and distribution of healthcare across the spectrum.
Okay. Thank you very much for those comments. They both help, I think, give context to your votes that you've already taken. And they set us up really well for some of the most important issues that we're going to tackle in the policy roundtable. It's going to start at 4:45 Eastern, 1:45 out there. And just again, to kind of give a quick overview of what's coming, we're going to start talking about patients and doctors and how the conversation is going to start to happen. We're going to talk about disparities and how treatments like this in the future and now will be introduced in ways that hopefully won't accelerate our problems with disparities. We'll talk about price. We'll talk about coverage in private insurance market and at Medicare. And we'll talk about the confirmatory trial and the broader research landscape for emerging treatments. So that's coming up when we start back at 4:45. But I want to thank the CTAF for the votes and for the discussion. We'll welcome some distinguished people to be on our policy roundtable and help us give perspectives on those important issues. So we'll see you back at 4:45 Eastern.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Hi, Leslie. Yes, I can. This is Steve. I can hear you. We're going to reconvene at 4:45. You're exactly where you should be.
Just want to make sure. Hate
That's fine.
those little things. Thanks. We'll see you later. I'm gonna mute myself.
Sounds good. We'll be starting in about 1 minute. All right, let me see if we've got the full complement of our policy roundtable folks with us. If I could ask the CTAF panel themselves to please go off camera, just so it minimizes the number of screens. So Joanna, if you don't mind going off camera, Annette, thank you. But I'm looking, let's see, I'm waiting for our clinical experts to return. And Biogen folks, so we'll hopefully get them on board very quickly.
Steve, I'm here. This is Chris.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, you weren't showing up in my screen there. Okay, I'll try to make sure I'm seeing everybody. All right. So I am going. There we go. And I see Dr. Henderson. Great. Okay. Sorry, let me just one more try to get this. Okay, that's not what we wanted. Okay, there we go, finally. All right, folks, welcome back. And we're going to start the policy roundtable now. Thank you again. I want to introduce the folks who are on the policy roundtable. And we have Dr. Henderson and Dr. Kremen, who've been with us from the beginning, as well as Matthew Baumgart and Laura Jones. And I want to introduce a few other people. Let me go ahead and turn to the slide that shows everybody. There we go. So again, Matthew Baumgart. We've got Leslie Fish. Leslie, hi, why don't you introduce yourself? Oops, you're on mute though.
Hi there, unmuted. Hi, I'm Leslie Fish. I'm from IPD Analytics, and we consult with various payers in the United States and other subscribers on pharmaceuticals.
Yes.
And I think we have somebody on another phone.
Yeah, Grace, thank you, Grace.
Thanks.
All right, so did you, Leslie, I think you finished, right? So you're
yeah. And no conflict of interest, Stephen.
Okay, thanks. And Pat Gleason, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yes, hello. Pleasure to be here. I do have a conflict of interest. I work for Prime Therapeutics, a pharmacy benefit manager. I'm an assistant vice president there of health outcomes. Prime Therapeutics, we partner with 19 Blue Cross Blue Shield plans, our owner plans, and provide pharmacy benefits for 33 million Americans through our relationship with our health plans, employers, and government programs, including Medicaid and Medicare. I'm also an adjunct professor of pharmacy at the University of Minnesota. Pleasure to be here. Thanks.
Thank you, Pat. Nice to have you with us. Chris, you have been with us for the morning, so welcome back to the Policy Roundtable. Mark McClellan will be just a few minutes late. I'm not sure exactly what time he's able to join. It may be about 15 minutes from now. So I've told him that I will direct the kind of questions around kind of federal policy to the time when he's able to join us. But just to skip to the chase, as many of you know, he's the director of the Duke University Margolis Center for Health Policy and former chief both of the FDA and of CMS. And so we'll bring a variety of different perspectives and experience with him when he's able to arrive. Okay, so we have an hour and 45 minutes. We have way too much to cover, and yet it's all important. And I've broken it down into about 6 buckets. And that means we have about 15 minutes for each of these. I'll try to be thoughtful and get as many perspectives on this as possible as we go through. I've already mentioned to the audience, we're going to start with the kind of patient-doctor perspective, move through pricing into the coverage policy arena of issues, and then kind of round up towards the end around the research aspects of the confirmatory trial and the other kind of broader research landscape policy issues for new treatments, emerging treatments for Alzheimer's disease. I think we all know that we could spend this entire policy roundtable talking about the FDA and about what happened over the past 2 years. Some of that may come up, but I think we're going to be looking forward primarily. And to that extent, I kind of wanted to start with, again, with the clinical experts and Matthew, perhaps, let's talk briefly about the best approaches we can recommend for how patients and doctors and families are going to be talking about aducanumab, what it means as a potential treatment. What's the uptake going to be like? How are we going to see this start to kind of emerge across the country? What little data we have so far, and it's little, we have some surveys of neurologists that have been done by Wall Street firms saying that there's a strong interest in prescribing Aduhelm, at least among some community neurologists. We've had some large delivery systems, though, just this week to announce that they are not going to be using Aduhelm, including the Cleveland Clinic, Mount Sinai. We just heard a fairly strong statement from the American Academy of Neurology. American Geriatric Society has come out certainly against approval. So it's going to be a mixed picture. And I'm just wondering from the clinical expert, and Matthew, maybe you can speak to this too, what's going to be our best practice in helping patients and families understand what this means for them? How do we go about this as a system? And Chris, I know you can certainly chime in too, but let me start with clinical experts. You've already had patients or families, I'm sure, ask about this. How are you approaching it? Sarah, what are you doing?
Yes, in fact, I just had this conversation again on Monday. So with the exact question of, can I take my loved one off of the blood thinner so that I could go on this medication? So it's exactly as was just described previously. So, I think it's going to take a lot of work first on the part of the clinician to really understand exactly what we've been talking about today in terms of what were the conditions of the trial and what kind of patients were included in that trial and what kind of patients were not included in that trial. In any trial, it doesn't matter, what kind of trial, typically in an Alzheimer's trial, we're trying to get how do I put it? The kinds of patients that are in there, you're not going to allow people, say, with lots of vascular disease on their MRI. You're not going to have people with, diabetes or other kinds of medical conditions that sort of muddy what you're looking at in terms of a research outcome. But when you're trying to apply that in the real world, it makes it a lot harder. And so I think that it's going to take a lot of work for the clinicians to understand who was in the trial, who wasn't in the trial. How does that match up with the person and the family sitting in front of me? And also in terms of, what is the cognitive score, say, an MMSE? We do have that we can hang our hat on. So what is the MMSE of the patient sitting in front of us? We probably won't be doing a CDR on everybody since that's usually done in research. Most clinical neurologists won't be doing that either. So how are you going to make a determination of, what their level of functionality is? And then explaining to, the families, what did the study show and what didn't it show? So yes, it showed that we could clear amyloid, but what do we know about that relationship to cognitive and functional benefit, and going through certainly the risks and the benefits, if any.
Yeah. And Matthew, I know you're not on the clinical side, as you said, but I know at the Alzheimer's Association, so many families are going to be coming to your website looking for information. How are you taking this challenge on board to frame the evidence for patients and families? You could always say, talk to your doctor, full stop, but how are you trying to sort this out on your end?
Yeah, I think you hit the first sentence out of our mouths is talk to your doctor, have that conversation with your doctor. But I do think Sarah makes a very good point. There needs to be a lot of education of physicians here. This this drug is, despite the fact that, we supported the FDA approval, we support coverage of this drug, it's not for everybody. It's not going to work in everybody. There was the clinical trial population was a certain group, was a certain group of people. This is not right for, even though people have started to say it, people who might be at risk, because I had 3 family members and they have no cognitive problems. And I know, they've already started asking about the drug, and it's not appropriate. It was, the clinical trial population did not include moderate and severe, and this shouldn't be given there. And so I think there's a lot of education to be had with physicians. I think one of the important things that I think everybody needs to understand, and that's clinicians and by extension patients, is that with this drug, probably with the next series of drugs that are going to come along, cognition is not going to get better. It's just going to get less worse. And I think that's a very important point to set expectation levels of patients and families. You're not going to, this isn't going to reverse course for you. This is just going to make things less worse. And that's a difficult thing to do, because it's hard to show if you're using the MMSE, did I drop 1 point instead of 2 points, right? And that's hard to show, because you're not going to show a gain of point, right? You're not going to show the points in the other direction. So I think it's important to set those kind of expectations and that kind of understanding as well. And I won't.
Let me break in on that point.
Yeah.
To me, that is one of the really important early things to talk about for policymakers, like the Alzheimer's Association. By the way, I really regret that we can't do this roundtable in person, because I kind of walk in and around you all, and I make you feel comfortable before I ask you a really tough question. And so today it's just going to feel like it's coming straight at you. So Matt, you're first up for the tough question. Okay, there will be other tough questions. Everybody's going to get them. Matt, your CEO was quoted as saying the successful trial, and there was a successful trial, showed 22% improvement in what is effectively the cognitive functional side of people's lives. So there's that language problem where I'm concerned as a doctor myself. I know how hard it is for patients to understand a slowing of decline. But if we policy leaders like your CEO get out there and talk about improvement, I think we've got a big problem. And Chris, you're taking a drink of water, and you might as well tee yourself up for some tough questions too. But Maha herself was quoted today in the press as saying, what Aduhelm offers, hopefully, is a hope to really be able to integrate these patients back into society, give them back a quality of life. That sounds like people getting better to me, like taking my mother or somebody else who's bad and making them better. How do we avoid that kind of messaging? Even though it's the early weeks, I feel like we're already missing some of those opportunities to frame this correctly. So I don't know, Matt, do you have anything in general to say about how you guys are trying to manage this?
So I do, I don't, you and I may hear that framing differently, I think, Steve. It is to an individual patient, having that additional 3, 4, 5, 6 months, 1, 2 years even, is an improvement. It does give them more of their life back relative to what would have happened and what would happen without the drug. I just think it's an important line to walk, and setting those expectations. But from a patient perspective, getting that extra time is an improvement. It's not an improvement in a clinical score. And I think there is a difference. And I think sometimes we get caught up in, and this is, kind of some of my issues with some of the clinical trials and the data that's collected. I think we do need to collect additional type of, patient outcome kind of data, not just clinical score data, which would help with some of the value assessment issues that I have. But I think it is an improvement in what would have happened. And it does give them some of their life back if they're able to maintain relationships for 6 more months, a year, 2 years.
Okay, I think I'm hearing what you're saying. I think it's fair to worry a little bit that words like improvement, like giving people their life back, suggest to some ears, at least to the patients that I have worked with, that would make them feel like things could get better instead of just slowing the decline. I hear what you're saying about more time at home being better than it would have been, and that's an improvement. But I'm just sensitive to how physicians, it's going to be really, really tricky for all of the communicators out there. And again, Alzheimer's Association being so important here to, I think, be very cautious in how some of this is framed. Chris, did you have any perspective on the way, because you guys obviously can't market outside the label. I heard Maha's comment as being pretty close to saying it makes you better.
Well, let's be clear. I mean, since the time of approval, we've been very clear with regards to who the patients are who we want to be on this treatment first. And it's clearly in line with the patients we've studied. These are MCI due to AD, mild due to AD patients. And when I say due to AD, we say with A beta confirmation. And, to me, it's in no one's interest here to have patients who don't have the underlying pathology of the disease receiving this based on the data we have to date. And so we've been very clear on that from day one. We were pleased with the changes to the labeling a week ago. And I think that will also help. I have to say, we knew this is going to be, as it is in any area, when you haven't had a new treatment in 20 years, when you have a transformational first biologic in a category, this creates all sorts of potential, challenges with regards to helping people understand. And I have to say, in the first, 5 weeks now, we've been encouraged by the fact that many physicians recognize this is not for everyone. And also patients are recognizing this isn't a silver bullet. This is a first treatment. It's a first of its kind, but there needs to be more to come. So I have to say there's a tremendous amount of education that's required here. All of us on this call certainly play a very important role in that. And, I'm encouraged on the direction ahead, but this will be a journey, certainly, when you have a first of its kind treatment coming in after a long history like this.
All right, thanks. So let's talk in terms of the patient aspects too, or I guess this is more of a kind of a system effect, but we are, as you heard earlier, people are concerned that the introduction of this treatment, people are mixed. If they feel like it doesn't work, then they're not too worried if only rich white people get it. But they see a pattern in our health system, and it's not Biogen's fault. It's not anybody's fault to a certain extent. It's our collective issue of trying to figure out how we get new treatments into communities that have often not received fair access to new effective care. Again, Biogen, I know you have thought about this. I'll let you talk about what proactive things you're going to work on, but I can't not ask you about the lack of diversity in the clinical trials that you put together. Out of 3,268 patients in your pivotal trials, 19 self-identified as Black. That's a 0.6%. So somebody just missed the ball on that one. Now, you can tell us why it's impossible to get more Black patients into these clinical trials here in the United States, but help us understand that and then project for us how you think, at least for Aducanumab and hopefully for other future treatments, we can do a better job of equalizing access.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, no, this is as I think ICER has done a fantastic job in this consideration of really trying to elevate this topic in this meeting, because we're frustrated, like everyone, with regards to clinical trials. And this isn't unique to Aduhelm. It's not unique to even Alzheimer's. As we know it as an entire research enterprise or research industry, there's been a long history of struggling to get better representation from underrepresented groups. And I think universally, the research community has seen this as a priority, and we've pushed for this. I was just learning even yesterday about some of the national studies recently in Alzheimer's, where they have characteristics, unfortunately, very similar to things that we saw in our Engage and Emerge results. So to us, this is a really frustrating aspect, something that we're taking really seriously. We've committed very publicly to ensure that as we go forward, we're taking active efforts to ensure that there are better representation. We've established a clinical trial advisory group representing Black, African American, Latinx members to help guide our clinical trial recruitment efforts. That's not just exclusive to Alzheimer's, but across all of our neuroscience programs, which I hope will help in advancing this area, because clearly this is a real challenge. But I do want to speak beyond the clinical trials too. We recognized early on, and it's not just about treatment. I know, and I appreciate, Steve, you highlighting this is, it's not just about certainly an Alzheimer's treatment, but it is also an issue in Alzheimer's. We know that, as I said, Black, African American, Latinx individuals are disproportionately more likely to develop Alzheimer's. They're more likely to have missed diagnoses. And so while I know some of the discussion here will focus on treatment and equity issues when it comes to insurance and treatment, we don't want to forget the fact that they are also misrepresented when they don't get diagnosed, when the symptom awareness recognition gets missed. We have long lag times and delays. And so recognizing that well in advance of approval, we started working on programs here. And you've seen our announcements around our partnerships with CVS Health, National Association of Free and Charitable Clinics. And these involve a network of clinics across the country that provide appropriate information about the disease, about cognitive screening, which we hope will go more to the root cause long before you get into a situation for even some who may ultimately be good candidates for Alzheimer's treatments.
That's great. I want to circle back. Oh, sorry, Matt, go ahead.
Could I, since this is a policy discussion, I did want to mention one item of public policy here on this front. There is a bill that's been introduced in Congress called the ENACT Act. It's an acronym, and like everything else, and I'm not going to be able to tell you what the acronym is, but it is aimed at increasing diversity in Alzheimer's clinical trials. It provides funds to the NIA to increase the diversity of clinical trial research staff, which is part of the problem, to do additional outreach and to increase the amount of the number of clinical trials that happen in areas of high concentrations of underrepresented populations. So I would just wanted to mention that, since there's a policy roundtable, there is a public policy bill before Congress.
Thank you. So I'll come back for a quick question to you, Chris, about this also, but from the clinician expert perspective, do you guys—
Steve, before that, can I break in and say there's been a raised hand for about 5 minutes?
Oh, Laura, I'm so sorry. I didn't see it, but now I see it. Please.
Thanks. I do have some comments. My first comment is about education. I think that there would be a serious value to having some caregiver to caregiver education. Number one, caregivers don't trust their doctors. They really, in many cases, don't know what they're talking about. I personally would not risk not engaging on a major learning effort about this job if my husband was still alive and I was looking at it. Like I said, I would want to listen to other caregivers. I would want to hear what their opinions are. I think that other caregivers would be able to caution the caregiver and the patient about whether or not this was appropriate for them. There needs to be a feeling that the people who are speaking to you are from within the same trench as you are. This is something that I found to be extremely effective in my group that I run. I see it as a circle. When you first come in and you're the new person in the group, you don't know anything. You look at the next person in line for your advice. You don't look at the top of the line, the person who's been there the longest. It's unreasonable to you. You don't believe it. You know the guy next in line to you, he's in the trenches with you and he has some opinions that might be of value to you. I think that's important. I can also tell you from personal experience, I'm white, I'm a woman, I'm somewhat privileged. I'm able to earn a good living after I got back to work after my 2 heart attacks. I could not put my husband in a drug trial because I had to work to support my family. He was taken out of the workforce. I had a kid, I had a husband I had to take care of. I had to get back into the workforce. I had to make a lot of money. So I did not have time to be home and pay attention to him and monitor his side effects, number one. I couldn't do the documentation for the trial. We wanted to be in the trial. I didn't even have the ability to get him to the doctor's appointments. In the beginning, he might have been able to, Tim, we talked about this 8 years ago when I was at Biogen working on the trial retention with the trial retention group. Even in the beginning of the disease, he would have been able to take an Uber or a cab to the doctor's appointments. But, you know, you get a year or two into this, like you can't send somebody in a cab by themselves. So to stay in a trial for me had nothing to do with my color or like, I mean, nothing. Literally, I couldn't do it. I couldn't get him there. Like, I don't know why people think it's because you're from a disadvantaged group. It's hard work to put someone in a trial, and it takes a lot of time. People who are new caregivers to Alzheimer's, they don't have that. They're overwhelmed with their daily life. I didn't have hours a day to think about what was going on with him. I'm sorry, that's, you can take it from there.
No, that's a great perspective to share. And I'm sorry I didn't see your hand up earlier. I do apologize for that. And to be obvious, there are no people of color on this policy roundtable. So we're talking about something that we all acknowledge we need to take some steps to address. Chris, I'm going to just assume that we can come up with a general policy statement that the clinical specialties out there need to up their game, because whether it's aducanumab or another treatment, hopefully soon there'll be others, there will be an opportunity to do better as we introduce new treatments for Alzheimer's and other neurologic conditions. And so the specialty societies can think about ways to educate themselves and educate their patients and families in a way that hopefully can improve the ability of families from all over the country, different walks of life, to be able to get equal access to these treatments. Chris, for you in particular though, I'm assuming it costs more money to spend extra time to try to enrich a study population with people from underserved communities. Why doesn't the FDA just say you can't come to us with pivotal trials that aren't representative of the population mix in the United States? Could the FDA just do that?
Yeah, so what I would say is, we don't look at these kinds of items as costs as far as making the trial more enriched and better. And obviously with the questions that continue to surface and the importance of this is a huge priority for us. And, I'd be delighted if in your report it comes out with a statement to the effect that we need to continue to improve this. I think that'd be a very good thing to come out. And you heard from Matthew already, as well as, certainly the entire pharmaceutical industry and the research areas, that this is a huge priority. I won't speak to the FDA. Maybe Mark would be better to speak to some of those items. I won't speak to anything related to that, but thanks.
Okay. All right. Let me watch the clock because I've got to do that throughout. And I think I'm going to shift to talk about price and the cost and issues around that before we get to, and I think I actually have a couple slides to show in just a second, then I can go off this shared screen like this. Just a couple of I guess you could call them facts or perspectives from prior work. So if we start with the patient perspective here, and let's assume that it's a Medicare patient to start with, the 20% coinsurance is $11,300 per year. That is 40% of the median annual income of senior citizens in the United States. So just to start there, and we know that most Americans on Medicare do have supplemental insurance, but 6 million don't. And we can probably guess that those 6 million are more likely to be poor Americans who will have even less ability to pay for this out of their own pocket. And even those who do have supplemental insurance, it's estimated at least that their premiums will grow significantly if the use of this treatment obviously kicks in and supplemental insurance is used to pay for it. On the other hand, 20 million Americans have Medicare Advantage, and they don't have supplemental insurance, most of them, and they actually also have to pay 20% or higher coinsurance on Part B type drugs. They do have an out-of-pocket max, but it's $7,550 per year. So that's just from my perspective, at least, the patient kind of out-of-pocket experience, and also a little bit on the Medicare premium side that could be a concern. Then I have just a couple of other slides, and this is to tee us up. See if I get this right. Okay, this is with permission from STAT, which is an online newsletter in the kind of pharmaceutical space. So they put out kind of a graph in an article that says these are the doctor-administered drugs that Medicare spends the most on each year in the United States. And Aduhelm is displayed up front, obviously, as hypothetical in terms of its cost impact. And below it, you see the other drugs: Eylea, Keytruda, Opdivo, Rituxan, and Prolia. Those are the top 5 current spending drugs that are administered by doctors. So what you see in the top bar is obviously estimates for what Aduhelm could cost. My slides aren't showing. I'm so sorry. It says I am screen sharing, but my slides aren't. Okay.
I can see them,
Hi.
Steve.
Pardon me?
We see it.
I can see your slide.
You can see it. Okay. I just had somebody pop in and saying that nobody could see my slides, but maybe that was just for a second. Okay. But okay, because you can see that. You can see. Okay. And I'm also told that Mark McClellan has joined us. And even though I can't see that with my wonderful setup.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Mark. We're going to come back to you. I just asked a question about the FDA. I can come back to it in a second. I've moved on to cost, pricing cost. So this comes again from, sorry, let me go back to this. So you see 3 estimates here. You see a KFF, that's the Kaiser Family Foundation estimate. They did kind of a rough estimate of a certain percent of a certain eligible pool. Others have highlighted Biogen in its own investor call, said low estimate. Now, this was not their own estimate for what they think will happen, but they told the investor community, here's the opportunity. And it would run between 57, if you will, to 115 billion at peak sales. So just for, that's some perspective. Interestingly, the Alzheimer's Association at the meeting that Chris and I were at yesterday, their own estimate is very close to the Kaiser estimate. It's 28 billion. They said they think 500,000 patients in America will use it at $56,000 a year. That's exactly $28 billion. So just as to kind of explore something, this is at the $56,000 per year annual price. If you go with that Kaiser Family Foundation estimate, which is also the Alzheimer's Association estimate, and we just imagined this hypothetical world in which Aduhelm was priced at $5,600 instead of $56,000, it would still tie for the top cost drug in the Medicare Part B system. And if you use the Biogen low estimate, it would be almost twice as much as the next spend drug. And at the high end, obviously much further downstream. So that's, and I could pull, I've got documents here that have quotes from other kind of Wall Street investment groups, Evercore, RBC Capital, Cohen. They're all in the 25 to 35 billion per year range. One last piece of context, the entire budget of the NIH is 43 billion each year. The entire amount of that spent on Alzheimer's research in the country is 3.2 billion each year. So that's just to put things in context. And Matthew, I'll turn to you first, and I'm going to stop sharing now because I think we don't need to see anything more. All right. Matthew, I know that the Alzheimer's Association came out very quickly, and people noted that it was not very common to see a leading patient group do so, saying that the price was, quote, simply unacceptable, end quote. And you said Biogen should change this price. Can you say more about that? Why did you guys think it was simply unacceptable? Did you have what price were you thinking would not have led you to make that claim? And we'll talk a little bit more about what the throughput's going to be, but how and why you're on the policy side, so I'm sure you were involved. How did you come out with that? Why with that statement? And in a sense, give us some context for that. What price would not have been unacceptable?
So I don't know. We didn't have conversations about what price would have been acceptable. Our issue was, what does this price do to access? And the price was at a level where we believed that it was going to hinder the ability of plans to pay for it, people to cover their out-of-pocket costs, and it was going to hinder access to those who could benefit from this drug from getting access to the drug. I'm not going to sit around and say we did, we sat there and did we built a, we didn't have your team to build us a model. We didn't have but when we looked at what the price was, what the cost would be to individuals, what the cost would be to plans, we concluded that what patients would be forced to pay and what plans would be forced to pay, or plans deciding not to pay at all, would dramatically hinder access to the drug.
All right. So I assume that you've never done this kind of statement before about the price of a drug. Well,
we've never had a drug.
You haven't had the opportunity, I guess, and that's part of it.
Yes,
in a sense. And so you may not have any sense of where the throughput is, and I'm sure this isn't your favorite article, but there are some articles out there already wondering whether the Alzheimer's Association statement really has teeth, whether they're willing to stand behind it or do anything more than put out a single statement. I did go to the website today and I couldn't find it. I had to Google it separately. It's not on that main page that patients go to and families when you click on tell me more about Aduhelm. There's nothing about the price. So what do you view on the policy side? Are you guys going to ask patients and families to call their congressman or is there any kind of next step that you would envision here?
Well, it was not just a one-off statement. I've said it about 4 times just in the last 2 hours that the price is unacceptable. It was said yesterday in the meeting in which you gave away information that was not supposed to be given away because we were under Chatham House rules, so I'm not gonna get into the specifics of what our specific plans are at this point in time, but it is not and has not been and will not be a single one-off statement.
Okay, and forgive me, you're right. I had totally forgotten that's where I heard that, and that it probably was. If it's not anywhere else in the public domain, I apologize. The fact that you folks brought that number forward yesterday, that was my bad. So I apologize. Well, I think it's incredibly personally. I think that folks will find, as you said, that this is not what people usually see leading patient groups do, and so I think it's great that you guys have engaged on that point. So let me pivot now over to Chris. So yeah, Chris, you've got your hand up. Hold on 1 second. You're on in just a second, but I will admit that I had these fantasies. I could almost say they were dreams. I could imagine waking up the morning that this drug was approved, and hearing that you guys had priced it, let's just say at $5,600. That's the midpoint of our value-based price range. And you said to the public, we are honored to be the first. We recognize that the data are highly unusual given the 2 different trials. We know about the uncertainty. We are honored to be given this vote of confidence. And while we work on getting better data to demonstrate the full benefit of this treatment, we will price conservatively in a way that will still satisfy our investors, still keep innovation flowing in this direction, but that will allow us to demonstrate that we deserve a higher price. And until then, we will price at a conservative, independently, kind of, if you will, a designated level. I had that fantasy and it didn't happen. Why not? How did you guys come up with 56,000?
So thanks, Steve, for the opportunity to talk about this. This is an area, obviously, that's very important and something we've spent a tremendous amount of energy. This is the first treatment. We fully recognize the responsibility that comes with that. And I just want to back up though too, because you hit patient out of pocket, then you put up the slide on the budget impact.
A lot.
Then we turn to some other things. So there's a lot of topics, and I'm assuming we'll probably get to all of them. But the big one at the start, since you had mentioned the Alzheimer's Association patient numbers, is, we're all trying to understand this new evolution. And this is not unique to new innovations that come forward. And I know there's been different reports that have come out with regards, and it seems to be everyone is really likes to grab big numbers and multiply them times price points and come up with, very, very high figures. And we have said from the beginning that we've spent a tremendous amount of time trying to understand who are the right patients, how many patients will actually be good candidates who could potentially benefit based on the clinical trial population that we studied. And we've come up with a number, and we've been humble. We've said 1 to 2 million. I could give you the actual number we came up with, which is below 1.5, but we've said 1 to 2 because we want to be humble and recognize we don't, this is a new area. It will evolve. However, some have then grabbed that number and multiplied it. And while we believe there's a potential eligible population that could be targeted there, and perhaps that's what the, I don't want to repeat the Alzheimer's Association piece since Matthew already kind of called out some of the aspects of that. But as others have come up with numbers that are even 500,000 potentially eligible. I want to stress something also, which is I know people like to grab the target population, but we've looked very carefully at a whole host of products that have launched in the last 5 to 7 years. And many of them, remember, this is a complex new treatment in an area that hasn't previously had treatments. It's an infused biologic requiring monthly infusions and a complicated diagnostic workup involving A-beta confirmation and then monitoring and management in a condition where we know screening, symptom awareness, recognition, even diagnosis is low. And so this will be a challenge for, to go anywhere near the numbers that have been described. And when we've looked at a number of areas, even in areas that have been, big breakthroughs in the last number of years, PD-1s for oncology, a number of immunology treatments. These treatments, after even 5 years, their uptake rates from the potentially eligible population are 10%, 12%, 19%. Across a number of treatments for these types of programs, it's average of 11 to 16%. And if you look at even hepatitis C, the one people love to talk about from 2013, 2014, in hepatitis C with multiple products for an oral pill that was taken once a day for only 3 months, after 5 years of the introduction of novel hepatitis C treatments, the percentage on treatment from the eligible population was only 21% after 5 years, 21%. And so while we're trying to help here to understand the 1 to 2 million, we think it's going to be a fraction of that who actually are able to ultimately benefit. And we hope that will continue to evolve over time as we have more treatments. But I just want to characterize this correctly, which is we do not believe that there's going to be a large number of patients. Now, what we have said very publicly is we're the first treatment. We recognize that. We also are making a whole host of assumptions in everything I just said. And while we've spent tremendous energy to understand the population and what we think will happen based on what we've seen in other areas, both biologics and non-biologics, the reality is we want to be humble. What if we're wrong? What if we are fundamentally wrong? And so that's why we've come out and been very candid with regards to, we recognize this moment. We're going to watch this very carefully. And if we are fundamentally wrong and see numbers that are very different than what we've described, we stand ready to work with public, CMS certainly, and private payers to address both pricing so that we can achieve patient access and also importantly, budget sustainability. So I just want to stress some of the points that we've made previously publicly on this, because it's really important to understand this moment and what we see as an evolution, hopefully over the next 5 to 7 years. That won't just be Aducanumab, but there'll be other treatments here. We hope to see this evolution happen, but it's going to be fractions of the numbers that we've seen.
Okay, let me just, Pat had a comment and then I'm going to circle back too, but Pat, go ahead.
Yeah, Chris, forecasting drug utilization uptake is actually a key part of my job, my team's job at Prime Therapeutics. We have 1.3 million commercially insured, 16 million commercially insured members, 1.3 million Medicare and 1 million Medicaid. And we need to forecast uptake. We can't get Sovaldi again. So we did forecast and we get numbers. I agree that the numbers we're seeing are probably not real, but I can share with you what our numbers are. So in 1.3 million Medicare members, where we have integrated medical and pharmacy data, we have about 1,116. So 1,116 that carry a diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease on a medical claim in the primary field in the last year. So that's 1%, basically. And we know that's underrepresented, as we've talked about already. And so we forecast that a range of 20 to 40% may take Aduhelm. And if that, and also at a cost of, a lower cost of about $40,000 in the first year. That alone, though, is $7 on the low end, $7.44 per member per month on cost to Medicare. On the high end, that's $14.50. And the maximum amount that Hep C had hit anywhere in any line of business at any month was $7. And we know how much that impacted the ability to pay for healthcare during that short period of time. So already the actuaries that are writing premium and have to create premium now for 2 years from now are very concerned.
So I know we could spend more time going back and forth on the budget impact. And I think it is, I mean, you can reach different numbers with using different kinds of assumptions. I mean, Chris, how far back in, I mean, I know that, the Congress is doing probes now of probably the FDA Biogen interactions. I'm not sure how much of the pricing information will become public as it did during the investigations of Gilead during the Sovaldi hearings. But how far back did the number 56,000 go in Biogen? I assume you were in the room as these numbers were discussed. How long ago was it that 56,000 was on the table?
So, so first off, on the investigation, of course, we're going to participate and support in any way necessary. So let me just say that right up front. And we've been assessing the value. We've been at developing this treatment for over a decade, as you heard earlier. And you've heard my background. I've worked in Alzheimer's now for 20 years, and tragically all on failures until Aduhelm. And we've spent a lot of time over those years trying to understand the disease, trying to understand the burden, trying to understand what the potential impact of treatment benefits could potentially be here. And so I would say, the understanding of this condition goes a long ways back, and that will only continue. And I do have to say, since you put the slide up with the 6 products that are the large, expensive, seeing Pat and hearing Pat's comments, Pat, Steve, and Mark have heard me a number of times in the last 3 years since I returned from Europe. Every time I see a slide like that, I have to bring up the fact that in the US, we are missing an enormous opportunity for tremendous savings using biosimilars. And 2 of those products on there are either going to be biosimilars soon or already biosimilars in Europe. Wouldn't it be fantastic if we could use some of those savings to start the recoup of those biosimilar savings to start investing in new treatments for Alzheimer's?
Okay. So Chris, what year did the number 56,000 become the central pricing point for Aduhelm?
Steve, I see where you're going. I'm not going to opine on the last. As everyone knows, this has been a complex journey over the last several years. Alzheimer's is complex. I'm not going to comment on that. Okay,
but you're in the room when they're discussing the pricing as the thinking evolves over time, right?
Yeah, it's been a long process involving a number of individuals.
Okay, so let me show one other slide. It's the slide that was obtained by the Senate investigation of Gilead and its pricing. And I think I can get back to this again. Okay, let's hope that this works better than the last time. All right, I think this will work. All right, can you guys see that slide? Can you see the one with all the heat map kind of look here? Okay, believe me, I'm not going to walk through this extensively, but during a Senate investigation, you often get access to things like this. This is a slide from Gilead that laid out their considerations as they came up with a price. And they were factoring in things like, would payers, require some, this is for Sovaldi, would payers require some kind of directly observed therapy? Would they delay treatment for certain patient groups? Would we hear pushback from patient groups? What would treatment guidelines say? Can you tell us as the Biogen public statements on justifying the price have come out, they actually have kind of covered a lot of ground. Everything from this is what other monoclonal antibodies cost, to the value to patients and society, to innovation needs for the future. So if this slide were obtained through a Senate investigation in the future, of the discussion inside Biogen, like what were the factors that were being looked at? I assume patient group pushback was part of it, wasn't it?
So Steve, I'm happy to describe, what the considerations were with regards to Alzheimer's in Aducanumab. Putting up the slide from Gilead, I don't think is representative of the situation here or the moment that we're in. In the case of hepatitis C, there was first treatments in 2000. Those treatments were rewarded. They moved forward for a period of time with other treatments. There were multiple manufacturers coming in and incentivized to invest in those products. There's been a pretty good story of like the history there and what happened from the very first approval in hepatitis C until where they arrived in 2013 and 14 with Sovaldi and the introduction of effectively a cure. I think the only analogy I'd like to take from the Gilead experience is the history of innovation based on first products. First products came in more than 15 years before that. It led to a reward for that product. The products were not a cure. They were not perfect. They had different effects, but it led to, when they were rewarded, a whole host of new manufacturers coming in and out, taking risks in that area, investing in, failing most of them. But ultimately in 2013, look where we arrived at. Look what came immediately following that, where we had multiple treatments on the market now for effectively what many describe as a cure for hepatitis C. Right. I would love if I'm back here in 15 years on an Alzheimer's panel where we're talking about the advances and innovations that have happened, and we could refer back to that first treatment that came through, and no patients at that point may be on Aduhelm, then be on new treatments.
I hope that's all of that is true. So you're not able to comment on what factors Biogen took into consideration in that kind of slide that Gilead used? There was no comparable process inside Biogen where factors were laid out, that kind of thing?
No. I'm happy to speak to that. So anyway, I appreciate you taking the slide down because I don't think that's a representative example of how we think about things. When it comes to the price that we've established and made the decisions around for Aduhelm, we carefully and spent a tremendous amount of time, as you've heard in other points before made at the time of approval. And we thought very carefully about the overall impact and value that we believe this treatment can bring to patients, caregivers, and society. And also one that will catalyze, incentivize, and fuel future innovation. We think that's really important here. We did take into consideration the burden of the condition. This is a disease that already is costing $355 billion per year to US society. This is a tremendous burden on society. And we know, unlike what we see in oncology, other areas where 15, 20, 25% of the overall burden is invested in medicines, tragically in Alzheimer's, due to the failures, the amount of the burden invested in medicines in this category is less than 1%. And so we certainly took in the fact of this moment that we're in as being the first and only treatment to target the underlying or a defining pathology of Alzheimer's. Now, because we're in the ICER forum and because many of you were part of the sessions earlier, I have to make a mention with regards to value and value basing and value frameworks. Because if you don't ask, I'm sure you would, Steve, so maybe I just get ahead of this, which is, did we take value considerations and health frameworks into consideration? And some of you heard part of my response already earlier this morning. Absolutely, we do. We do take this very seriously as part of the consideration. As the ISPOR task force on value assessment has said, value assessments should be used. They shouldn't be the only thing, but they should be used. And many of you know I came from Europe 3 years ago. And while I think sometimes the Europe HTA system is a bit misunderstood on how it's actually applied, we do at Biogen take those things very seriously. And as I said earlier, the models that were created and presented earlier this morning by Dr. Whittington, they present a framework. And it started from a place that there was an assumption that the data was insufficient, and then a pooling that we think is entirely inappropriate. It won't surprise any of you to hear that we believe that the basis for this should focus in many ways on, and when it comes to value assessment and frameworks and models like that, we should look at eMERGE. And we've described that both clinically, historically, on why we think, and we hope to replicate those results with our post-marketing required study. And so our models that we're looking to publish highlight and go through the results of eMERGE to support this. Now, I know, Steve, in your assessment, and you probably share, that you have an optimistic scenario in which the team looked at that scenario as well, and it has different value-based price benchmarks than your base case. We don't believe that's optimistic. We believe that should be the base case based on all of the reasons we've described previously with regards to why the ENGAGE results support but don't refute the EMERGE findings. However, there's still a number of pessimistic assumptions that we feel are not supported by the model that was supported. And one of them, namely, and Mel did a nice job of highlighting this, is there's an assumption that patients, once they transition on treatment from MCI to mild, that the efficacy would be halved. We don't agree with that. We have clinical trial data from MCI patients and mild patients who started in that stage. We don't believe there's any data to support that it should be halved in that stage. Secondly, when you transition then from mild into moderate, you've assumed that there's zero efficacy. And from our standpoint, while we will acknowledge we do not have data in that group, we haven't targeted them for starting, there's no reason that we believe it's plausible why you would have zero efficacy, not waning. And equal to that,
Chris, let me just, because of our time, and I know we kind of talked about the model earlier, and I mean, you and I could go to town on some of these assumptions. I know what you're saying in terms of you guys have different opinions about what those assumptions should have been. And I will point out that our model will be available, through ICER analytics for people to put in different assumptions in some of those ways. But I just wanted to pull you back again to the pricing. 56,000 is in some ways an interestingly precise number. It's not 50, it's not 60, it's not even 55. So somehow 56 came out of some process. And it just feels like if this is such a transformative moment for America to think about the first disease-modifying treatment for Alzheimer's, I kind of feel like you might have a special burden to be transparent about the basis of that number. It sounds like it came out of an equation or some kind of slide like the one that Gilead used. Is there anything more that you can share with the public about 56? Because honestly, you've gotten a huge amount of blowback on this pricing issue. And I think you could have been national heroes if you'd come out in that alternative reality that I talked about. So 56K has been a problem for you. I just wonder, can you say anything more to explain and justify it in a concrete way?
Yeah, so, and where I was building to, Steve, was you've made a number of assumptions to make the conclusions that the ICER team has, and we respect that. We've also made assumptions, and that's what models are based on. And our assumptions do support, and our publication will also support pricing in line with what we've had, or where we priced Aduhelm. We believe that supports the number. Now, you will say, well, you didn't include perhaps the ENGAGE results. And I would say, well, that's true, but I will tell you there's another things we didn't include as well, which we have 18-month studies. We acknowledge that. And we know Alzheimer's is a disease that's much more important. What happens after 18 months? And as you showed earlier on a slide, you showed the EMERGE results after patients who got to target dose and stayed on target dose, greater than 14 doses, and what their results. What we didn't do is we didn't try to say, we've removed the underlying, or removed the defining pathology of the disease, it may continue to increase. We didn't do that. We also didn't take a different approach. We focused on the ITT results from EMERGE of CDR sum of boxes. Now, what we didn't do was, as many have said, well, functioning is more important in this condition. You should model those results. And as everyone knows in our product insert in the label, it has the results from EMERGE where the functioning endpoint was different by 40%, not 22. And we also didn't, as some had thought we might, try to include every cost we could find. As everyone knows, ISPOR has established a value flower of a whole host of components, which we do think are very valuable and important. We didn't try to include every cost. We acknowledge there isn't data in some of those places. And so we took that approach. That supports our pricing, in addition to some of the considerations that I mentioned earlier, Steve. So I hope that's helpful.
All right, good. Well, I know we'll all look forward to seeing that when it comes out publicly. One last question, and then we will actually move on from this. I'm kind of assuming, because I've had these conversations, obviously, with not just with you, but many other folks, that the delivery system considerations come into play when you're thinking about your price. And you knew that this drug would be delivered by doctors who would make a percent profit, if you will, to cover, you could say, their expenses, but they would receive a percent on top of the of the price from Medicare. Again, this may come out in investigations or not, but did that factor in at all to your thinking about what the influence would be on whether doctors would be willing to provide it? Did there have to be enough for them to take on top of the cost of the drug to make it worth their while?
The infrastructure components related to uptake of new conditions certainly impacted what we thought about from a budget impact and how we think about what the impacts of that could be. As far as the physician behavior dynamics, no, not at all.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. All right. In my bizarre way of having to jump from very important issues to another very important issue with almost no ceremony or social graces, let me do it again. But Chris, thank you. And thank you again for being part of this meeting. I think you and I both know that a lot of companies would not be where you are right now, fielding that kind of question with the kind of grace and respect that you're showing, and I appreciate that. Let's talk about coverage. So we've talked about price, so let's move on to coverage because that is going to be a big issue. I mentioned some of the doctors groups that are announcing they're not going to use it themselves. We have some health plans that are announcing that they're not going to use it. It's not in a protected class. So within Medicare Advantage and other areas, there's more flexibility for private payers to non-cover it if they wish. And I want to talk about private coverage first, and then we'll pivot to the Medicare side of things. So we've got Pat and Leslie. And Leslie, in her role, really sees a lot of plans and their thinking around what's going to happen. Leslie, what do you think the considerations are going to be around cover, no cover? And then we'll get into the specific, if they are going to cover, what would the kind of eligibility criteria look like? But what are you sensing about the way that doctors about health plans, who are they looking to? Who are they talking to? How are they going to be making this decision?
That's a great question, Stephen. And I just wanted to say something, though, about that previous conversation. And I think, Chris, that you may have alluded to this or others have alluded to it. But payers, and I think we're talking commercial right now, are not looking at this as 56,000, but they're looking at it at probably 100,000 per person because they're adding in PET scans, MRIs, every single thing that they have to, which there's this figure out there, right or wrong, 100,000, not 56. And I know we sort of alluded to it, but one other issue, and this has been very common, and we have had a lot of meeting with a lot of our subscribers, is that the PET scan, the amyloid, not covered by CMS. I know that they're now starting to look at what a national coverage determination could be, whether that changes or not. And that's a huge problem because those can be up to $5,000 per test. And when we talked about inequities before, you have your wealthier people that would say, hey, anything for my mother versus others that won't be able to do it. So I just had to put that out there for the time being. A little bit, so we have never had more calls from our subscribers on day one than we have on this medication. And I've been doing this for a long time. So that's number one. To getting to your point, Stephen, that I'm going to give you like a few different things that we have been asked about again and again and again. There are some that have decided not to right now approve it and pay for it because they're saying it's investigational. You mentioned that at the very beginning. Some of the blues, I think today we heard about Cleveland Clinic, Mount Sinai. So there are those there. We do have a lot of payers and insurers in the United States that are actually saying, well, we feel like we have to, but the biggest issue is going to be how can we make sure it is the appropriate patient? I can tell you that the new indication was extremely welcomed by everybody because there were quite a few, there was a lot of angst that if they put on it stricter criteria than the very first indication, the broad indication, that they would not be able to stick with that because they would be overruled by some sort of organization. So that was actually extremely welcomed. And then finally, it's how do we pick the correct patient? And the reason that this is going to be so hard is because we've all talked about today. I don't have to reiterate every single thing why. However, what everybody does understand, if once the barn door is open, you're not going to get everybody back in to the barn. That's sort of what it is, meaning that if you have people that really are not the appropriate patients on it, it's going to be very hard to stop them from getting it. Likewise, a huge issue, is going to be how can we assess if it's working or not. And I know we've just spent hours talking about this. I don't have to go through why, but it's every single thing that you've said. So these are the questions. Again, some payers are going to cover it. Almost every single one wants to put on a prior authorization criteria sets, but they're really looking for how do we assess the person once we have it? What's continuation of therapy look like? How are we going to pay for it?
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to the coverage criteria and we'll walk through them pretty quickly, but we'll do so in a way that we'll get your input on some of those too. Pat Gleason, 5 Blues, maybe more, I think, have said they're not going to cover it. What's going on? There's a lot of concern, as you know, in some quarters that this is being treated unfairly, that accelerated approval drugs are covered in oncology. What's different about this one? Why are some of the Blues not covering?
Yeah, that's a great question, Steve. And I'll just say that so Prime Therapeutics with 19 Blues clients, many of them are our owners. We are asked to provide a clinical evaluation and use our physician and pharmacist and healthcare professional P&T, Pharmacy and Therapeutics Committee, that's used to create our formulary. And by the way, those decisions are made on clinical evidence only and don't include any consideration of economics. So we internally do a review of all literature. We'll use the ICER information. We'll use anything published, anything about the drug that we can obtain. And thanks from, we submit information requests to Biogen and others, and even gray literature, to create a dossier and then make a recommendation. And then that goes to our external P&T of experts, including neurologists and cardiologists, that then make the final say. And so I'll read to you our current position statement that goes to the Blues plans, though, and this is a medical benefit drug, if you recall. So it's the Blues plan then through their medical policy that they'll then create, and they may use information from what we've generated for the final decision. So you've mentioned some of the Blues, 3 of them are our owners, Kansas, Blues of Kansas, North Carolina, and Florida Blue have already said publicly that they determined that through their processes, maybe informed by our information as well, that Aducanumab is considered experimental and not medically necessary for all indications, but not limited to Alzheimer's disease, as clinical benefit has not been established. This is not financial. This is the evidence of the clinicals, the safety and efficacy data available. So that is Prime's position statement, and it has been adopted by some Blues plans, including those that are Prime Blue and those that are outside of our family of Blues. And happy to discuss further around the decision-making there, as well as we have a medical policy standard we've created with very specific criteria. Then I think we're going to go there next. But I'm happy to further answer questions, Steve, you have on that.
No, I think that's very helpful. I think.
I'm sorry. You asked about other products, so I do want to say that this is not unique. So Exondys 51, Vyondys 53 are also in this status, and they've been on the market for a number of years. They came with very similar evidence as Aduhelm on a surrogate endpoint. Their primary endpoint was not, they didn't hit it. It was not statistically significant finding of evidence of stopping or slowing disease progression for Duchenne's muscular dystrophy of 2 different forms, 51 exon type and 53 exon type. So, and the not medically necessary position on those 2 products has been in place since launch, and 90% of our plans still hold that positioning on those products. And also I'll say that, and because I'm sure I'm going to get the blowback, that this is only for expensive agents. We have generic pennies on the dollar products that we have determined are also not medically necessary, that are prescribed, prescription only in the United States. So, this isn't unique to Aduhelm. I want to be clear on that.
Do you think the decision would have been the same if it had been $5,600?
I think it could have been.
Okay.
I think it very well could have been based on, because the evidence isn't there that it works and there is a safety concern.
Okay. All right, I'm very sensitive that we could, again, spend the whole rest of our policy roundtable now talking about whether it should or shouldn't be covered by private insurers. This will be mainly covered by Medicare, so I want to get there. But because the criteria will be important, and in some ways what Medicare will be doing and through its national coverage determination process is coming up with its own approach to designing a coverage policy that will have coverage criteria, if you will. So I wanted to run through the general categories of criteria that exist in a coverage policy and get quick input, not on what is right or wrong necessarily, really, but more kind of how will plans think through the choice. And this is now assuming that it is covered, or sometimes you have to have these criteria, for exceptions anyway. But the question is, how are these criteria going to be framed to match in some ways the label and the evidence? So just jumping in, the trials had patients between 50 to 85. So I'm assuming that most health plans will just plug that into the age spot in their policy and will kind of just move on from there and have to deal with others as a different kind of exception. Diagnosis is going to be a tricky one, right? So the FDA changed its label and they said it should be initiated in patients with mild cognitive impairment or mild dementia stage of disease. So an insurance company has to figure out, how do we operationalize that? Do we just let a doctor tick a box that says mild cognitive improvement, or do we use some kind of specific tests to do this? So I'll just say it's possible that health plans will first ask doctors to do a bunch of labs to exclude other conditions, syphilis, vitamin B12 deficiency, thyroid disease. It's possible that all of these will be part of the coverage criteria for a patient to get access. The cognitive function tests are going to be a big deal. As you've heard from our clinical experts, they don't use the CDR sum of boxes in clinical practice. They use usually the MMSE or the MoCA. So I think a lot of plans are going to be looking at the eligibility criteria for the studies linked to that and find that, for instance, MMSEs greater than or equal to 24 would be one way to frame it, or MoCAs greater than or equal to 19. Let me just pause there and first go back to Leslie and Pat. Am I describing the way that plans will think through this accurately? Is there anything you'd want to add to that? And then I'll ask the clinical experts how we use the tests the right way if we're using them to define mild cognitive improvement.
Yeah, I'll start too. So for the time being, you're extremely right, Steve. There's really nothing else to say. That everybody does know that the CDR was really not used. It's used more in studies. In fact, all of our non-academic subscribers have mentioned that. So it's definitely going to be the MoCA and the MSE. So you're on top of that. I will say one thing though at the very beginning is that there's definitely, there may be inclusive of a lower age group also. Yeah, so that is another out there. So I'll stop at that for as far as Pat. I don't know if you want to.
Pat,
yeah, we're not going lower on an age group. I'll just say that's my only addition there.
Okay. Some of this can seem dry, I know, but it is important for us to get some perspectives on the table. So clinical experts, are you comfortable with this general idea of using the MMSE and or the MoCA as the way that clinicians should diagnose mild cognitive impairment or mild dementia?
Well, maybe I'll start and I'll say no, but then the question is, what would the alternative be? And that said, I think probably MMSE or MoCA are reasonable defaults. That said, these are not good diagnostic tools. They weren't designed that way. There is a lot of day-to-day variability. I can see if someone is being pushed to receive a certain medication that maybe they'll be given the task twice. They'll come back a month later, a week later, where there might be some mild practice carryover effects. So they can be misused as well. But again, although I think an expert geriatrician, geriatric psychiatrist, neurologist might do better than using a MoCA score or an MMSE score. I think more generally, something like that it is not an unreasonable thing to be considering.
Okay. Let me move. I'm going to be a little bit abrupt again. Feel free to really stop me if you feel like you have to. But let me move to neuroimaging, because I can imagine, I wrote down here again, plans are going to think do we just have this cognitive study? Will they have to get a PET as well? I'm assuming many plans will again follow the clinical trial approach and say, yes, they have to have both. And that raises the very important question of coverage of PET, certainly in Medicare. So there's clearly some Gordian knot there that's going to have to be solved. If Medicare is going to create an NCD and other plans are going to start to require amyloid PET, somebody's got to cover it. But Pat or Leslie, I mean, would you imagine that plans would require a PET, and obviously they as private plans would cover it?
So we're saying PET or CSF assay with showing amyloid pathology. So either or.
And I would agree with that. There are some that I go with either or. As far as coverage or not, I think a lot of determining whether they could cover it. I think also that there are other organizations that are looking to see if patients would be paying for it also. And if, can you have a patient pay? And I don't know, Mark, you may be able to later on even address this, but can you have a patient pay for certain non-CMS covered testing, which there are certain ways you could possibly do that. So the answer is yes, they're discussing all of the above.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to actually have to skip. Oh, sorry. Did somebody want to jump in?
Yeah, if I can jump in. If you're talking about CSF, a lot of older adults, it's a hard test to do. Sometimes it's harder to perform given bony changes that occur with aging. It's not a test that you would do in someone who's anticoagulated, but also the question comes up for someone who's on antiplatelet medications, which is a much broader population, whether or not they can undergo lumbar puncture safely.
Yeah, so we'd exclude all those. So, I mean, we talked about anticoagulated. There's a step later that says you can't get Aduhelm if you're anticoagulated or on any antiplatelet other than low dose aspirin.
And the other consideration is if monitoring is going to involve MRI scans and people have hardware implanted from different surgical procedures, then they wouldn't be able to be monitored in the same way that was done during the clinical trial, in the same way that the FDA is now recommending.
Good point. That's a good point. All right, so I am going to skip lightly over the exclusions because I think, again, plans will look at what the exclusion criteria were for the clinical trials. And we've heard clinically that it kind of makes sense not to have people on blood thinners take the treatment, but we've also heard that may create a conundrum for some patients who might want to get the treatment and give up their blood thinners. There are other kinds of things related to history of heart conditions, et cetera. But I want to ask a quick question on provider qualifications. Some new treatments are restricted for prescription by specialists. Others are available to be prescribed by primary care doctors. How do we envision the plans wanting to approach this, Pat and Leslie? Will they keep this in the hands of card-carrying neurologists, or what are they going to do?
There are three. I'll start, Pat. You can add to this. There are three actually that we see most plans going to be limiting it to. Definitely geriatricians, psychiatric geriatricians, and neurologists. And those are the three. I don't think we've ever talked to any of our subscribers that have not wanted to limit it to certain groups of physicians.
Okay. Pat, anything different on that?
Concur. Our text reads, specialists in the area of patient's diagnosis or the prescribers consulted with a specialist.
Okay. Now I want to spend about 5 minutes on a really tricky area that Leslie raised earlier. Okay, we've started a patient on the treatment. Health plans are going to have coverage that says how long they can take it. It's either going to be 6 months or 12 months. And there's going to have to be something at the end of that phase that's either going to ask the doctor to decide whether it's working on their own and they can do it if they want, or they'll have to use tests again to show that the treatment is either stabilized the patient or not getting really worse or something. And this is tough because you could imagine the health plan could require another PET scan to show that amyloid has been removed, but no, most patients it's removed. That's not really the outcome that people are interested in. So have you guys thought through yourselves, Pat or Leslie, or heard from others, are they going to try to use the cognitive tests in particular to demonstrate stability or worsening? How are they going to frame the decision of whether to continue treatment after that first 6 or 12-month phase? Leslie, you want to go, or Pat, whichever? Because this is hard. This is tough.
Yeah. So what we have is criteria. If the MME drops below 19, then there's not evidence that Aducanumab should be used in that population. So that's going to disqualify a continuation. Or if they were doing the CDR sum of boxes, it drops less than 9. Okay. Also, that they need to be trying to get to 10 milligrams per kilogram. So if they haven't made it there and they're not intending to go further, that's going to disqualify continuation. And then along the way, we are testing in the early phase. I need to call this out, that when they first are approved for 12 months, because we're saying a 12-month approval, that the provider is going to test to do an MRI at 7 and 12 months, and then test to, appropriate care based on findings.
Okay.
But the MRI too is for the ARIA also.
So that's what it's for. So
it's for the ARIA, not right.
Okay.
Right. It's not for tracking, it's for ARIA. Yes. Thanks for that clarification.
Right.
Thanks. Now there are other issues I could raise, but again,
Can I jump in for 1 second?
Yes, Laura, please go ahead.
We're talking about disparity a little while ago, and I'm listening to these insurance recommendations or requirements, and people with less resources and in remote areas are not going to be able to do that. I mean, you're listing like a geriatric psychiatrist and all of these specialists to prescribe this drug. This is incredibly exclusive.
You know what, Laura? We have actually talked to people. It's a fabulous point. We have actually talked to people in some states such as North Dakota, and again, there may be some, but they don't think there are. We have actually talked to different organizations that are trying to set up clinics, and they're actually saying that they're not going to probably cover this, at least for the time being, but they're going to see how they can set up a clinic so that they will have people who are educated in these tests that can bring people in. But if you're especially, I don't know where you live, but if you're in a rural area, and I'm not in a rural area, if you're in a rural area, this is definitely going to be, if you are not near either a physician that can do this or a full clinic that can set this up, and you need a full clinic on this. You just don't need one physician looking at you. This is a huge problem. So right on, we totally understand that, Laura.
So I just want everyone to think about this, because when we were talking about the disparity later, and we were looking at possibly, maybe not doing some things because it was going to promote more inequality, I think we should take this into consideration, that this is going to be the situation in the beginning anyway, maybe. So,
Laura, thank you. I think you're absolutely right. And I think Matthew also made the point to a certain extent that this may serve as a spark that will help us all as a health system figure out what we will need to do to get it right as new treatments come online. I mean, if we need better diagnostic facilities and treatment, and a lot of new things do start out in the hands of specialists and then spread as the system kind of gets used to it. But we'll have to figure out how to make that process as quick as possible when we have treatments that are really judged to be effective and people want to get them to everybody.
Steve, could I quickly just add on to that point, because I think it's really important that there's been a lot of discussion today about the effectiveness of this particular drug, but even with a drug that's more effective, let's not lose sight of the drug. A drug is not the is not the end of what's needed by people living with Alzheimer's disease. There are serious health system deficiencies when it comes to the post-diagnosis care that they receive, from care planning to care coordination, to the transition into the need for long-term care. So I think that I just wanted to kind of underscore where you were going with the health delivery system, and it's more than just this drug or any drug, even when you have a drug.
Thank you. Yeah, and you brought me right back to my own family's experience and many other people's. It's like, it's not just the health system either. It's like the whole infrastructure for care for families, helping the patients with Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia. So good point. All right, I want to move to Mark. Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. Go ahead quickly, and then I want to move to Mark because we're going to talk about Medicare in a second.
I just wanted to add one more point to Laura's, which is I hear you that, you know, this is going to be very exclusive if you leave it to just those specialists to prescribe it. On the flip side, and something that we've been worried about from the specialist side, is knowing how prevalent Alzheimer's disease is. We feel that this absolutely needs to fall in the realm of primary care at some point. But honestly, primary care doctors at the moment are not well versed in making the diagnosis. And we know it, I hate to say it, only because we know that when patients go to the primary care doctor and say, I have a problem, oftentimes it takes a while before you can finally get to a specialist and you finally get a diagnosis, but you've known that something's been going on. And that's not a ding on primary care. It's just, that's not what they do, it's what we do. And so we are working on educating them to be able to make them have power, to be able to understand how to make that diagnosis better and feel more comfortable. So for the moment, to make a good diagnosis and accurate, it rests with a specialist, which does leave so many people out. It's our job to help educate our primary care colleagues so that they become more comfortable, and this can get to more people across the country.
Thank you. These are really good comments. Thank you very much, Sarah. Okay, I want to shift to Medicare. Mark, thank you for being here with us. So I want to talk about Medicare coverage options, and then that will bleed right into issues around the confirmatory trial and other research. So doing nothing and leaving it up to the Medicare regions was on the table for a short while. It's now off the table. The Alzheimer's Association called for an NCD, and the next day it happened. So way to go, Matthew and team. You had some throughput there for sure. Now an NCD, though, most Americans have no idea what we're talking about, a national coverage determination. They figure Medicare always has national coverage determinations. Just to be clear, it can end up in a decision not to cover. It can end up in a decision to cover for some people, but not everybody. And it can use terms just like private insurers. In fact, it does, to create that specified patient eligibility criteria. And it can, but doesn't have to be linked to the idea of coverage with evidence development, which says we will give you coverage if you are enrolled in such and such type of a clinical trial or this specific trial. So Mark, you know more than any other person on earth probably all the different things that are going through the heads of the folks at CMS right now. And you're not going to obviously talk out of school, but help us, just like I was asking Leslie and Pat, what is going through their minds as they weigh this process? For one thing, they're going to be burning the midnight oil. They've got 6 to 9 months to pull this off, and they've got a huge amount of pressure on them. What are they going to be thinking about? And especially under CED, what are some of the pros and cons they're going to be weighing as they try to figure out whether to do CED or not?
Yeah, Steve, first of all, glad to be here with all of you, and interesting to hear this discussion over the last part of the session I was able to make. This is such a critical and timely set of issues, and glad to be a part of it. And I wasn't here when you introduced me. Hopefully said something nice, but also just want to make sure people know I'm on the board of J&J and Cigna, among other disclosures. But to get to your question, there actually isn't a national coverage decision in place right now. And to go back to these issues, the concerns that people have about access on the one hand, costs on the other, right now, and I think for a while, the access is going to be pretty limited, at least until that 9-month period is over. And I'll get to that in just a second. But for right now, as you've heard from the people on the panel and others about the limitations of our current healthcare delivery system, most of the people who could qualify don't have an easy path to it, especially if they're in a rural area or have to pay co-pays under any traditional insurance plan. And for another thing, these coverage decisions aren't in place yet. And I would encourage people to look ahead that during this period when Medicare is going to be making the determination, there's going to be some more evidence coming out. Probably not so much on the Aducanumab itself. Unfortunately, in retrospect, at least, those trials were stopped prematurely, and we'd be better positioned now if they had been continued on. But from the other treatments in this class, at least 3 other drugs in advanced clinical trials that will be having readouts, maybe not the pivotal readouts in the next few months, but there are Alzheimer's meetings coming up where there will be new evidence coming out around whether or not there's a class effect here, whether or not these drugs that really do show an impact on reducing plaques have an impact on some of the cognitive outcomes, at least, that we've talked about. And also questions like, does dosing need to be indefinite? What's the right level? Can we target better to other patients? So this is an area where we're early days here, and there's going to be a lot more evidence coming out over the next few years and months even that will hopefully influence this. And just one other point, and then I'll get to your question. You know me, I'm a big believer in things like innovative approaches like coverage with evidence development and paying differently. We've spent a lot of time over the last 20 years supporting the FDA on a bipartisan basis to give additional resources to look at innovative ways of designing trials, to consider approaches like accelerated approval and so forth. And maybe need to relook at that a bit. But I just want to emphasize there's been no comparable attention to dealing with innovative therapies, especially ones that may have important long-term effects that don't get fully understood in the pre-market clinical trial phase. Think gene therapies and others, as well as chronic treatments for chronic conditions like Alzheimer's. We don't have any comparable changes on the payment side. CMS is still operating off the basic rules that it had 20 years ago, if not 40 or 50 years ago. In the coverage division, the part of CMS that reviews these issues, there probably are about half as many people with advanced expertise as there were when I was administrator. And that's in marked contrast to a huge amount of public investment and support for really trying to get the infrastructure right and the systems right on the pre-market side. We've got a mismatch there, and I hope we can do something about it. And the same thing goes for paying for care in a way that really encourages the kind of models that Sarah was talking about that are more focused on the person, early diagnosis, efficient treatment. So we've got a ways to go, and I hope this is a wake-up call. There are more coming with some more of the cellular therapies and others in development. Okay, so I've said my piece. Now on to your question. So Medicare is, the people at Medicare are looking for help, I think. So I'm gonna put in the chat there, you can submit a comment right now on the national coverage determination process for what you'd like them to do. And there's going to be a lot of requests for input. So CMS has a couple of public meetings already scheduled where they want to get some ideas on how they should think about the evidence, how they should do things like maybe limit coverage in some ways or include an evidence development component along with it. They're probably going to have at least one meeting of the Medicare Coverage Advisory Committee, a group of experts that will be augmented by people who know a lot about this space from different expert and stakeholder and patient perspectives. And there will probably be, I know we're going to be at Duke, Margolis going to be involved in some public processes around helping to find a path forward here during that time. But the key dates are 6 months is when CMS has said they'll have a proposed version of their coverage decision out sometime in January. That's a pretty that's a pretty aggressive pace by CMS standards. Sometimes, occasionally they take less time. Usually they take longer, especially for something as big and important as this one. That's a pretty fast pace given the limited resources that CMS has to devote to this. As you said, NCDs are not that common, maybe 10 a year. Numbers are going down. Again, it's a resource limitation issue, not an issue of, technology has somehow gotten easier in recent years. And then 3 months after that, CMS is going to have a final coverage decision. So by next, April, mid-April, there will be a coverage determination in place, and that may well include, as you said, some evidence development components. So we can talk more about that. I do want to emphasize between now and then, it's not that Medicare is not covering it. The local coverage processes, Steve, that you mentioned, those are actually in place right now. So any Medicare administrative contractor that gets a claim from a provider in their region can cover or not using the standards that they might apply. And they function, I think they're probably going through some of the same issues and thinking that you are. My sense is that most of them are basically saying no. And if you're a physician and you submit a claim now to Medicare for this product, and the Medicare administrative contractor says, we haven't gotten any guidance from central CMS yet, your answer shouldn't be, okay, well, we've got to wait. Your answer should be, well, that you're basically saying no. So CMS has said they're going to provide that national guidance in 9 months. But right now, they're very limited coverage. And so I think we're not going to see very big numbers in the near term. The numbers that we are going to see are probably going to be driven more by some of the issues that Laura raised, people who can afford more access or have more access based on where they live and the way their particular healthcare provider is set up. But it'll probably be pretty limited for the coming months. But I do want to emphasize how important this NCD process is for this drug and for this class of products. I would estimate, or the estimates I've seen, are something like 80% of the patients that may potentially be eligible for this treatment based on the revised FDA label for mild cognitive impairment and early stage. 80% are on Medicare. And Pat, may make your life a little bit easier down the road, and that your Medicare Advantage plans are going to have to follow the NCD as well 9 months from now. So this is where the action is going to be for this class of products.
Great. Mark, thank you. Sensitive to the time again, let me follow up with you quickly. So let's just assume that Medicare is weighing CED. And I was there at the time. You were head of CMS at that time, and CED was relatively young. But even then, it was pretty obvious that it would be hard to do CED and require a randomized controlled trial, because it would make people feel like, I've got Medicare, but I've only got a 50-50 chance of getting what should be part of my benefit. Others thought that we could do RCTs under coverage with evidence development. What do you see as the likelihood that people will go forward with some idea, given that FDA actually told Biogen that they wanted to see a randomized controlled trial as part of the confirmatory trial data? What is Medicare going to weigh as part of the decision around CED? For those, if I've been using it too flippantly, it's coverage with evidence development. It's a policy tool at Medicare that allows them to cover only if the beneficiary participates in a trial of some kind. It may be a registry, it can be some kind of evidence generating process. And it's a tool that is not used all that often, but it has been used, and actually Mark was central in its creation and early launch. So Mark, again, the type of trial that you think they'll be thinking of if they do CED?
Well, in this process, they're going to have a wide range of ideas proposed, and they already have. So CED has been used in conjunction with broad coverage. It's been used, as you said, limiting coverage to people who participate in some kind of evidence development. But you can also do some versions of both and. It's been used to cover treatments in randomized trials only. That's typically for off-label uses where there's some suggestion that the treatment may benefit, and CMS may want to get ahead, or the evidence is for a population that's adjacent to one that's important to Medicare. it would be unusual for there to be a randomized trial requirement in a case like this, where the drug has been approved for everyone. And Steve, I think you're also implying this, potentially some political obstacles as well. And in response to that, and recognizing that, I've heard from some of my colleagues already who are trying to think about this hard problem of how do we develop further randomized trial evidence, and suggesting things like, well, maybe you could do it at the regional level or at the provider level. Again, I think those are challenging, hard to explain to the American public and people who have a parent or someone they care about who's at this stage and facing this really tough diagnosis, that just because you happen to live here or go to this or that provider, you can or can't get access. So that's going to be challenging, but you'll see some creative ideas, maybe by trying out some different models of care, like shared decision-making process, and then comparing people who are matched in many ways, but do or don't decide to get treated when they go through that. A lot of creative ideas. Much more feasible to do in this kind of context is kind of, as you were saying, an observational registry type approach. CMS has done that a lot. Maybe a good kind of analogy here would be what happened with the transaortic valve replacements. This is a valve procedure that was developed and tested primarily in non-Medicare beneficiaries, came onto the market in 2012, or CMS had an NCD with CED in 2012, where it ended up covering more broadly than some people had expected, just based on the label. So again, it's a little bit different context, but did several things. One was requiring certain kinds of clinical evaluation. Second was requiring certain kinds of provider capabilities along the lines that we were talking about before. And third was requiring some kind of data collection to track how patients were doing. There are many things that I think can be helped where that kind of evidence can be really useful, at observational evidence, like understanding the prevalence of safety issues, understanding how ARIA actually occurs in the real world and what the consequences are and how to manage it, understanding which types of patients may be more or less responsive when they're treated, so predictive models, and refining our understanding of the course of Alzheimer's disease now that it matters more. Try maybe if at some point in time there's another treatment approved, again, several in advanced development that could potentially be headed for FDA within the next year or two, maybe comparative studies, dosing, timing, things like that, but hard to do just a placebo control. So I think there will be a lot of effort in the coming weeks to think about how we can find good, reliable kind of control populations for this kind of evidence question. But again, I also would encourage people to look at what we're going to see in the other randomized trials that are going on now that will be reporting out in the coming months, where there were patients, the same drug class, with sort of big effects on removing plaques, randomized to placebo or not, to see if there is at least a class effect here too.
Good. Thank you, Mark, very much. We don't have time, unfortunately, to dive into the different trial opportunities. Obviously, some people will say that we might learn many of the things that you mentioned and still not know whether the drug actually works, because that relative effectiveness outside of a randomized design might be just very difficult to do. But also, unfortunately, given in some ways the difficulty in rolling this out more broadly, if it's going to be studied, that can offer an opportunity for a wait list kind of approach, which is a kind of a quasi-experimental approach. So lots of work will go into that.
Try explaining that in front of a congressional oversight hearing. Wait list for Alzheimer's treatment.
Yeah. We'll figure out a wait list analogy.
Need a different term, Steve.
Okay. The staggered. Okay, but you're right. It's not very politically adept of me. I leave that to your fine sensibilities. I want to give Chris Leibman one last chance to say something quickly, and then we're actually going to sum up with you guys. But Chris, I'm not going to, unfortunately, be able to do any credit to the ideas that you already have had about your confirmatory trial. Obviously, people are wondering whether you're going to do RCTs overseas and use that for what the FDA is asking you. Any insight, and it has to be brief, I'm sorry, but on how you are thinking through this and your own sense of how it may or may not dovetail with what Medicare is going to do with CED.
Yeah, so thanks, Steve. So I'll be real quick. I mean, from a post-marketing requirement, as we've said, we're working with urgency. We completely agree 9 years is not what our intention is. We want to complete that much sooner. So we've mobilized resources. We look forward to engaging with all stakeholders, of course, FDA, CMS, and others. But that's not the only source of information. So we're doing a number of other efforts that we'll be sharing soon with regards to an ambitious research agenda to support further understanding Aduhelm. And on the NCD, as we've said, and I hope people have heard, we were concerned about regional variability. We're delighted and welcomed the opening of the NCD. I really hope what Mark said doesn't come into fruition over the next 9 months. 9 months for a condition like Alzheimer's is a long time. And I really hope local coverage decisions and policies there evolve quickly to allow some patients to gain access during this interim period while we wait for the national decision. And I think from precedent, it would be really unfortunate if that happened here for Alzheimer's disease. So I'm hopeful on that. I can say our engagements with health plans, we've had over 120 conversations with MACs and various health plans. Those discussions, I believe, have been productive. And we're encouraged by some of the questions. People are trying to understand. This is a complex area. This is the first treatment. They're trying to understand it quickly. We're 5 weeks in to its approval with a new label update last week. And so people are trying to understand that. So we stand ready to help engage, help them understand the information and data as we have.
Okay, thank you. Folks on the Policy Roundtable, thank you so much. We're entering the last half hour of our meeting, and I want to offer you an opportunity to have a final statement. We always ask people to make it one sentence. I know that's very hard, but I want to invite you to either say the one thing you want everybody to have ringing in their ears as they leave this meeting, or it can be also a request that you think should be made of one of the key stakeholders at the table, or even those who aren't, something that would be most important to help the future of care for patients with Alzheimer's as good as it can be. So think about what you might want to say, and I'm going to let the patients go last in this round before we turn to final comments from the CTAF panel itself. But please, just one sentence, if you will. Can I start with the payers? Leslie, can I start with you, please?
Yep, thank you. So thank you for letting us be on the panel. And I think really there's two things. It's dynamic. I think everybody should really be ready for a lot of different changes as new information, and hopefully we'll get more information. And the other thing, I know you said one, but accelerated approval. I think this really gave a lot of people an idea of what accelerated approval means. And I think a lot of people are happy that it's right now being looked at by the FDA, what accelerated approval means.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Pat?
Yeah, I'd ask that being that the price is not to value, Chris, that we can somehow work out some kind of value-based purchasing agreement to try to get the price to value. Yeah, I mean, we would like to have patients have access to this medication, even though we've currently deemed that it's not medically necessary. We envision that you'll have evidence at some point to show that it works. We're hopeful that that's the case. So we'd like to work with you to ensure a fair price.
Okay, thanks very much. Dr. Henderson.
So I think the clinical need for something effective in Alzheimer's disease is very clear. I think, though, that the case for a clinically meaningful effect for this particular medication has yet to be shown.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kremen?
Speak to more non-pharmacological aspects of clinical care. I would plead to CMS to recognize what it takes to be a provider for patients with dementia, and that we are not procedure-based, we're talking-based procedures. It takes a lot of time and effort to take care of the patients and their caregivers, and we'd love some recognition of that effort.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, rounding to, let me go to Chris, please, first. Chris.
Thanks, Steve. And I just want to say thanks to the CTAF panel. This has been the last 2 days, actually, for me with Steve, with Mark, and with a number of different experts in the area. It's been phenomenal. So I just appreciate the opportunity to be here on behalf of Biogen and Eisai to talk about this first kind treatment. My request, Steve, to you on the report is today you have a fantastic group assembled, and there was a very good discussion. There was also a discussion yesterday, and I have to say it felt very different today. So it just seemed a little bit like we're lacking some of the balance from some of the conversation yesterday. And I don't disagree with, all perspectives should be heard here. And I think you've got a great group today, but I would hope that some of the perspectives from yesterday's meeting also would make it into the report. And finally, for the next Alzheimer's treatment, we've learned we need a 5-hour policy panel. That would be my recommendation.
5-day, I think, yes. I hear you. Thank you. Matthew.
One sentence.
Mark,
There are people.
I forgot Mark. Let me let the patients go last. I'm going to let the patients go last, and I completely forgot. Mark, you're not a patient. So
well, I definitely want to defer to Matthew and Laura, but on behalf of Medicare, since the Medicare coverage here is so important, please think about how to help out the program and comment, both in the short term on the NCD itself, and let's find a way. You heard from both Pat and Chris, payer, developer. They're interested in finding ways to pay for treatments like this that are accelerated, where we have more questions on a basis other than volume of sales, and in a way that's tied to the outcomes that patients actually get in their care models and practice. Time to move to that.
Thank you. Good. Okay, Matthew.
Yes, one sentence. There are people who will benefit from this drug, and we must eliminate the barriers for them to access it.
Matthew, you will always be invited back to a future policy roundtable, because I love one sentences that are that tight. Thank you. Laura.
Okay, one sentence. First of all, thank you, everyone, because I feel really a warm sense of people willing and eager to work together to find a good solution. So, Chris, I respect your needs of your company. I'm in the accounting area of business, so I understand cost, but in the interest of furthering this cause, please sharpen your pencil just a little bit more. Maybe we'll get you further in the long run.
Thank you very much, Laura. Okay, it's going to be virtual, but let me thank you along with the rest of the CTAF panel for all the comments and the contributions of our policy roundtable. Again, many of whom have helped us throughout the course of this report and have engaged in a variety of different ways. And so you guys really have been important and central in so many different ways. Thank you. I want to hand it back over to Rena to moderate the final round of comments from CTAF members themselves, and then I myself will have a short closing statement at the very end. Rena?
Thank you, Steve, and thank you to everyone on our panel for that really very spirited, helpful, deep discussion. We will now ask each CTAF member to turn your camera on and make a closing remark to summarize something that you are taking away from this meeting. And in the spirit of what Steve has said, we will try to keep them very short. I will start with my own comment, and this is a very, very big picture kind of global view, which has mostly to do with an FDA related comment. The way I'm thinking about this is that we are a year and a half into a global pandemic with our best hope being in our vaccines. We have these incredible, effective, safe vaccines, but still a big portion of our country refusing to take them, many of whom offer the reason that that there's no FDA approval yet. And so I feel that we in the medical community are really put in a very awkward, challenging position when on the one hand, we are telling patients, please do not worry that something is not technically FDA approved yet, it's procedural. We think you should be vaccinated. And at the same time saying there is something that is FDA approved here in this breakthrough department that we think is not really, or that many of us may think is not really worthy of that approval right now. So I feel that this whole topic is coming at a time when we really need our institutions like our FDA to be trustworthy and we're dealing with a very skeptical public, and that this has just made things a lot more confusing. I will do my best to go around, and I certainly want to call on everyone. I'm going to start with Ralph Brindis.
Thanks very much. My one sentence: I appreciate that the majority of patients eligible for this therapy are Medicare beneficiaries. As a past panel member of MedCAC, I would hope CMS would convene a MedCAC meeting on this new drug to help advise CMS for its potential coverage and payment. If CMS was to go forward and cover a very select group of potential patients for the drug, I hope that the NCD would include a CED as discussed, originally envisioned by Mark McClellan, that could help best inform all stakeholders as to the real-world evidence of the safety and efficacy of this therapy.
Thank you, Ralph. Tony Sowery. Hey, just turn off your mute.
Am I on now?
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, thank you. It seems very likely that ICER will return to this study and this question and this disease in the near future. And let's all hope that when we do, there is more positive news and better results from the trials to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Hotch.
To keep my comments short, I like to use haiku. Now I share my thoughts. Hope, help, and more time. What to pay for and how much. Look to the data.
A+ in poetry. Okay, next, let's take Sei Lee.
I guess I would say that I think it is important that we don't lose sight of there are other proven therapies that help with Alzheimer's. Exercise has been shown to help even in moderate Alzheimer's and certainly helpful in mild Alzheimer's. And with the prices that we're talking about, we could potentially give a personal trainer to anybody with MCI. And I would argue that the magnitude of clinical benefit is substantially greater. And so for the companies that are asking for these sorts of sums, which I would argue is extraordinarily high, I would expect extraordinary evidence. And so far, I do not see that.
Joanna Smith.
I think I'm focused on the whole issue of asset allocation and looking at how do we affect healthcare globally, worldwide, and investing in this particular therapy at this particular point doesn't seem to meet those standards.
Thank you, Joanna. Catherine Phillips.
Wow, an incredible meeting. It was good to hear everybody. Now let's get busy and get more evidence.
Elizabeth Murphy.
Yeah, I think this is, of all the diseases we study, many are devastating, but this really seems to be more devastating in many ways and a huge burden on patients and caregivers. And as we've seen before, when we're in this sort of situation, it's very hard for everyone. In this case, it seems FDA included, to be very objective. It just makes it very difficult to do that. But I wanted to disagree a little bit and say that I don't think something is always better than nothing. And we've been so eloquently told how important hope is in this disease, but in the long run, I can't see how false hope might do more harm than good.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Jeff Klingman.
We desperately need new treatments for this devastating disease, but we also desperately need to know if these treatments work. And surrogate markers such as amyloid reduction are absolutely not a substitute for real and significant clinical outcome improvement.
Thank you, Jeff. Sanket Dhruva.
Thanks. I hope that communication to patients and caregivers will include an acknowledgement about the underlying uncertainty of what the accelerated approval means in general, as well as the quality of evidence for aducanumab, so that at the bedside in the clinics, informed clinical decision-making and informed consent are informed by the evidence, the scientific facts of safety and effectiveness. And I hope that in that case, that will inspire enrollment in whatever sort of mandatory evidence generation continues forward, and also prevents us from forgetting about other things that matter to patients and their loved ones with Alzheimer's disease: support, planning, coordination, care.
Felicia Cohn.
Echoing what Elizabeth Murphy said, I think dementias are cruel disease that breed desperation. I hope we can help with more evidence, our frontline physicians feeling pressure from family to help those families distinguish hope from false hope.
Thank you. Bob Collier.
Thanks for that. As a longtime patient advocate from the world of oncology, I just want to start off by suggesting that everybody with Alzheimer's in this space needs to quit telling everybody else that their disease is worse than all of the rest of them. That's just not true. This approval was based on amyloid plaque reduction, which was not the primary endpoint. I agree with Elizabeth. Anything that does something is better than nothing is really not the way to go in drug development. It's not what any of us really want in the end. And fundamentally, it's not true. That's exactly why we have highly structured clinical trials. Ones like Biogen ran here and that are still listed on clinicaltrials.gov as terminated for futility. That's a criteria that was in the original protocol drafted by Biogen and approved by FDA. I fundamentally suggest that that's why there's such pushback from the advisory committee and everybody else. These are failed trials. Congratulations again to Biogen and everybody to come for apparently discovering that we can do ad hoc accelerated approval trials based on data we've already got that we may not have actually published yet, and we can find coming into things. That's my little spiel right there. I support development of drugs. I support drugs for Alzheimer's. I know it as well as everybody else does, but this isn't the way to go. To the Alzheimer's Association, I would suggest that I would start to, you haven't had a lot of experience with this and a whole lot of other patient organizations have had to start to deal with it. Spell out your officers, board members, and maybe employees' conflicts of interest financially, because it doesn't look good right now touting how little pharma money you get, but we don't know about the people involved. And additionally, in association with Size Point, this money is probably much better spent just giving it to Alzheimer's patients instead of funding this drug. I think we ought to have that argument. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Annette.
So mine's two sentences, but so the day that the FDA announced the decision to approve aducanumab, I got about 100 emails within 10 minutes, colleagues who felt betrayed and were outraged that they went against the evidence and against the advice of their advisory panel. I was not at all surprised, probably one of the few, but I was certainly saddened because I wasn't surprised because it follows a worrisome pattern of the government to enact both decisions, policies, and laws that favor the profits of pharma over the needs of the American populace. So as I mentioned before, my concern is really about this reverse Robin Hood. We're paying lip service that we want to improve health equity, yet we're approving a drug that is incredibly unaffordable, is likely to do more harm than good on both an individual and a societal level. And I'll close by saying that my mother, too, has Alzheimer's. I'm one of her many caregivers. Thursday, when I get off this call, Thursday nights and Sundays are mine. And I would not give this to her. And I'm approaching the age where she first became symptomatic, and I would not take it even if it were covered. So I'd like the FDA to really reconsider what rapid approval means and what flexible approval means. If they really care about the American populace, They would make it easier to get biosimilars on the market and easier to get drugs like rituximab for multiple sclerosis covered. A lesson learned there that we delayed access to highly effective therapy for 10 years because we placed the profits of pharma over the needs of patients. And that's it. So, thank you guys. Thank you everyone for all your input, the patient advocates in particular and Biogen for being patient, not easy to be in your shoes.
Thank you. Okay, we have two more. Richard Seiden.
Like many, if not most of the CTAF panel members, my family has been touched by Alzheimer's and dementia. So I fully understand and sympathize with the comments of the patients, caregivers, and organizations. I am optimistic and hopeful that further research will yield better disease-modifying drugs. In the meantime, I trust that clinicians will appropriately manage the expectations of patients and caregivers relative to Aduhelm, and I do worry about false hope.
And Anne Roldo, thank you for being our wrap up.
Yeah, of course. So, clearly Alzheimer's disease is very devastating. I too have a personal connection to Alzheimer's disease. I saw my grandmother as a child and as an early teenager deteriorate in front of my eyes. So I know what it's like to have someone close to you that's affected by this terrible disease. At the same time, what's stuck in my mind from an intellectual level is that tornado diagram where, what has the most amount of model dependency, or what the model outcomes depends on, is really treatment effect. And I don't think that the data we have available at this point really answers the question of what that treatment effect is. And so I think, we need further study for this drug in particular to hash that out. And I also would be very careful about, using a drug that potentially has more harm than good associated with it. Right now, we just don't know. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't think I skipped anyone, but if I did, please.
I think you did. I think you got everybody.
Okay, passing it back to you, Steve.
Thank you, CTAF panel. As always, you guys did an extraordinary job of understanding the information, reading the evidence, bringing your own knowledge and perspectives to the table. It's a diverse group, but you guys shared your feelings, and I just can't thank you enough. So my last comments in some ways go back again to the sense of my own mother, my father, and all the other people who've brought forward their stories today. And again, I know others could have. We all understand how horrible this condition is and the need that we have for different approaches to it, not just drugs, but other broader approaches, but treatments, pharmaceutical treatments would be fantastic. There's a dread to Alzheimer's disease and the scale of it across our society that just makes it an outsized concern for all of us. And this, to me, is exactly when we face the greatest challenge of trying to wrestle with the hope of having something new, with the deep desire to do everything possible for our loved ones and ultimately for ourselves, and to take any risk, to throw caution to the wind, to take a chance. We all feel that, and it's our greatest challenge to recognize that we have to balance that with understanding the need to also the hope of doing no harm. Patients who have Alzheimer's, we care for them in so many ways, some of them similar to the ways that we've always known them as people, and some ways they become much more vulnerable, and we care for them, and to do something that could hurt them, make them fall, make them get sicker, it's just, it's something that we have to wrestle with. And so this tension inside of us is also such that we have to remember that we're not just talking about the right to try something. We're also talking about this broader health system and society in which we're asking for other people to help pay for this, not just ourselves. So this is all means that, you know, we all have to look at this and really take on this challenge, and it gives us the opportunity to be our best selves. Our best selves means to not shy away from the difficulty, but our best selves also means other things. I'm very, very impressed by the way that the physician societies here in the US are stepping up to talk about the evidence, to talk about the costs, what they see as the potential harms to patients. They don't see this as an easy situation, but they're wrestling with it, but they're coming forward and talking about it. The Alzheimer's Association and other patient groups, reasonable people can differ about the science, and they are also engaging around the cost and the burden and the broader needs for patients and families, and that's important. Other people, the FDA needs to get its act together. In this kind of situation, more than any other, they need to show transparency. They need to show consistency and openness around their procedures. If they want to call amyloid a surrogate outcome, they can go through the process of doing that and not just trying to throw a Hail Mary at the last second. The process has been a very difficult one, and just that alone means that the FDA needs to take a firm look at how it approaches these kinds of situations. It was laudable that they, in a sense, admitted their mistake with the first label and narrowed it down. They need to take a broad look at everything in their procedures and their approaches so that they can help us all meet this great challenge. And sometimes we wait. I mean, I was thinking again about an earlier drug that we reviewed that Biogen made, a drug for spinal muscular atrophy. And that patient group, this is a condition of children where many of them die within 1 to 2 years after birth. Others are left severely disabled and then die a short time after that in adolescence. And that patient group waited. They did a randomized controlled trial process with Biogen. They came out with an A level of evidence. And it's a sign that we can all work together to make sure that the evidence is there. But sometimes we wait until we get that evidence. And it's hard to wait, but we have to. Lastly, if we're going ahead and using and paying for a treatment like this, the other entity that obviously has a role, payers have a role, the manufacturer here has a role and a special opportunity to show best practice. They have to price in a way that will not cause harm. If they had priced to what we considered, and everybody can differ around the assumptions, we spent 8 months, objective, conflict-free staff, talking to clinical experts about a price of $5,600, 1/10 of the price they came out with. That would mean $1,000 out of the pocket of Medicare patients and not $11,000. A huge difference in our ability to make this treatment available and do it in a way that doesn't augment disparities and that sets a standard for the future. So that alternative universe, that kind of fantasy that I had, it's still possible because Biogen still has the ability to change its list price. It's not too late. And I would stand with the Alzheimer's Association, with all of the other physician groups that have spoken out on this. And I think for many Americans, and say, Biogen, take this opportunity. And standing with patients, they said that this price is unacceptable and should change. It's not too late. Biogen could do the right thing, and I hope that they will consider it. So with that, I would like again to thank them for participating, all of the other participants, the patient representatives, all of you on CTAF, the ICER research staff, which did a spectacular job. And I'd like to invite all of us listening still, in particular, to know that we will be back to this topic as further evidence evolves, as future treatments are developed. And I hope that we can set a platform for a future in which we will have effective treatments that we all can afford and see as true transformative benefits for our healthcare system and our country. So be well, and I hope when we meet next, it will be in person and that we will have other jobs at hand. Thank you all.